Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, something really cool is about to happen. You're about to see something that you've waited a long time to see. And we're going to bring it to you. Quick and ready. Here, in the Poindexter Lounge. If my mouse would work.
Oh, so smooth.
Smooth.
Wait, who's that?
What? Smooth transition. We'll be right back.
Give me a bottle of anything and a glazed donut. to go.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, along with my good friend.
In a Mad Max. Sorry.
Good Lord, blew out all my levels.
I haven't done that in a long time.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did. I broke your.
I've got in-ear monitors. You can see.
Serves you right for
Yeah.
all that you put me through this. I am go. There's many exposed videos coming. This man.
He got naked. I tried to
No.
stop him. You don't understand,
not that
folks.
type of exposed.
You don't understand the pain that Rhea and I have experienced this week.
That didn't happen. This man.
No, there we go.
I thought it was a persona. I thought he stayed live all day and all night for super chats. No, this is he doesn't stop. He talks to everybody. I had to push him out of the store. Shayna could back me up on this when she comes back to the stream.
Yes.
And you know what? It's only right that the man that got you on your first live stream that you didn't know was a live stream
I did not.
is here to bring you back to live streaming and making you make content. But you know what, Enosh? And I can only do so much. If you want him to stick around, you're going to have to thumbs up this video and share it everywhere. You're going to have to give him at least 50 likes. No, at least 50 likes. I'm going to go in the I'm going to stalk the comment section of this video. You need to like this video. You need to share it. Tell everyone that the lounge is back, that Enosh is back, and we got good things coming. And you know what? I'm not gonna leave. That's not a joke. I wasn't gonna leave without taking something. I am trying to figure out what is the most valuable, the thing that I want the most, and the thing that he won't notice when I come out in the morning.
Would you like my Doomcock?
No, I don't want any of those.
The character.
Oh, major shout out to DL and Wonder Meg.
Who?
I had a blast.
Who?
DL.
That's
Oh
right.
my God.
That's right. They all left
DL
for hours without
DL
me, and yeah.
No, DL. Amazing.
I love DL.
I love that he saw. He says that Captain America: New World Order is his favorite Marvel MCU movie of all time. Unfortunately, the footage is lost.
Is it the best movie of all time? You may count on it. Rely on it.
Okay, so
Magic 8 Balls with DL.
I am a little wacky tonight because I'm tired, but I had to. I wanted to go. I wanted to do this too. He said he had the itch to stream. I said, do it. I've been trying to get him to do shorts, do all kinds of stuff. There's so much things he could. He could be doing things. He could be making so much content. He just leaves. As a YouTuber, I care about the money. Bring me views, bring me money. I'm like, you have gold here, and you're just going about your daily life and not filming this. I was actually angry. I'm like,
He was.
film this.
I kid you not.
Film this. Make some content.
So I took him
His
and Rhea
daily
around.
thing, he doesn't stop. Every day, he goes and looks for toys, and he still does it on a budget.
What's up,
he
Nick?
still looks for a good price.
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude, why aren't you documenting this? Unbelievable.
Well, I mean, look, the thing is, I took them around to some various
Yes.
places, right? And we went some various places,
Yeah.
and this dude is like me 3 years ago. I swear. Like, his camera's out, his phone's out,
yeah.
he's filming everything, he's talking.
Whether
like,
they like it or not.
I think he's talking to me over here, and no, he's looking at VHS tapes over here, like talking to the camera. And I get it. Like, I totally get it, because you guys know, I mean,
Yeah.
anybody who does this, you know, you
Hey,
do that.
Nick, can you share this to people? Tell people Enosh's back. You know.
Max the Grifter. Exactly. I've
I have
experienced it
become a
100%.
grifter.
He was grifting us at dinner tonight. There is video coming. Rhea paid for dinner. I'm making that sound so much worse than it is.
No, I don't like. I always ganged up on, and Rhea and Enosh have formed a coalition against me.
Poor Max.
I can't rule with these two. Look, Rhea is a sealed. Don't touch my nipples, please.
I was touching your Star Wars. I'm sorry. I was
looking
looking at the camera.
Not until we get some super chats or likes in here. Then you'll see some hot nerd action. but what
wow.
No.
Okay.
What was I saying? Oh, you gang up on me consistently, and
yes.
I can't. What I can't roll. I am broke as hell. I will crash on your couch. Nick, do you have a couch I could crash on? Blue Jay,
Nick,
do you have a couch I could crash?
I told him he should put the mask back on, or we should make that a character on the Poindexter Lounge.
Rhea and Enosh are rolling in a different league than me. She's a sealed collector for like Switch games.
Yeah.
I have to buy used. You know what? But I appreciate used. Oh, you do used too.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get used.
I literally took you to used places.
Funko Pops and stuff.
I literally got in trouble with Rhea because I took them to a place called the Mega Mall, which is like collectibles, antiques, but it's also, it's like old stuff that you can, buy. Like I found a bumper sticker from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles the movie out there. And just a bunch of other cool stuff.
We still didn't even do. I paid for you and Rhea to do this hunt. I still don't even have a wrap-up video. I don't even know if it's going to happen.
So we go to the Mega Mall, and I told them what it was firsthand, and we get there.
I was ready.
Right, and like we're going around because he wanted to go look for VHS tapes. All right, because he's stuck in 1988.
That Mega Mall.
And so like it's one of those places
I'm
where
living like a millionaire.
It's literally there's videotapes like stashed everywhere, right? And so I'm showing him all the different places and everything like that. But Rhea's just gone. And we don't know where Rhea is. And so then we get done and we find Rhea, we all get in the car and then come to find out like Rhea thought that I was taking her to a mall.
It's called Mega Mall. But it's antiques. There was a few booths with Switch games.
Right. So the thing is, that wasn't really what she was looking for. So today I made it up to her. We took her to Great Lakes Crossing in Auburn Hills, and some shops around there. And so yeah, she really liked that. So I'm glad that they were able to have a good time.
No, I was angry with him because he did not tell me about the arcade.
Hey, you do suck.
And he said we walked past it. I'm like, we were about to leave, and I almost missed the most amazing arcade I've ever seen. It had arcade games in there that I didn't know existed. Sequels to my favorite arcade games, like House of the Dead.
It's a mall arcade, folks.
No,
he acted like he's never seen a mall arcade before. And apparently he hadn't because he walked past it 3 times and then yelled at me about it. Because, why did you tell me there was an arcade here? Because I was on my way to the bathroom because I've seen that arcade a million times and it's like a bunch of arcade stuff.
No.
And then he's like, where was it? I'm like, you passed it 3 times.
I would rather spend a day like with unlimited funds in that arcade than Disney World or Universal Studios. That's how much I like that arcade. It's got a really good bowling alley. Every single game in there I wanted to play. Every single game in there, because I love light gun games. I love arcade racers.
Okay.
I've never been in an arcade where they actually had a Mario Kart.
Dude.
Yeah.
You know where I should have taken you guys? Oh man,
he's just.
Oh man, no, we couldn't have because we did all this shopping and everything like that,
and there was a lot of snow.
Right, but there's a couple places like this, but the one that I like to go to is called the Arcade, and it's in Brighton, Michigan.
Is it retro arcade?
Yes, so it's all okay. Check this out. All retro, every old game. I mean, games that I've never even seen before from like the mid 70s before video games got big. But listen, they also have every pinball machine you can possibly imagine.
Yes, I would like that.
And then they have a lot of those like shooter games where like you get into them, like Jurassic Park and stuff like that. And it's like $20 and you can stay all day.
I want to visit that too, but I've been to arcades like that. And at too many games and convention I go to. But this one had actual new arcade games that I didn't know were in development or released. I can't even think of all the games. They had like a big Halo game, and I'm an Xbox fan. I love Halo, and it's like I didn't know they had this Halo game. Yeah.
Hey, I want to say hi to everybody. I see you guys in the chat. What's
Yeah.
up, Jeff Glotfelty? Oh my gosh, I haven't heard Joey. You do suck, Monkey Jeebus. Of course, Anchorman, always in there. Nick from Echo Base. Hey man, it's good to see you. So did Max go to church this morning? So the funny thing
I
about
would've.
that is he was going to church this morning. We were all going to church this morning, and then we got all snowed out. Unfortunately, we're in the city. And this morning, I started getting calls from people. We have people who take public transportation to get to our church and different things, and they couldn't get to us. And then we have some older people who drive, and they really didn't want to brave it either because we got about 8 inches of snow last night, and so it just wasn't plowed out. So I had to make an executive decision, unfortunately, at the last minute. But a lot of churches in the area also did. So Max didn't get to go to service this morning, but I did take him and Rhea to the church. And
He shared his family history with us a few times actually. That's the other thing. You will get he will does not stop talking, which is he's very endearing. A lot of very knowledgeable.
Randy,
Luke. There is not a dull moment of. There's no silence. He has to fill it with excitement, enthusiasm for retro stuff, collecting, or life. Like he does not stop. That's all. It's almost. I'm exhausted from being with him for.
I will say this.
Yes.
You know one of the most important things that has come from me. It's been very healing for me. Obviously, last couple of years been crazy, right? Mm-hmm. With Max and Rhea coming here, and other people who've been here, who have visited the lounge. First of all, that's really cool. The dogs like me. First of all, it's really cool. I love when people come here and experience, the toy room or the house or whatever, But when you and Rhea both sat me down and they're just like, wow, you are really just the same person.
No.
And then they're making fun of me as I'm going places because I was explaining to them how we started Poindexter Lounge was because I would go to toy stores and talk to my friend Andrew all the time. And literally I took them to that toy store and me and Andrew were talking about Superman and everything. And he's trying to get Andrew on a podcast. And I'm like, dude, I've been doing that. I've been trying to get him on the show for 10 years.
He would do really good on the internet, but he doesn't want to do it and he doesn't care. And he has his shop, he has his dream job.
Right.
And I was like, damn. But no, I'm not joking when I literally had to push him out the door. I give people breathing room. I'm like, this conversation is not going to end organically. Get out so we make the movie. And thank God we saw Captain America because Enosh loved it. Are you going to talk about Captain America?
We could talk about Captain America. I'd like to do two things by the time tonight is done. Max, you alluded to something.
What?
And I think it would be proper to revisit that. A lot of you may not realize this, but yes, I had the Poindexter Lounge. We had it as a YouTube channel. Poindexter Lounge started literally at my friend as an idea that came about because we were at my friend Andrew's toy store and we were all talking nerd stuff. And my ex-wife said, "Hey, Andrew, you should put in some stools and get some coffee pots so that you guys can all just nerd out and sit around. And you could call it the Poindexter Lounge, a place for nerds." And we were all like, "Oh, that's funny." And Andrew went, "I'm not going to do that because, of course, Andrew."
I'm extremely frustrated with this man. I just met him. I'm like, dude, your conversations are exactly what happened on YouTube. But he's actually, no offense to other panelists, he's very, he really knows his stuff. Not that other panelists don't.
But see, that's the kind of people though that I like to sharpen myself off of, right? I mean,
and he literally went through all the topics he covers. I'm like, dude.
Right.
You're talking about,
but I was saying that though, right?
He-Man,
I was saying that because that's how we got the idea for the concept. But then we started it and we were just making videos, right? Until I did that Flash video and it did 1 million views and that kind of we had subscribers and we had to do something, so we gave it a name, Poindexter Lounge, and we started making videos. But here's the thing: we would go live and do watch parties and stuff. But I would literally just turn on my phone. I didn't have a broadcaster. I didn't know anything about OBS. I didn't know anything about StreamYard or any of that stuff. Wasn't even really around much yet. And so I didn't know any of that stuff. And then I made a video one day, an opinion video that this guy saw. And we shared that opinion. And so then he reached out to me and we started talking.
And we haven't agreed since.
Nope. But it's been okay. But but the thing is like what Max alluded to is Max invited me to come on to what apparently was a stream.
Yeah,
and I did not, and I did not realize that.
And I was kind of mad at you that night.
And I did not know. I honestly, because this was obviously the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah,
it was like April 2020, and Max invited me on. I thought it was like a Zoom thing, right? Like all these cool people are in here talking nerd stuff because you were like, yeah, we're a great community and blah blah blah. And so we all got together. And so as soon as I came on, somebody mentioned, they said, hey, cool room. And I was like, oh yeah. And they're like, do you? And then people started asking me,
we revisited this the other night.
Right.
Shayna has some updates on this. We you know, it was all the panel that had him do the tour. He just like, oh, you want to see my stuff? but that's how he is to everyone. He's
right.
The moment you walk in here, he's going to take you on a tour.
Well, that's the thing.
And then
you know, but yeah, so what people don't understand is Max was the one who was like, hey, I had reached out to YouTubers. I had tried to.
I used to reach out to everybody.
Yeah.
Not that I thought I knew you were special.
Right.
Yeah. No.
Thank you.
No. But I really wanted to grow like people that were not like everybody, because everyone there's some. YouTube's great, but there's some losers on here. I'm not coming. He was well spoken. He was interesting. And you could tell he had a love of stuff. So yes, that's why I reached out to him.
Yeah.
Among other people, like.
But this man actually helped me. Like he was like, because I was like, I don't know like where to go to get a broadcaster to even do that. And he walked me through. He told me about like StreamYard and other things. And so like then I was able to go make those decisions and understand that. And honestly, Max, I mean, we would have never done what we ended up doing if you had not reached out to me. And so you guys need to understand, I really appreciate this guy. Yeah, we've had our moments. Everybody has their moments, but
we had another moment this week. We had a few moments this weekend. One of them was Last Jedi and Star Wars. I can't listen. You and Bruce and Joe. I am so. Why do I always end up on a stage?
Whoa! You're putting me in something in some kind of
shout out to Crazy Joe and Bruce, Kingdom of Nerds.
You're putting me in the same thing as Joe.
Well, he loves The Last Jedi too.
That's true.
Look,
sometimes you get one right.
I always, it's rare. It happens.
Even Crazy Joe.
So every time I visit a friend, I get into a damn Star Wars argument. Listen, I got even monetized off The Last Jedi. I did not like it. I enjoy it now for what it is. I was one of those haters. I'm not.
You know what's great about this? We were sitting with Rhea the other night, and we were all having this conversation. And he was making some feeble attempt. He was making some feeble attempt.
Not even get back into the argument.
He was making some feeble attempt to defend his hatred of The Last Jedi.
No, I don't even care anymore.
And the great thing was Rhea was going,
yeah, she sided with Enosh.
Wow. She's like, that makes so much sense. And I was like, thank you, Rhea, because Rhea is a sensible, intelligent, wonderful young woman who takes a look at things for what they are and isn't an old codgety man.
You can be intelligent and wrong at the same time. It's opinion. It's subjective.
Are you saying that Rhea was wrong?
No, she's misguided. You do a convincing argument, but I'm not getting back at this argument. The whole point of that bringing that up is I love visiting my friends, but I actually tackled Bruce.
You're an ass. Your mind is an explosive source of shitty ideas, and all to do.
I actually tackled. So at least I didn't tackle you on this one.
Okay.
It was getting to there.
Well, you know what I say about that.
We were in a race.
Every word of what you just said was wrong.
That's
live.
That's the only thing you Last Jedi stands can use, because that was a good line. Yeah, everything he said is wrong. Okay, yeah, okay, that's a good line. I'm nuanced. I can admit there's good things in the movie. That was one of them. That's a good line.
This is live footage. This is live footage of.
I need a drink too. I need something hard.
Shane is going to be back here in a few minutes with something. But this is live footage of Max showing up at my house, and yeah.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business.
Look, I'm gonna need you to leave.
I'm going to need you to leave.
This is my property.
This is my property.
There's no way I'm walking off my own property.
There's no way I'm leaving this hold because I know Big Belly Kelly's up in here.
We've really got a problem here.
You're about to have a problem, bud. I've told you, do not approach me. Do not.
Let's go.
Let's go where?
Let's go right now.
Where are we going?
To the ground.
Are you threatening me?
To the ground.
Okay. Telling you right now, bud. I'm the wrong dude. Okay?
What the hell is that?
This. That's what it is, bud.
All right.
Listen, I don't want to hurt
Don't
you.
leave any trash here.
Kumite. Have you ever heard of a Kumite? 1987 Kumite champion right here, bud. These right here.
Bud, what the F, Enosh? You're comparing me to... Now I am literally going to steal something. I'm literally going to steal something every time I visit. This is my land.
Every time
Kumite.
you go
Kumite.
away.
Blue Jay wants to get on here. You didn't want to come with me, Blue. I was going to drive there to pick this guy up.
Okay, hold on a
We
second.
have to do an official con to get these people
Okay,
here.
we do. So
Yeah.
we're going to talk about that. So three things I'd like to talk about. One,
Oh, we got
I
plans.
would like to show a couple clips from that first night that we met on live,
Okay.
just from our part, where I'm showing you guys the
I'm
stuff.
sure
Right.
I was.
I would like to talk about the possibility of the Poindexter MME
Yeah.
con.
Oh, I have plans.
And then what was the last thing that we were talking about that we were wanting to do?
You wanted to thank DL for spending time with us. I love DL.
So do I. Blue Jay with a $5 super chat. Hey, Blue Jay, thanks, buddy.
Hey, shout out to DL.
I'm glad you all had a great time. I wish I could have been there, but I definitely want to plan this next time. Absolutely.
Hey,
bro.
Blue Jay, shout out to DL. Blue Jay tried to warn me. Blue Jay was like, Max,
Oh, Captain America.
did you really? Are you sure DL knows you're coming? DL knows I'm coming. DL knows I'm coming. I love you, DL. Now you have to come visit me.
Yeah. Well, hold on just a second here. You know what I said about the whole thing, when just keep talking. I got to find
Well,
it.
you know what? I understand why people might. I'm not leaving his couch now. I'm taking stuff
My
with
couch?
me.
Oh, I got my eye on you then.
Yeah.
I got my eye
There's a
on you.
lot of things.
Oh, here it is. So when DL didn't show up today, I literally told
I knew it was
Max.
coming. I knew the text was coming.
I
said
told
it early
I
in the
told
morning.
Max, I said, can you just send DL this text for me? And I said this verbatim.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
Don't worry about it, man. We'll catch you next time, DL.
DL did the perfect timing of the text. 4:59 p.m. Like you can't adjust it. Oh, it's not going to work out. All right. I see you, DL. No, I love DL. I want to meet him and his fiance now, and I wish them the best. And I know they're busy. He's getting lots of stuff together, so I'm just messing with him. But I would have loved to hang out
Maybe
with DL
stay
more.
tuned. Maybe we'll take a couple calls later. Okay, so stay tuned because we got a couple things to talk about still. But maybe we'll take a couple calls and we'll see how that works.
Okay.
We'll see. Right.
Well, DL, are you calling in?
DL. He's so stuck on this DL thing.
I could be there in 10 minutes, but you want to call? I just want Blue Jay to harass DL. Blue Jay, please clip this out and harass DL.
Saggy didn't come this time, but
Hey, that's fine with me. Next time if that happens, I'll be here and I'll be. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying
Right,
I'll be cordial.
Hey.
I wish her the best. That's
So,
all I'm saying.
Captain America. I just want to say I liked it. I just don't think it's the strongest Captain America movie. I still think it's good.
Spoilers?
Yes. Yes,
Spoiler
we're gonna spoil warning.
Here's Rusty. He's Rusty. I got to help him out.
I know, spoiler warning. Sorry, but so I would just say this. I don't even know that you got to get into too many spoilers. It's just that it felt more like a sequel to a 15-year-old movie
Yeah.
with half the actors gone, instead of a Captain America sequel. It was
Although
like Captain America was a side. It had nothing to do with whether or not you know, he's a good Captain America or not, because I think he was good. He was fine in the role for this movie, but at the same time, he was struggling with everything, and I laughed. Shayna and I kind of laughed to each other because there's a moment where somebody says, you know, like, oh, you're not, you know, you're Captain America, you know, because you never give up or whatever. And he repeats, he goes, oh, you know, Steve, you know, should have never given me the shield, and I should have taken the serum, and I should have this and that. And we kind of laugh because we're like, what do you mean never give up? The last 4 things that he's been in as Captain America, he said in each one, I should have never been Captain America. I should give up.
I'm fine with that. My main issue, and again, this is spoilers.
Yeah.
Is the momentum, the good parts of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the Isaiah Bradley stuff. Okay, if you're gonna have Hulk stuff in there, and you know in the trailer that Isaiah Bradley tries to take out the president, you're like, oh, that's not in his character.
Right.
It would make so much more sense if there was something within his past, or Ross really wants to tie up loose ends because he wants to be the president. And he wants to, because he's done some stuff.
Yeah.
He's done some stuff. And the way that they explain what's going on with Isaiah Bradley, he's just one of many that's impacted. Has nothing to do with all the backstory you got with Falcon the Winter Soldier, which was the better part of it, was the Isaiah Bradley.
Right.
They won't let a black man be Captain America.
Right.
Look what they experimented on me. You know, I don't trust them. Well, you know, there was a lot of storylines.
There was just a lot of that stuff that like they didn't capture. They didn't.
It's a missed opportunity. Like there was something that you could done really.
Because Isaiah should not have just been another one of that group.
Yeah.
Everybody else just got shot and done with.
There would have been do something with his backstory to explain why he's doing that. He was programmed back then when they were experimenting on him.
Oh, you know
that's just the top of my head.
But even not like why is it important? Like I get that it was important because they were trying to use him with Captain America, but the thing is like they didn't really dig into that. You know what I mean? Like there was a couple moments where there was a moment where the leader said, you know, like there was an 89% chance that if I you know, disrupted or whatever, and you knew that he was, you know, threatened or compromised or whatever, that you would go back, but you didn't, right? So you broke that protocol, right? Okay, so it kind of touched on that a little bit, where the leader was trying to use Isaiah to get to Captain America, to divert him so that he wasn't a part of the stuff. But like you said, like Isaiah's got a story.
And then my other part is, if you're going to bring back Captain, Ross, they totally neutered his character in this movie.
We're just starting, RJ.
Yeah, it is spoilers. I know my friends out there be like, Max doesn't read comics. You're right. And you know what? The general audience doesn't have to read comics to get the story, but I think the general audience knows that Ross is a dick. And he will sacrifice his personal relationships if he thinks it's going to help, if he thinks he's right. That would make him an interesting villain, because he thinks he's doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And I didn't like the angle they went with Ross in here. And at the end, I was like, really? Like at the beginning, he's like, I want to put together the Avengers. And I'm like, this is a trick.
Right.
I was thinking, is this a trick? What's his real plan?
Right.
And no, he just wants to be a good guy now. And then he also, the very end, you know,
yeah,
he's just,
well,
I really didn't like the very end with him either. I'm not going to say exactly. I know it's spoilers, but the very end where he's just like, okay,
yeah,
I'm just going to accept because I'm a good person now.
Yeah. Well, okay.
God,
so I did say this. And this was a conversation we had. We had an hour drive yesterday, and actually, I kind of had an epiphany in the car thinking about it, like telling you guys another story about my grandpa. My grandpa, you know, in his younger years, he had a pretty rough life, and he was a partier.
Yeah, people could change.
And yeah, he was a partier, and he was all these things. And then, honestly, like, and it was funny because as I was saying it, I was thinking about the movie, because he had a massive heart attack at 46 years old, and it changed his entire life. He had a quadruple bypass, and after that, he always had heart problems. But his life completely changed after that. He literally went from being this hard person that was just a partier and drinker and, you know, and everything else, to, like, he gave his life to God. He completely changed, so much so that, like, his family, and we were kind of joking, like, sometimes like your family doesn't like it when you're doing like the bad stuff, right? Like they'll come in, oh, you know, we don't like your drinking and stuff. His family literally had the opposite. Like they did not like the fact that he gave up everything and became a good person. So like his family was Max. Not thinking people can change.
People can change. No, I understand that.
teasing.
I just didn't. Okay, if they went with that, I think they should have done a better job showing it.
I agree with that. There's a lot of stories that just didn't get fleshed out.
The way they did it at the beginning, you're like, what? Put together the Avengers. I'm like, okay, what is he up to? Wasn't that your first thought?
Yeah, and we're like, and
this
who's
isn't-
going to be
this
in
isn't
that?
Genuine, like, okay. And why would Captain America, Sam Wilson's, be readily? He doesn't want to be controlled by them, by the government.
And look, I was happy to see Betty too. Part of
No,
me,
that was
well,
horrible.
hold on.
I wanted to see her, but that was horrible.
Right, part of me was. I like the Incredible Hulk movie.
Oh yeah,
I
love it.
really
I
like the
Liv
Incredible
Tyler.
Hulk movie, right? And so when I first saw that, okay, we're getting into that, I liked it, and the fact that they were bringing back Liv Tyler as Betty, but then it was like,
It was lame.
what is this?
She looked odd. Looked like she was it looked like someone's de-aged, and it just was awkward acting. Maybe she's rusty. I love her. I love her in Lord of the Rings. I love her.
Yeah. It was a very strange moment.
And it not
and
great dialogue.
it
was just-
didn't do it for me. I mean, plus she's talking to a guy who is not the guy who was playing her dad
Yeah.
the last time we saw this, right? And so, like I said, I agree. RJ said back there a second ago something about like it wasn't the worst movie, it wasn't the best movie. I thought it was a decent MCU movie, but it wasn't the greatest. And
Oh no. If we're gonna give it a score, I guess we'll just do a full review.
okay,
Get it out of 10.
There you go.
I would probably be 7 or 8 out of 10. I want to say 8, but if I'm gonna be completely honest, I'd say 7. But it also has a really cool action sequence, and it's probably rewatchable. There's some good action in it.
Yeah.
It does the whole. I have this problem with every MCU movie, no matter how good it is. I cannot stand the nanotech masks. It looks like everyone that complains about the prequels.
I agree.
The prequels did it better than these MCU masks. They look like floating heads on these bodies.
Well, they started
It's
to
so
try to
cheap.
do that with DC, man, with Black Adam and
But the
Hawkman.
Black Adam looked better than this, though.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
Hawkman?
Yeah, even though they did that, it still looked better to me.
Hawkman didn't even make any sense because he had a full suit up in a
That's-
glass case,
yeah, I didn't
and then
like
he
it.
just jumped
Yeah.
out, and then it's
I
right
can't
before he
see-
hit the ground. It was like,
The best and this is why I don't like the Transformers movies too. It just looks like visual noise.
Yes.
It doesn't look like when things move that it fits in the pieces like an actual toy.
Right.
It just looks like shit's moving, or shit's appearing.
Mhm.
The best transition for Iron Man 2 was peak. When he was on the racetrack and he took out the suitcase and he did that was at least somewhat plausible. It's still not really believable,
yeah.
but it was. I could suspend my disbelief for that.
Well, like Draga just said, I missed the old suit up scenes like in
Yeah.
Iron Man. Yeah, I mean, it was.
Well, that's Robert Downey Jr. Thank you very much. I love Robert Downey Jr., but for him to continue the character, he's like, I don't want to wear this crap anymore. I just want to show up on set, do my lines, and leave.
And make $50 million.
No, I mean, but that's what these actors do. I love these actors, but
Yeah.
once they're in the role so long, they're like, I don't want to sit in the makeup chair
Right.
and have this practical junk that's heavy,
Right.
harder to act. And I know because I used to wear a mask. It's not fun to act or talk in the mask or helmet. I know why there's all these shows where they always take the helmet off. It's that's one thing I actually like. Where they keep the helmet on, Mandalorian. Probably because Pedro Pascal's not there, but still they leave the helmet on. But I understand why. But it doesn't look good though.
Yeah.
It doesn't look.
I will say, can I just tell you guys, when Max got here on Thursday, it was really, really funny because,
Hey, Bruce. There's Bruce.
hey, what's going on, Bruce? It was really funny how he showed up because you got to understand, when I kind of have started my hiatus from YouTube, it was after that Max decided to take the mask off.
Yes, and it's because. Listen, I'm not here just for YouTube. Bruce was one of the first people I met in real life. Crazy Joe was actually one of the first. I think Joe No. Rhea or Joe? Rhea at Too Many Games, and then Joe, and no, Bruce was also there at Too Many Games as well, and they spent their time, hard-earned money to come visit me and meet me in real life, and it meant the world to me. And that's why Crazy Joe, shout out to Joe, thinks I love the Flash movie. I like the Flash movie because it was an experience. It was fun to watch. I love parts of it. I have a lot of issues with it, but that's why I liked it so much, is the company, the friends, and there's just something magical about meeting people in real life. And then I suck in real life wearing the Mad Max stuff. I was going to be Mad Max on YouTube for my whole career. And then I had a video prepared to when I'm no longer here to make public. I was going to record it when I was young without the mask on so people could see what I looked like. I'm like, I'll put in my will or something. Make this video public, you know. Thanks for supporting the channel.
And then he dies and he's old and like YouTube's not even a thing. People are like.
But it is so, I give props to cosplayers. I'm a big man. I was sweaty, awkward. I couldn't hunt for anything. I couldn't find retro toys. My peripherals through the Doom mask are ridiculous. Yes, I want to see Dr. Doom in Fantastic Four. Is it practical to be a villain when you can't see it through your peripherals? No, it sucks.
I told him, I said, I need to get one of those masks. I thought it'd be hilarious if I came back and like was wearing the mask. But I was the story I was telling is like, because I did not see when you took the mask off, right? So, and I knew what a big deal that was. And so literally I was thumbing through like one day and I just saw this video with your face on the thumbnail. And I went, whoa, right? And so I say that only because it's funny how you even get to know somebody. And I had seen your face, you know, privately, but it's really funny because you showed up and I'm so used to seeing you on the screen with your mask, and I'm also, he sounds different because his voice is always elevated. Yeah,
I had to scream through the mask. I still am loud. I'm still loud. Like, that's genuine. And correction, it was Joe who said before you're well. Shout out to Joe because he let me be at his house. Actually, I met some other people first before that are some really good friends with a console that does no longer exist that I will not talk about. So that was the first time. That was actually the first time. And shout out to everyone I met there. I wish you all the best. Sometime, you know.
But I just say that when he shows up,
that was a great experience, and that was when the first time it was awkward because I was in my friend's house with his whole family. And they're
in
like,
the Dr. Doom mask?
No.
Oh.
Listen, they're showing these video games in here, and like, oh, we're gonna start filming. I'm like, oh, I gotta put my mask on. I go in their bathroom and come out with a mask, and it was so awkward. Yeah, I was sweaty. That was Retro Bros basement, and then the next time was Too Many Games, and I then met Crazy Joe in real life. Okay, he's like, because I was still wearing a mask. He's like, well, if you're gonna be with my family, I gotta know your details. I got to meet you in real life. I'm not just going to let a masked man come into my house and sleep over. Right. So it's like, I understand that. So I bet him at Monroeville Mall where they filmed Dawn of the Dead or one of the Dead movies. The mall one.
Yeah. That was Dawn of the Dead, right?
Yeah. And then I met Rhea at Too Many Games, and then Bruce surprised me. I didn't think Bruce at the last moment, and I love meeting Bruce in real life.
Real quick, Laser Luke, we know where William is. William is either taking a nap somewhere, drinking some more milk, getting ready to take a nap, maybe doing some physical therapy because he's old and probably needs physical therapy for something, or has some kind of bad take on something somewhere. So
that's every stream.
Thoughts and prayers.
We just interviewed.
And can I just say, I love, you guys know I love William. I love just giving William a hard time.
Okay.
But no, so he shows up at my door, knocks on the door, and I go out there and I open the door. And first of all, can I just say, like, I'm 6'1".
You were attracted to me? Is that what you're going to say? There's been some moments. Okay.
Yeah. No, you're taller than me, and I was surprised by that. I did not expect that. I did not expect him to be taller than me, but he is.
Yeah.
And but can I just say,
Not as tall as Dawson.
no, he's not as tall as Dawson. Is just a freak of nature. Dawson is, yeah. Enosh hates William. Confirmed. You do suck. I miss you, man. Oh my gosh, I miss you. But I just want to let you guys know, this has been just a wonderful week. Just getting to know Max personally. You know, we've talked so many, you know, for years, but
I'm trying to sleep. Yeah.
but to actually be in the same room, it's just really cool.
Oh, yeah.
And then I could just say, like, Rhea is just a ray of light. She's just a delight, and she found a place. We were out shopping and everything, and I've been to that area so many times, and Rhea's just like, I'm hungry, and it can't just be anything.
No.
We got to find something good, and she found this like amazing food court thing that was just a food court all to itself.
She's a foodie. I keep telling her she needs to do more on her X with food and stuff. She, you know, just like my wife, they find really good places to eat. You know, me, I'll take like my viewers like to say Max likes a Big Mac. Yeah, I'll take a Big Mac so I could buy more VHS tapes. No.
They're not going to let him in Canada, CJH. They're just not.
He said no. I said I will sleep on your couch. He said no.
Yeah, but Canada's not going to let you there. I've been to Canada so many times. They have standards.
Coming, and I'm bringing the tariffs and the cavalry. Watch out. No, I'm just kidding. CJH. CJH, everything's going to be fine. I hope. I can't guarantee it, though. Can't guarantee it.
Okay, so I'm going to totally get myself in trouble with Shayna here.
Yeah.
Probably not, though. It's funny.
Did you rate the movie, Captain America?
Oh, no, I didn't yet. Okay,
sorry. You didn't give a score.
Okay, can I just say Harrison Ford was really great in that movie.
No, he was.
Harrison Ford was really amazing in that movie. I do have a favorite toy this week. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Anthony Beltre. Anthony Beltre, check that out, has been a member for 41 months.
Anthony Beltre is great. He has demonetized my streams for 41 months with his language.
Okay.
And then he's always in my Tape Hunters episodes, and he says, "What, you slept on this tape?" I'm like, dude, you can up your membership. I can get some more tapes.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll go get some of the stuff that I got this week. But I just want to say that, what were we saying just before that?
Dude, watch some entertainment. Stop looking about asteroids that are going to be in like 8 years.
Yeah, asteroids.
Stop.
Yeah, that's right. Oh no.
We'll figure it out by then.
Because I was joking with Shayna. Because you joked about the tariffs, right? And so I had this great joke with Shayna the other day because I came in from outside and my hands were super cold and I kind of did that thing like where, you know, like
whoa.
Oh yeah, right?
Whoa,
right?
whoa,
I did that thing, right?
Whoa.
And she went.
I didn't get paid for this.
She went, stop. She goes, stop. Your hands are so cold. If you do that, like she made some kind of threat. And I can't even remember what she said, but like she kind of made this joke like that it would be like a tariff. Like she was going to like put like a cold hand tax on me and like I wasn't going to be able to touch her or whatever. And I just went, I'm bringing some tariffs. I'm going to put a 25% tariff on every time you tell me that I can't touch you with my cold hand. I'm going to get my hand 25% colder and still touch you.
Just like the Canadians.
Because that's how Canadians are.
Wait, shout out to some. We're missing some Canadians. You know, tell T.W. McKay.
You saw that too?
Yeah. Listen, I was.
Did you post that video?
He owned them and hid them in his grandmother's church.
No, I didn't hide them. The people gave them to me.
Now I put two and two together. You grew up in the church. Whoa! Wait a second. Actually, your hair's looking good. But no, I don't want to get you in trouble. Were they in the church?
Trouble? No, it's not going to get me in trouble. I told you what it was. Yeah.
Jesus was looking at you.
Oh, dear
with
Lord.
with this bag. There's the Jesus paintings in the church. He showed me where it's like he's staring into your soul, and they put him in the church basement. And I know why now.
Because it's 11 finger Jesus. It's like
knew about the Playboys.
It's like Jesus like this, but there's like an extra finger.
He
And
knew
so
about
it's
the
really
Playboy.
strange. It's like before AI even, like the painting that was done. Like my grandmother had it commissioned and it still was like that.
That Jesus knew about the Playboys in the basement.
Did you post that video?
What?
The Playboy video.
Yeah.
You did.
I posted all kinds of
So
stuff.
that it's just out there.
Yeah.
So what's the point anyway? So I might as well
now
just tell the story.
Putting two and two together.
Don't go watch the story on Max's.
I need
Stay
the
here and I'll
views.
tell you the story.
I need the views.
Yeah, no. So we were there at the Mega Mall, and one of the things, because it's a vintage place, there's a lot of sections that have old Playboys.
And all the sellers they're gonna be there. Those Playboys are gonna outlive all our classic literature. When you
Right.
can't get classic novels, because all these old sellers know what they're worth, but what do we say? You always have to have a buyer. They are worth those money that they're trying to get. Because no one's paying.
No, I mean, well, everyone that was there was like $5. I mean, it wasn't like
But
like
they
were...
are gonna outlive. They're gonna
Right,
be.
anyways,
in
that
antique,
wasn't the point.
There's Playboys in antique malls
Right,
across
right.
the country just
Exactly.
sitting in cases.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
the point though is that we walk past this giant display.
Yeah.
That's what I was surprised. You know what's funny to me is literally we're talking about something that when I was like younger, it was taboo. It was behind the counter at 7-Eleven where it was like hidden down there where you didn't see it. And like I remember being in 7-Eleven before and watching a guy come in and go, give me give me a Playboy.
CJ
right?
said some old lady was really giving us the stank guy in the back.
Oh, that that lady wasn't giving us a snake. She was
was like,
listening to my story.
No, she was like these
She tried to act like she wasn't listening to the story, but she was there smiling at me. She was like, "I'm waiting for my husband." Liar. Anyways, so there's like this huge display of Playboys out of nowhere, which cracks me up because it's just out there. And
I said I had that one. That one.
no,
that one.
so there were two in that cabinet that I did have. Now here's what happened. First of all, I had the Vanna White Playboy. The only reason I had the Vanna White Playboy was because when I was about 13, my class went to a place called Boblo Island. It was an amusement park that sat right on the edge of Canada and the United States. If you were on half the island, you were in Canada, and you were on the other half, you were in the United States. And so you took a ferry over to the island.
Not anymore. It's all the United States now.
It's no longer there.
In the near future, CJH.
It's no longer there. It's no longer there anyways. But so we went while we were at the amusement park. My buddy needed like $5 or $10 or something like that. And I had some money. And so he asked me because he wanted to buy something. And so I loaned him the money. And he said that he would get the money from his dad and give it back to me. Yeah. We get back a couple days later. I'm like, "Hey man, you got my money?" And he's like, "Oh no, man, I'm sorry. My dad said no." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "I'll get it to you. Don't worry." He's, and we're 13 years old, right? So, like, how's he going to get the money, whatever. About a week later, the kid shows up at my door. Yes, the door to the church
Delivering
with a
Playboys
sack.
That's worse than getting drugs there.
I don't know. I lived there. People,
I'm just
everybody
kidding.
looked at it as my house, right?
I'm
like,
joking.
but the thing is like I walk up, or he walks up with his sack and he knocks on the door and I answer the door and he's like, "Hey, here." And he throws
Playboys in a sack.
he throws the bag at me and just walks off and he goes, "Hey, we're square." And I look in the bag, and in the bag is that Vanna White Playboy, which I knew his dad had because his dad used to talk about it because it was Vanna White, and this was, the 80s, right? Early 90s, maybe. So I knew that it was his dad's. And so I was like, well, that's, like, he gave me his dad's Playboy? Like, his dad's going to be ticked, right? I'm sitting there thinking. And
Just say
then,
mom found it.
well, he didn't have a mom.
Oh,
Right.
That's sad.
Right. So
Well, then
like,
his dad really needs it.
right. So
That's a different story.
totally different story.
Dad needs that bag.
Need that back. But and also in the bag was a Nintendo Entertainment System game, Lunar Pool.
That's what you were playing later.
That's Pocket Pool.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thanks for correcting.
Lunar Pool was you could play pool on the moon and you could set the gravity at like different levels. And what was great is you could set it at 0 and it would just go forever until all the balls went into the pockets.
Yeah.
But so he threw that at me and I'm like, what the heck do I do with this, right? But now I'm standing at the top of the stairs with a Playboy and I'm like, right. So like I go downstairs and like I like put it like somewhere down deep in my closet or whatever. And I was just like, what do I do? I can't just throw it away.
You could have.
Really? So I throw it away, and my grandma's going, like, taking the trash out of the, yeah, no. I couldn't risk that, dude. And so I was scared. So like, because I was 13. Right. So, anyways, had that. The other situation that I had was as I became a teenager and everything got older, I had a huge crush on Anna Nicole Smith.
You're not the only one, yeah.
Man, that woman was bodacious to me. Like, I know she had problems later on in life, but man,
She was a gold digger too.
yeah. But I mean, at peak, she was gorgeous as far as
yes.
I'm concerned. She was just absolutely gorgeous. And so the funny thing is I had a buddy who knew that I really liked Anna Nicole Smith, and it was the February Valentine's Day or Valentine's issue, I guess, or whatever, and she was on the cover, and he literally went and bought it and gave it to me.
Oh, for Valentine's Day.
I don't know, and I was like, "Oh, hey, okay." But then the crazy thing was again, I had to figure out what to do. So, long story short, I ended up telling my grandma about it. Both times, I think the Anna Nicole Smith one we ripped up and threw away, and then I think she burned the Vanna White one.
That's a shame. The things that were shown in those pages should never be burned.
It's interesting. Draga 52 here with a member chat. Thank you, buddy. For 36 months. Heck yeah, 3 years. That's awesome. Can't believe we've come a long way. Aha. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. So, okay. Again, finishing out, you brought up Playboys, but finishing up my Captain America thoughts. Harrison Ford was amazing in this movie. Red Hulk actually looked really good.
Pretty good.
Why can't we get Green Hulk versus Red Hulk? Can we please get Hulk back? Can we get Hulk?
You won't think
I don't want Professor Hulk.
No one's gonna believe that this current MCU Hulk can even stand a chance about Ross Hulk.
That's true. Wait, now that Enosh told that story, Max has to tell the candy in the movie theater story?
Candy in the movie theater? I don't know what he's talking about. What candy in the movie theater?
CJH, that's a very specific thing to say.
Candy in the movie theater?
I
don't remember. I honestly.
Who is Candy and how long was she in the movie theater?
I do not remember. I have a bad memory, CGH.
Yes, RJ, this is my point. We need Savage Hulk again. Yeah. Here's my problem with all the Hulk stuff. I get it, right? They haven't legally been able to do stuff. Everything that they wanted to do, right? Have an actual Hulk movie or whatever. Okay, fine. But that Incredible Hulk movie was great. Then you introduce Ruffalo. I don't really care for Ruffalo, honestly, as Bruce Banner, but that's neither here nor there. I wish Ed Norton. Yeah, I wish Ed Norton had stayed, but because he was interesting to me. Ruffalo is very vanilla to me. He's very bland. Excuse me. That said, that's what I was saying is that I was really enjoying the Hulk story, but at some point the MCU kind of like derailed with the Hulk. We went from Hulk being super angry and fighting Iron Man with the Hulkbuster stuff to what's her name Widow saying,
it was a
calm down.
They sacrificed MCU Hulk to make Thanos. That scene when he body slams Hulk was great.
Yeah.
But then what do you do with Hulk after that? That's what happened. Like, you have that big scene and it ruined the Hulk after, like, Thanos ruined the MCU Hulk, because you're like, okay, that was really cool.
It's the same Hulk though.
It doesn't make sense. He tried to explain it to me. Please don't try to explain it again. I understand. You're right, but it doesn't.
How does it make sense?
No, I said you're right.
Oh, okay.
But for them to just expect the audience, like, okay.
I know. It's hard to expect the audience to remember 15 years later.
And it's just weird that you have these other characters. This is Betty is with Mark Ruffalo's Hulk. Like, why even bring this Betty back? It's just weird.
Yeah, well, but that's okay. So that's what I was saying.
Just done Ross,
so we go from Hulk fighting Iron Man in the Hulkbuster armor to then being in the Quinjet and just disappearing, right? And we don't know where he's at, and we don't see him again until he just pops up in Thor, and he can kind of talk now, and he's a gladiator, And he's fighting these battles, and they're kind of doing a World War Hulk thing without doing a World War Hulk thing, right? Because they don't commit to that, because they can't, apparently. And so then that's the last we see. Then the next time we see Hulk, he's just Professor Hulk. There's no explanation. He's just like, oh, I figured it out, like off screen, like I figured out my whole thing, So it just bothers me because everything that's happened to Hulk has been off screen. We got more character development with Ross than we have with Bruce.
And Captain America. And the new Captain America.
Yeah. So I hope at some point we get
the big
really
battle.
a
What
Hulk.
you want is good though. The Captain America.
Okay, no.
versus the Hulk. I
no.
like that
Okay,
scene.
no. Here's something I have a problem with too. If you want me to believe that Captain America, without the super serum, can just fight everybody and just take hits.
He had the Wakanda. That's a lot more plausible than the masks just appearing. That the Wakanda vibranium.
Yeah, but like one point he gets like kicked in the gut and like goes
That's true,
flying, and it's
yeah.
like that's Hulk, that's Red Hulk,
He'd be done.
he'd just be done, and so that's just kind of what kind of concerns me a little bit about it is that I don't know the Sam
When he ripped the wings off, though, that was awesome.
Oh my gosh,
That was cool.
And look, the dogfight stuff. And can I just say, because I liked Eternals, I really liked Eternals. I was so glad to see them finally do something with that.
This is just a weird.
It was weird,
They
but
tried to wrap up some loose ends for multiple projects in this.
they did.
They was kind of they. You know how many reshoots? It might have just been like, oh, we're not going to do a sequel. Let's just do something to wrap up the story in here. This is a Band-Aid film. 7 out of 10 for me. We got to hear Enosh. But I think that's what they did. They just let's just patch together things that we're not going to do anymore, and this will be it. Move on.
Yeah.
Kind of like a
Well,
Band-Aid.
so I would say I would give it a 7. The only thing that would even push it to an 8 is Harrison Ford's performance.
Yeah.
But even then, it's a 7. It's a good movie. It's not great. It's one of those movies that am I going to revisit this movie a lot?
I'll watch it again.
I may watch it again at some point, but honestly,
But I'll skip to the Hulk scene.
I'm probably going to skip to the Hulk scene. That's just what I was going to say. I'll probably watch the Hulk scene. Plus, the CGI was very, very sketchy in a lot of places.
It was better than recent efforts, but it was also hit or miss. It was just sloppy.
Yeah. Well, and I said this online, and I'm sorry. I will say this again. If somebody doesn't like this movie, it's not because it doesn't have to be because they're racist. They could be a racist. I don't know. I mean, people all the time we don't know are racist. Right? I digress. I'm just saying. I'm having weird thoughts because I like Sam Wilson, right? Yeah. But I also like Bucky, and I'll be honest with you. There's a part of me that would have probably preferred Bucky to be Captain America, but I get it. Sam Wilson is Sam was in the comics, so I get it. It's comic.
Well,
it's comic accurate.
He is Captain America, but I think he focuses more on the Falcon side than Captain.
He does.
Yeah, still.
He really. It's almost like he's still trying to hold on to the Falcon thing, and even with his costume, he looks more like Falcon than just a cap because he's got the wings still, and it's super cool. And the fact that they tried to introduce a second Falcon now is cool too. It was cool to see both of them, dog fighting and and stuff.
Do you think it would have been more plausible if they had Falcon and Captain America go against the Red Hulk? Team up together, that would have worked better for
Maybe.
you, more plausible.
Can I just say something? Just I'm sorry if it's too deep a spoiler, but if Bucky's going to show up anyways and give a speech, why can't Bucky show up and help? Because too many people would go, oh, we like him as Captain America. We wish he was Captain America. That's the problem with this. And the thing is you got Sam whining still about, I should have taken the serum. Yes, he should have at this point with everything that they're showing.
I actually prefer Sam. Well, I love Bucky. I like him as Winter Soldier or whatever he's called, the White Wolf now. What is it called, right? I actually like that better. The only thing is, I respect him not taking the super serum, but it's getting weird. Especially if you're not going to do like spy thriller, and if you're going to go into the Hulk, it's really hard to, say I'm not taking the super serum, and
Right.
they made a joke so that
It was funny, but again, it's the same MCU thing. Hey, we set up some serious moment that you need to take serious, right? Because it's a legitimate thing, and then we make a joke about it.
I don't.
And
I
it's just
honestly don't
dismissed.
want this Bucky to be Captain America. I mean, if they do it eventually, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not against it.
I doubt they'll do it at this point.
I think
I don't think. Yeah. I doubt. But so look what RJ said. Why can't any of the Avengers show up if the president of the United States turns into a Hulk?
Well, you could do that for any movie that's not Avengers or Justice
Plus,
League.
they all know that he's Thunderbolt
No,
Ross,
I mean,
so
you
they
could
already
do-
don't like him.
You could do that for just any movie that's not an Avengers or Justice League movie. You could be like, well, why didn't
I
the other
know.
years, like Shazam?
I know.
Like, why didn't Superman show up? Well, he was they couldn't get the contract filled out. But why doesn't all these other characters come in?
By the way, you know what a stupid joke was? I rewatched Black Adam this last week.
I love Black Adam.
It's okay.
It's not amazing. But
It's
I love
okay.
it.
Oh, it's okay. But Black Adam, there's the scene. I mean, you made me forget what I was just thinking.
Black Adam scene.
Yeah, I was thinking because we were talking about Captain America, we were talking about Bucky, and I don't know. I had something.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. It had something to do with that. Anyways, I just say like I've seen people get into weird discourse about this movie online, right? And I think that it's a really weird situation because we have Sam as Captain America, and there's plenty of us that are fine with that. We don't have a problem with it, but stop reminding us about how we're all supposedly pining for Steve Rogers.
Stop mentioning it. It'll be easier. Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like every single project now that it's been like, but Steve was amazing and Steve was Captain America. And now even the villains are taunting him going, and I get to the taunting a little bit, right? But it's like, even in the conversations where he's just, at this point, I really hope that they don't revisit that. If they do another project where Sam Wilson is going, I don't think I should be Captain America, please just take it away from him at that point. Because why would you write him that way?
I think one of the best arcs ever for superhero in movies is Captain America. It's over. Like I don't need to see him back. I'd rather see him as a different Human Torch in Secret Wars with the new Human Torch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, like I said, I like the movie. For me, it's a 7 out of 10. There were a lot of things I just would have liked to have seen done differently. It's going to be interesting to see how they do with adamantium.
It's a downgrade from Falcon and Winter Soldier. Besides and yes, she happens to be a female. The female villain was lackluster. Was not that great. And
yeah, and you know what? Enough of that too. I
liked everything else in there. I didn't hate her. It just was
didn't hate her either. She was all right.
Cool.
I don't like the real world stuff that I'm seeing though. People griping and complaining because she was portrayed as an Israeli, whatever.
No, I'm talking about the Falcon or Soldiers TV series.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the chick in the new.
I actually liked her.
I did too, and
I liked her.
But I mean, like, there's all this real world stuff. Stop it. Listen, everything is not a project that is going to like appeal to every social construct that's out there. You know what I mean? And everything is not about that. It's like it's a character in a movie. She was badass in the movie. She was good in that movie. Like there's no reason to deconstruct that, So I enjoyed it. I just wish that some things were different. I wish we would have got more of Isaiah's story.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to Isaiah Bradley. His character made me emotional. That whole storyline.
Yeah, me too.
And how Sam and him interacted. And this was a downgrade for me. I was really hoping they were going to do better for his character. in something that would lead up to like Isaiah's grandson, because they didn't even address that at all either.
No.
This wasn't anything for any forward momentum for Isaiah Bradley and his lineage, his grandson becoming a part of Young Avengers.
Nope, not at all.
There's no progress on Isaiah Bradley's story.
Question. Okay, let me answer a couple questions. Question, Enosh. My friend Lee liked the movie, and he did his review, and he got called a Disney shill for liking the movie. And why do people have a problem with someone liking it?
You can't like anything without being called a shill.
It's the same reason, dude. That it's like if I say, come on in.
Did someone knock?
I think so. Yeah, Shayna's come. Is it locked? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't lock her out. She's got drinks.
We're gonna have some fun. Hold on a second.
I was really tired, but if there's a drink, I might have a little more time in me.
Okay.
I am gonna pass out after the stream. I'm really tired.
You don't want to lock me out.
Hi. Never, my holy cow.
Hello.
Come on in.
Shayna is awesome.
Aw,
She's great.
thank you.
Yes. She needs. Yeah.
Who's here? Hi, guys.
Yes. There's lots of people here. Let me see if I could. Now I have to. Do you see what Enoch? Now I got to work for Enosh. Okay. This mouse does suck, Enosh. He was complaining about it. I can't do anything with it. I can't go to scroll to comment. Okay, there. All right. So, Tony, movie chappy, District 9, Neil Blomkamp fan. Okay.
Hi, guys.
I think you were asking Enosh. My friend liked the movie. Yeah. Anyone that likes anything's a show on the internet. Yes. All right. CGH. Secret Wars would bring them back. Oh, you could talk. We're talking about spoilers for Captain America: New World. She loved it. Best MCU
it was great.
movie.
It was
Oh,
good.
this you actually need to speak into here. I think.
Let me scoot forward.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. I thought I ran over your foot. No, I really liked Captain America. I didn't really have an emotional attachment to this one like the other movies, but it was good. It actually makes me want to go back and watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
I love that one.
Because I got about halfway through that and then dropped off. So
see, that's
it
why I
makes
think
me
this is a
want to go back and
downgrade for
rewatch
Isaiah
that.
Bradley, the movie. This one, because they didn't do well. I didn't do good enough with his character. There should be something really tying him to the. I mean, there was, but it's. I didn't like how they handled it, and then he also has a grandson. You saw that, at least that part.
Oh yeah.
And there's nothing there, you know.
I got a little. It was funny. I was Enosh and I were laughing during the movie because there was a couple spots where they basically had Captain America fight like he was a super soldier. And this captain is not a super soldier, so there was some kind of inconsistencies there that I was like, I know movies are not always realistic, especially because superheroes don't exist in real life, but still, it was just kind of like inconsistent. Like they forgot he wasn't Steve Rogers for a minute.
Yeah.
You know, but it was still a cool movie.
I enjoyed it.
I really liked Red Hulk.
Yes. I just don't like what they did with Ross altogether, though. Like Ross, And Enosh gave a great comment on like real life experience of someone could change, especially if you have a health issue, which is accurate. People change. It's just I kind of want to see the Ross being a dick and being a jerk and having ulterior motives, you know. And I was like, oh, I was really intrigued at the beginning of the movie. What is he up to? Why does he want to bring the Avengers back? I never thought it would be because he just wants to be a good guy and bring the Avengers back so his daughter likes him again for 2 seconds at the end of the movie.
Well, and then we're back to, you know, are there really any villains anymore? You know, did Enoch?
Oh, that's true. No.
I'm surprised.
My main problem with a lot of Hollywood movies is not like the wokeness or all that. It's really that I want some villains to be straight up villains.
Yeah.
You know, I like it when you understand them, but they don't have to do it for everything.
Yeah.
They don't have to redeem everyone all the time.
This is different being in here with you.
Yes.
I'm looking at
What
the
is
screen.
this? Is this the new Enoch? Is this the new Enoch? People work for him? Like he just leaves? What's happening here? I was gonna go to sleep soon. I'm like,
oh yes, no. Enoch never sleeps. We don't sleep. In
no,
this house.
Shayna knows. I was shocked. I really, no joke. I had to push him out of the toy store. I was like, really? We're gonna miss the movie? We're gonna miss other things? You have to physically remove him.
Well, just like he can have 4-hour streams, he can have
Yes,
4-hour conversations pretty easily in person too.
Let me know what you want, because he played an offensive drop towards me that I was really upset about. I don't like what he made fun of me, Shayna.
Ooh, I want to come to Australia.
Yes.
Can we go to
Is
Australia?
that for me? Oh, he's going to Hall.
Yeah.
You didn't even do. He didn't even film my Hall video for the thing, and he's showing him. Okay.
This isn't all the stuff I bought with you.
Okay. Oh, that's true. All right. Show it.
Okay.
People want to see.
Do you want me to move? Oh.
I
I
have
need
a
that.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I want one of. You didn't get one for me.
No,
I would
I did
put.
not.
You know.
Look at that. Is that not the coolest thing ever?
It is cool. I have to
That
go
is
back
cool.
and get one. If I go back there, I'm gonna get one of those.
Also, just because I don't know where to stream this, and I really like this movie, and I tried to find this years ago, and I couldn't find it. So look who's talking.
It's a good
There
movie.
we go.
What's with the babies? You want another baby or something? I don't know.
Then I got this.
Ew.
It's got the
Ew,
record
no.
in it. Droid World,
I look forward to
Jordan.
listening to that one.
right? And I have the other one that's right there. I've got that one right over here.
Yeah.
So I'll put that over there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, ma'am. Also, of course, because I don't have enough of these, I got a Boba Fett.
Oh, there we go. The camera.
He literally talks to Boba Fett about everyone
He
too.
comes with a gun. That's a good one.
Which is nice. It's endearing. He talks about Boba
You're
Fett all the
enjoying
time.
your day, things are going
I-
your way,
I don't
then
like-
along
I don't-
comes
I think-
Debbie Downer.
No, I complete fail on that. Like, okay, I appreciate.
Who
people
are
like,
you to tell me anything
Really,
is a complete
that's the
fail?
skit that you like, Debbie Downer? Come
Have
on,
you
Shane, do
seen
you like
the
Debbie
Debbie
Downer?
Downer
Do you even
skit
know
from
Debbie
Disney?
Downer?
Me?
Do you know Debbie Downer the
Yeah.
skit?
SNL.
And you like that one too?
Dude, have you
No. Were you doing a Debbie Downer there, or you were unsure? I can't figure it out.
have you ever seen the Debbie Downer sketch?
Yes.
The
It's a downer.
no.
Not in a fun way. It's just like, okay, this is the joke.
The Disney one, the
Exactly.
Disney trip?
Huh?
Have you seen the Disney one? Where
No,
they go to
okay.
Disney
He's gonna make me watch that before.
and
I
it
go to bed.
literally has
Oh, yeah.
Lindsay Lohan? Right, so.
Okay.
Okay, so check this out, though.
Debbie
Check this
Downer.
out. This is super cool. New Smallville Pops.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's,
first of all,
that's
let's
cool.
get Williams.
I don't care how many,
comment off
how
of
big
here.
of a cop.
And Williams
I
comment
send me
outta
the
here.
list, William.
We'll go to Australia. What
Yeah.
in the world's going on here?
I'm bringing him to Vegas.
Okay. This is the Smallville version of Doomsday.
That's cool. That's cool.
That is very
That's
cool.
nerd
and then,
approved.
And then look here, they have Kara and they have Clark in the red jacket, and I ordered those two because all they had was Doomsday.
Nobody needs, no matter how much pops you collect, nobody needs a Debbie Downer.
After
pop.
all, shut up, I do.
You can keep it.
And I will. But here's after all these years, for them to just randomly put out 3 new Smallville Pops, that's pretty cool. Then
Oh, Austin's here.
what up, Austin?
Hi, Austin.
Tell me what you want, Austin.
Cyborg
I got a list for William,
Superman Pop.
myself, and Austin. Yes. Austin, I'm already going to Vegas to hang out with William to deliver some packages. I'm
you
leaving
go.
early in the morning with. I have. Oh, this. Oh, he doesn't want the Smallville.
Of
Oh.
course he doesn't. He doesn't have taste. And then
Does anyone want Debbie Downer?
check this
I'll
out.
take that one.
I got the false god statue of Superman from BVS.
I
at
saw it
regular
first.
price.
He stole it from me.
Ooh,
He's a bad toy hunter. I saw it and he grabbed it right in front of me. I had it in my hands
That's cool.
and he stole it.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're testing my patience.
Oh, here. Why don't I let you get back in here?
You're testing my patience.
Why don't you drink about it?
When are no, I would like to, Austin. I want to. I can make it this far in a car. I don't like to fly, and I have family obligations and pets. And then if I go to Vegas without my wife, that's not going to fly. I got to take. If I ever get to Vegas, I'm taking my wife, and then I got to get people to watch the pets. It's going to be more expensive. I got to get in a flight, and I have to take off more time at work. I could do like a 3-day weekend in Michigan, you know, and that's justified. But I would love. I do want to get there one day. I have a lot of people I want to see in Vegas. You, Bradley, William, somewhat William. No, I definitely.
I met William. I went into his place, and I have video evidence. And Austin is here, so now I also have physical evidence from a person that is here. That I totally won an argument over him in his own comic book shop. Love you, William.
William was speechless.
And remember, I've been much
I was
closer,
there.
William, still to your stuff than you've ever been to mine.
Not anymore.
And I've got my eyes on not gonna do anything. This guy
I
right here.
know I'm joking mostly, but there's like
Mostly.
I think I could get something out of here, and he wouldn't even know. I think.
You'd have to
I'm
stuff
not
it in
gonna
a
do it. I'm
place
not
you
gonna
might
do
not want
I
to.
would know.
No, I don't. I know.
No, I would know.
think the thing
Here's
that
what
would
people
stop
don't
me is
realize
Shayna
about
being
Enosh.
upset.
This is what people don't realize about Enosh's toy room.
Yeah.
Enosh knows every toy here, and I could pretty much go through and
He
explain to you
could.
where I got the toy, how I got the toy.
I got Enosh a hot toy
You
as a
did.
gift, and once I saw no get it. What I was gonna say, and then he showed me what you got him, and I would rather have that than the hot toy, honestly. I
Have
mean
you
the hot toys.
seen those though?
No, I mean they're amazing. Yes, I've seen, but that.
Oh, you're talking about what I got him?
Oh, that's freaking awesome!
Oh,
I was so jealous.
I was
Darnish.
proud of that one.
Wow, this is cool.
You have to open it.
I was like, that's the thing though. I do get extremely jealous here. I do. I would totally. The two things that I would take for here, honestly, if I was going to be that bad of a friend, I'm not going to do it. I'm joking. I would take this, and then Shayna would actually literally kill me because that's probably one of the first things she got him. And
Yeah,
then
It is.
I
It's the
think
first.
that-
and
It's
then
the first Christmas gift she ever
Christmas
bought.
and then the
Yeah.
George Lucas Stormtrooper is the two things I would take. Those are the so.
Well, I sent you a
But
link
I'm not
to the
gonna
Storm-
take it
I
'cause
sent
that
you a
would be
link to
cruel.
the George Lucas Stormtrooper.
Yeah. So no, yeah, that's actually affordable though. I love
Pretty
that
cool.
figure, even though I don't collect figures. Yeah. So.
No, hey, I love. I love collecting, man, and I love.
Yes, we know.
You know, I love
More
I love
than I
having fun.
do. Like I love collecting stuff too, but you get some stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, but it's all in good fun.
Yeah, and then you said, "What's the impression of the room?"
The what? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I asked you what your
And I
impression
said
of-
it's smaller than I was expecting, Enosh, but you know how to use it. He really knows how to pack this room and fill it.
There's room for more in here. There's a few nooks.
What?
There's a few nooks and crannies in here.
Yeah, no. I mean,
know, you're talking
this room.
metaphors.
I
But
thought
I
this room
have
was.
plans to fill those nicks and crannies.
I thought this room was huge on camera. It's a decent sized room, but I was like, wow, you really filled it. You know how to fill it.
Mm-hmm.
You placed everything nicely. It's good. It's
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
It's all displayed. Now, here's a question for you,
Yeah.
because I always get laughed at, and even Shayna thinks it's amazing as she watches old videos of how I always seem to have a prop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Does it kind of make a little bit more sense now?
Yes.
Because stuff is just there.
It's just
Yeah.
there and he grabs it because he's like, oh, hey, this is relevant to what I'm saying right now. Or I'm going to make it relevant because it's here.
I mean, I should be, gosh darn it.
Yeah.
You have a lot of
But
stuff.
okay, so I give Captain America 7 out of 10. What did you give Captain America?
Out of 10 now?
Yeah, out of 10.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different scale. It used to be out of 5, so I have to rethink this.
Well, I mean, it's not really that bad. I mean, if it was a 1 out of 5, it's a 2 out of 10.
8. 8 out of 10 because
That's generous.
I had a couple issues, but mostly I really liked it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I would watch it again. Mm-hmm.
I think it's rewatchable. I think it's
Yeah.
fun. I like Sam Wilson. I like the Hulk scene. I was really disappointed in Ross and Isaiah Bradley's storyline. And that Betty scene was so lame that I wish they didn't even include it. And that's sad to say because I like Liv Tyler. I'm not like my
Yeah.
pal Brian. Shout out to Brian, Master of None.
Brian, Master of None, bro.
But he doesn't like her as Betty. He likes that other girl, Jennifer Connelly. Listen, they're both good Bettys, you know.
Jennifer Connelly is hot.
Yes. Yeah, but so is
Okay,
Liv
listen.
Tyler.
No.
So
You don't
is Liv
understand.
Tyler.
Every
I
time I
know.
walk into a Target, still at 48 years old, I still think of career opportunities in Jennifer Connelly's first movie. And oh my God, she was
Oh,
hot
I
in
need
that
to
movie.
find that VHS.
Dude, you don't even know as a young man. And I love blondes, but Jennifer Connelly in that movie, riding that horse, that little
Shana, did you- there's
horse
some
that you put a
stuff-
quarter into.
Our hunt. There's some stuff on there. There's some there's some juicy stuff about some magazines.
Shifty Gizm knows.
So you
Oh.
might want to watch.
Shifty Gizm. Are you kidding? You don't.
I know.
Why do you think I'm with this girl? This girl is so super cool and
I already
like.
know it
Are
all.
you kidding? We'd walk past the Playboys and I'd probably have to tell her, "Come on, get away
They
from
were
the
all getting
Playboys."
on me. I'm like, I didn't own them. I appreciate
Tell
the.
me
I
to get
appreciate
away
the.
from 'em? Probably.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Paul Bettany is lucky
I've
to
never
have
s-
her.
I've never seen.
Oh,
Are they
Career
actually married?
Opportunities.
Is she with Jennifer? Or is he with Jennifer Connelly?
I didn't know that.
Wow.
I think I might have heard that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Career opportunities changed me as a young man.
Yeah.
It definitely did.
I've never seen it.
I've
No?
seen clips. I've
Do
seen
you
the
even know what
clips.
it's about?
I've seen
Maybe
the clips
career
on.
opportunities.
I've seen the clips on X when she's riding a
That little electronic horse.
Yeah, the horse.
That that used to be like outside of stores like Kmart and stuff like that. One of those.
Yeah.
She's riding one of those horses
And that's the.
in the movie,
Yeah.
and she has a white wife beater tank top on, and it's Jennifer Connelly. Okay, so and blue jeans. And here's the whole thing. The whole premise is she stays in a Target after it gets closed.
Mm.
Oh.
And the guy who works there, the night shift, discovers her.
Oh.
And there's
okay.
this whole thing. There's this whole thing with some. I think it's the mob or something like that. She got in some trouble. It's
If
so
you don't
weird.
push,
Droga.
I wish I was that. Yeah. I mean, who's here's going to disagree with Droga's comment, though?
I mean, really, I feel like we should be paying him a
But-
super chat.
No, but if you go to a toy store with Enosh, you'll end up trapped in a store too. If you don't push them out, you'll be there past closing.
I've
Maybe.
closed down a lot of places.
No, I know. I could tell.
Mhm.
I'm like, really?
Depends on who's there and who wants to talk.
Yeah.
But listen,
Yeah.
I've been saying this though for so long, and I'm just so glad that other people like come here to the lounge, come here, see me, hang out with me, experience the fun and the joy. And we've had so much good times with Rhea and Max this week. And when Shayna and I went to Vegas this last summer, and we got to see Austin and Bradley and even William. I love William, by the way. I know we
was a
tease
fun
William
trip.
on the show, but I love William. But I say all that because
I mostly.
I
Most of the time.
just say that because like it's nice to be able to see people come and like actually see who you are. You know?
No, there's no difference.
He's
Like,
the same.
I
He's
was
the same
like,
person.
no
isn't he?
wonder when I ended up
Yep.
on the lounge, and I was like, when does this end? When does this end? Now I understand. I was here. I was like, what time is it?
Welcome
What
to my
happened?
life.
There's
Oh,
like
is it
three-
still
My-
It's the John Campia show.
No, I thought you did it on purpose. I was gonna.
Huh?
I'm like, why?
That's
why
a,
is this-
well, it's because I put it on a different
Oh.
media asset.
That's so funny.
Because I did that drop earlier. That's hilarious.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. Now we're back to
This
being
is-
Poindexter Lounge.
Yeah. Well, John Campy's gonna come back here, drop a hundy.
He might.
No, he's not.
Just liking to tease everybody a little bit, just tickling it a little bit.
Tickle what? When's that happening? I didn't get my. do I
The
have to
stream
take-
has to end at some point.
Okay. How long are we going?
I don't know.
I said I was going for like 30 minutes.
This is like the shortest hour and a half I think I've.
No, we could keep. I mean, we could go a little more. I am really tired.
I'm
of
getting
him
there. I'm
talking
getting there. But
about toys. No, I'm
I-
tired because I had fun. I'm tired. I'm really.
if there's
tired.
a Doctor Doom mask there, find it and put it on.
Listen, I'm a very attractive man. Well, I'm sick of your audience saying put the mask back on.
Nothing ever ends well
And
when
s-
someone
and say-
starts their sentence with, I'm a very attractive man.
And saying I have a voice for radio. Oh my god. I don't
Thank
get
you,
I,
Austin.
I thought the
Love you,
lounge was
brother.
a place for nerds where I could be loved, but all this put the mask on. I'm not putting the mask. I'll bring it next time. I'll bring it next time. For a little. I'll do it for something. Maybe I'll get some discounts at the Mega Mall if my
So
mask.
we were in Vegas. We were having some fun. And I tell you what, Austin, that was so much fun partying with you and Bradley and just having fun and hanging out. Yeah, hanging out was a blast. Having hours long conversations at the hotel was super fun. Even though for some of them you were fighting to stay awake. I do believe you might have a couple of pictures of me in various stages of
I have some pictures.
passing out. Here, yeah.
I took a lot of evidence. For some reason, the DL footage is lost. I don't understand, but I have some stuff for of Enosh. You're actually doing good for my channel. The shorts I said you should have released already. One's up to like 800 views.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
You don't listen to me. People don't listen to me.
Back.
Yeah, I made him record some shorts, Shayna. I'm like, you don't just live stream anymore. You got to do shorts. You got to reaction. You two need to react together.
Diversify.
Can you react to some trailers? Not right now, but you need to be.
What
reactors.
if we did right now?
I mean, it's your stream.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I am not promising anyone that you're getting in tonight. Okay?
I'll let you in. I'm not.
I'm going to do a call-in show.
I don't want to talk.
We are going to go old school.
I am going to go to sleep at some point real quick soon here.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Just for a couple. We're not gonna.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be.
You know
here
what?
Like for
Someone
4 hours.
said like a super sticker or something for this to open the link. Come on, everyone, support this man. He's back. I mean, no, but don't break the bank. It's inflation and tariffs and stuff. If you're in Canada, but that's the CGH. That's our Canadian. But
I became too patriotic for Canada on Facebook. Sorry about that, Enosh.
Show some,
dude. It's
show
all
some
right
love.
because
I'm not.
I kind of became quite patriotic for the United States of America in some points this last couple weeks. It's all right. We still love each other. It's all good.
See,
I love Canada.
These broke Canadians.
I love Canada, and I don't blame Canada one effing bit that I met Tiffany in Canada.
Sorry.
I don't blame you, CJH.
No,
Maybe it is all your fault. Darn Canadians.
CGH has
You should be our 51st state for what you've done to my life.
gosh.
No.
Doesn't even make any
We
sense.
don't cover politics. Shh.
Oh, that's right.
That's true.
I'm not even covering politics. I'm being stupid.
CGH has had a package that he.
Whoa,
will
whoa,
not-
whoa.
I'm not talking about a Canadian's package. I'm talking about a shipping package of stuff for me, nerd stuff, for like 2 years.
So his
And
package
he's
is
like,
for you.
He's like, there might be some fees sending it to Canada and the United States. And now there's really going to be fees. I'm never getting that package. And he's talking about being broke. Okay. I'm going to be sending him a package, and I'm going to have to put money in the package just to get my package. That's what I'm going to do that, though.
Wait, hold on. Do the packages ever
And he said,
touch?
no, not this Canadian. No.
Do they-
he
do
won't
they
even let me
pass
on his
each other
couch.
in the night?
He won't even let me on his couch. I said, can I visit Canada? I'd like to meet you. He's like, no, I don't have a room. Sorry. He said it's boring here. He says, I'm in the boring part of Canada, Nova Scotia, and there's nothing.
Do you want me to post that?
I know.
No?
But that was hilarious. No, I don't have room. I don't have room.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't have room.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then I gotta,
So
then I gotta
again,
figure things out here.
I'm going to post right now the link.
Yeah.
You are welcome to try to get in. Okay. I'm sure we will do this again. Right.
I'm not promising anything.
Hey, Shiftygism. That's a great pun because a lot of people won't get that. That's awesome, by the way. So I'm going to post the link again. I am not guaranteeing anybody that you're getting in. Okay. So please know that if you do try to get in, we'll see how the night goes. We'll see how the next little while goes. But I'm tired. He's tired. She's tired. We're all tired. But we're here having fun. But we're here having some fun. So let's do this.
Is there a drink for me?
Oh, yes.
Right here. Dude, there's
Oh,
a whole thing full of
How
drinks.
rude. You didn't give him one.
I know.
Because I just got one.
Rude.
Because, well, I got one.
I have brought
Oh.
for you.
Yes, Coors Light, really cold.
You're
This
welcome.
they could have got this cold just going it's really cold in Michigan.
It
It
is
couldn't be
really
like this
cold.
cold walking from the car to the front door.
It definitely stayed cold.
Yes.
After I got it.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much.
So
Shane.
there
I
you go.
appreciate
There's the link. Now, this is what we're gonna do here. I am going to.
Yeah, I really like Coors Light.
Do you?
Oh yeah, I like. Oh, someone's here already. I heard someone popping in.
Oh, did you? Okay, hold on a second.
I do have to be honest. I haven't eaten.
Okay.
And I dumped all my stuff on the stairs and ran down here. So like.
Oh,
there's
okay.
still
Well, we
stuff
can
on the
switch.
stairs.
Yeah, because I was gonna. I was
switch
gonna
me
show some of
out.
this video. Yep, absolutely.
I might pop back in a minute.
Yeah, when I
Okay,
go to bed.
Absolutely. Bring a chair.
I am tired.
It's
I
about to
can't-
get
it's hard
fun
to-
though. It's about to get fun though
Okay,
because
okay.
you're drinking a Coors Light, and yeah. Where's my headphones? Oh, here they are. Okay. Are y'all ready for this? So, like I said, I just kind of wanted to show you guys this because this is some history.
We're watching this again. No.
Yeah, no, we're not watching it again.
Give me my.
We're not gonna watch all
Watch
like.
the
all-
ads, please. Don't skip that ad. Do not skip.
I skipped your ad. Ha ha ha. All right, President.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Tell
We
me-
see now who's in the
Private
back.
chat. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want.
Okay.
Oh
so,
God! Don't let the other broke guy in here. Don't let him in here.
So check this out, guys. Let me bring this in. This. Ooh, where's the
We can't
sound?
hear it.
Yeah, where's the sound?
Stop the screen.
Okay, hold on. Oh, that's why.
There's, he's really rusty.
Completely rebuilt the original 77 line and all that.
Why do you make me watch my old videos?
I don't know. Because we should.
It's just the figures. I don't have space for the vehicles. I have.
This is the night that I met
I've
Max.
got the full 77 line.
Whoops, it's not in there.
Our whole house has become
Watch
a
how
museum.
quick it
People
takes
come
a
over and
camper
like,
tour.
wait a
Oh,
second.
no.
We knew you had stuff, but we didn't know you had stuff. Like people tell me that
William,
it's like
you're
like
welcome.
Max
I brought
said,
it
like
back for you.
we got stuff in our bedroom. My wife keeps all her stuff. I got 3 sons, 17, 15, and 14, and they all collect
Max.
with us. We all do it together. So we go places together. We go to Comic Cons and we go, we got our little places
Why
that
is
we
that
go
come
to
clear?
and stuff to
You have the
stuff
audio
like
coming out of your
we just
laptop.
hit and
Yeah, that's weird.
so we do this together. We've been doing
It's
it
not going
together
through
for a
your
while
headset.
now, and yeah. So this is my room, and my wife has been working at home the last 3 months, and so she's been working in here. She kind
I
of
don't
took
know.
over my
I know
office.
what I did. It's because it's
But
been
she
so
loves
long.
it.
that,
She's a big nerd as I am. So
Good stuff. Dude, I love the shuttle. I had one of those as a kid.
Oh, Tiberium.
Oh yeah, Imperial shuttle. I had one of those as a kid. I got it for Christmas one year.
the Imperial.
That was like, dude. Oh man,
Okay, now it's
last year got it from a guy.
nice.
Hey,
This is glitching.
We're just having some fun.
It's a-
Look,
no,
I'm
it's
trying to
all-
regain
no,
control. We're
it's
just
all-
having some fun. And then
Just
you
take us
start-
through the whole room.
Yeah.
This is like,
I
this
was
is the
mad.
stream right here.
I am.
William, he turned over my stream.
Enosh.
Oh,
Hey,
is
send
that?
me some of those Legos if you
Um,
have too many. So.
Hey, Enoch, question. The
Who is that
Falcon
in the lower
years
left
of-
corner? Is that Enoch?
So that
Oh my
is,
goodness.
That is me.
2008,
Wow.
Legacy
You
Falcon.
look like Kenny Omega.
That was a grail.
Wait,
You know who else I look?
Wait a
I
minute.
look a lot like
Is that Vader's
AJ
TIE
Styles.
Fighter above
That
your
too.
head?
I was gonna say AJ Styles too.
Is that Vader's
Yeah.
TIE Fighter above?
The TIE
William,
Fighter
are you
and
happy
the,
that I
the
brought
TIE Advance.
Enosh back?
No,
to
Vader's.
YouTube?
Vader's TIE Fighter.
Yeah, now put the mask back on.
Are you
Is that
one of those
vintage?
why? I'm all right.
Let's see which one.
Are you really?
No,
is
I'm
that
just
what you're
kidding.
Yeah, I got the big one.
I know.
Hold on a second.
It was a gimmick. How old is this video?
Collection. I'd love to see those.
So this was 2020. So this was like April of
6 scale,
2020.
so like Hot Toys, Sideshow.
Oh, it's only 5 years ago.
No.
Yeah.
I haven't really done the
What
side.
time? There's a lot of time
Hot
between
Toys
there.
stuff, the side stuff.
These are YouTube years.
That's
That's the
just-
thing.
it
4
gets to be
years,
pretty
5 years
good.
ago,
Yeah.
you know, it's like feels like nothing.
And
But
so
when you look
you
back on
wouldn't know
what I
YouTube and your content,
But I'm
4 or 5 years is an eternity.
So,
Austin's here.
What's up, guys?
it's
Here.
kinda
What's
funny,
up,
like,
Austin?
a couple years ago-
Wait,
What's up, guys?
Joe?
That is
Joe
Joe.
is here.
Hi.
Always the kid who took
Hey,
care of
Joe,
my
I
stuff.
miss you.
Hey, it's an honor to meet you, Crazy Joe. I've heard a lot about you.
Oh,
Yeah, because you got get compared with each other. That's why.
I see the icon, but I don't know the name.
William.
No, I know you,
No.
William.
Oh,
The
I
guy,
thought you said you saw an icon. I'm like, yeah, I am an
William
icon.
just assumes that everybody's talking to him, that
You
he's the
said
most
icon.
important person in the room.
You literally said my name.
William.
My position.
Know me. Know my name in the Sci-Fi Center.
But you said I see a legend. I'd have been like, okay, I'm here.
William's just upset he lost the argument.
I don't even
Vegas.
remember what
And
you
it-
guys were talking about. I don't even. I remember
we were schooling
Can we
you
put this on the screen
in
now?
James Gunn. We were schooling you in James Gunn.
Okay, that sounds just as silly as I don't even
Hashtag
remember
gun
the
nut.
conversation. I'm not an anti-gun guy. I don't know what
I really did take you guys on like a full tour of the whole freaking
I know.
house.
I was really upset. I'm like, I can't talk about anything now.
But honestly, I did
I
not
got
know
those
we
glasses.
were live.
I
did
just
not
picked
know-
up those glasses, those 77s.
Oh, did
from
you?
Burger King. Yeah, I have the original glasses in mint condition.
This is Enosh.
This is
every
AJ Styles
meeting.
doing the review of the Poindexter Lounge.
AJ Styles, isn't he that guy from Rocky 6 who like got Rocky to sign the contract?
No.
Hmm.
No, AJ Styles is a wrestler.
Oh.
This is Enosh to any person that like looks at him or waves. Hey, let me give you a toy.
That's a lot of toys.
He told people. He told everyone we had YouTube channels. I'm like, I never do this.
No, that's not true. I had a conversation with a lady at the Mega Mall about the fact that about collecting, and I mentioned the fact that I had the channel and that we did reviews and different things like that, and then turns out her husband is the owner of the place, and so like at the end of the day, we're checking out, and cashing out, and he's wanting to talk to me about the channel and stuff. Like he's wanting to do like live remotes from the collectibles place. Like I'm like,
I might
that
have
might
to
be
come
cool.
back, or you'll do it on your own, or something. I can
Right.
help if I come back. I guess.
Right.
There's some tapes I left there. I couldn't buy all the tapes that I wanted.
See, and here's the thing, Max. Right now, we're watching this. You're right in front of it.
You really wouldn't notice if I took one thing.
I would.
No, you would not.
That's why you take
You're so-
everything.
you're so
Don't take
full.
one thing. Take
No,
everything.
That's why you take everything.
I wouldn't take.
Right, Austin? That makes no sense.
Leave him nothing.
I wouldn't take
What-
it because listen, he's a man. I'm not afraid of Enosh. Okay.
That's why I sent them.
Damn.
I am afraid of
Fuck
Shayna.
you.
He said, "I'm not afraid of Enosh." All right, well let's see a wrestling match right now.
I did not know she was behind me, so I'm afraid.
Thank you.
that
Not
Shayna will
afraid.
come after
You
me
wanna
if
wrestle?
I do anything to.
You want to
harm
wrestle?
me.
You want to
Yeah,
wrestle?
no, I've heard about you, Crazy
style
Joe.
where they
Wrestle.
plow the
Like
fields.
it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, I didn't get your name.
I'm Tony Movie Chappie. I'm on the Sci-Fi Channel a lot, but yeah, most people they call me Chappie.
Tony Movie Chappie D9 Blom.
Just call him Chappie because you'll forget the rest.
No,
of it.
they call me Chappie. They call me Chappie. That's my
They just
nickname.
call you Chappie.
Yes.
That's good to know.
District 9.
Bro, you could have told me that months ago when I was like stumbling over here. I'm just messing with you.
Shout out to Joe is the first.
Hey,
friend
it's
that
it's
offered
an
me a
honor
couch.
being on here
Now
because
Enosh.
sorry.
Oh, go. I'm sorry.
And I noticed everything you took from my house, Max.
No, you still don't.
Yes,
you
I
don't
did.
know.
Can I ask you all
Yes,
a
I
question?
did.
Can I-
Charged me for
Hey,
some of that stuff.
Can I ask you guys all a question? Have you guys all seen the Masters of the Universe pictures?
Yeah.
Okay, can we talk about
Have they
Masters of
shot
the
it
Universe?
yet?
They're shooting it right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
okay.
what Idris Elba. That one kid Nicholas did. He's pretty. He's pretty.
Beefed up, man. He looks great, but I have concerns because the story, I guess, is saying that it takes place on Earth, at least at first. That like he was sent to Earth as a child and he doesn't know that he's He-Man, but the sorceress like foretold that he would be He-Man, but like the whole thing of his mom being from Earth is still there. So they send him to Earth. He doesn't know who he is. And the pictures, I can pull them up if you haven't seen them, but the pictures have him like in a pink dress shirt. So
Yeah.
he looks like Prince Adam, right? From the show in the pink. And then at one point they literally have him laughing doing the meme.
So it's basically like the canon films one again.
I can't lie.
No, I'm concerned.
Which
and-
it's
and
okay
also,
because
like,
I
okay
have
at the
a
same
soft
time.
spot for
I'm
the
not-
Dolph. Well,
I'm
I
not
have
even a
soft-
little bit concerned because it's Travis Knight.
It's He-Man. It's He-Man. You have to take it for what it is.
Right.
If you go into He-Man looking for the Godfather and just not having the fun, you're already losing. So
Like I
it's
have a
the
soft
cheesiest
spot for
cartoon
the
ever
Dolph.
made, and the live action should be just that kind of fun. I enjoyed the Dolph Lundgren one for 1987.
Yeah, me too.
That's
I'll be
actually
honest
ahead
with
of
you.
its
I'll be
time.
honest with you. I rewatched that with Shayna just a few months ago, right, babe? Holy crap! I just turned around and like he's gone. What happened?
Well, he's executing the order he was been given prior to.
I was just gonna say, like, so the guy that they have playing He-Man, he really beefed up. Like, he looks really good. Like I said, the only thing that I'm concerned about is like the fact that they just keep going back to Earth. I hope that the whole movie doesn't revolve around Earth. You know, I hope that they get him back to Eternia.
I mean, it could be like the Dolph Lundgren one. That's what I'm thinking.
But see, that's the thing is like I really was hoping that they wouldn't go there again because what we really want to see is It is as He-Man fans.
But we have that in the cartoon, the newest cartoon show.
But see, that's the thing. That's what we want in live action. If you ask any He-Man fan what they want to see in a live action movie, you basically want Lord of the Rings meets Conan Barbarian meets Star Wars.
Okay, that's
what
too heavy.
He-Man is.
But it's not that
How
heavy.
is that
though.
too heavy, dude?
Well, Lord of the Rings. That's all the money.
There's a lot of
I'm not.
sorcerers.
No. Wait. I'm not saying that it has to be like Lord of the Rings. I'm saying that like you have a sorceress, you have a king, you have an evil overlord in Skeletor.
Chronicles of Narnia.
Trying to rule the land. Yeah.
Right. You have Castle Grayskull.
Well,
you
have all those things,
Snake
but I
Mountain. I mean, it should be more. It should be more of that fantasy thing of like Dungeons and Dragons or something like that.
Fantasy mixed with sci-fi. That's what it's supposed to be.
I just hope they keep the tone of He-Man. Like I said, I don't know.
Hey, look, Enoch, it's all about execution. If it's executed well, then I think it'll be okay.
Me too.
I don't want to see Braveheart.
I have definitely said that. I've definitely said that the story could be fine. It could be a thing where like he was just sent to Earth and hopefully they figure it out right away.
Well, he touches the sword and then bam, there you go.
Right. I'm really hoping that that's the case and that it brings it back to Eternia. I'm hoping that the problem doesn't happen where like Skeletor now comes to Earth and we have that whole thing again because we don't need to see He-Man fighting Skeletor on Earth again.
The reason they did it
in '87, you didn't have the technology to do an Eternia,
right?
So I think it'll be a lot more. I think they'll end up back in Castle Grace. They have to. I mean, you got the sorceress there. She generally doesn't leave the castle, so if she's involved, she's going to be there.
Yeah, that casting is great.
Marina Baccarin. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude! When they
Alison Brie is going to be that sorceress, man. That's great casting.
No, that's Marina. I thought it's Marina Baccarin's going to be the sorceress.
Marina Baccarin's the sorceress. Alison Brie's Evil Lynn.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, Alison Brie's Evil
Lynn. The reason the Canon movie took place on Earth is because Canon was, penny pinchers. And they were trying to save money. So.
Except for Excalibur.
Look, I do think Idris Elba is Man at Arms, and I think that's great casting. That's going to be.
Yeah, I know there was some controversy. Did you guys hear about the controversy about that?
Why?
Oh, I'm sure because he's black.
Yeah,
Eternia. There's a green and yellow cat there too. That a guy with a skeleton head and a human body.
Here's the thing. All the people online going, but Tila's his daughter and she's a redhead. She's also freaking adopted. Tell me you're not a real Masters of the Universe fan without telling me.
In the original continuity, it was hinted that Fisto was actually her father.
How
exactly?
Are they gonna is he in this movie?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. That blew me away that they actually cast Fisto.
But I don't think he's going to be
the name. Or are we just keeping it?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be Man at Arms' brother this time.
Well,
around,
dude, did you watch?
His name
watch
is
the Netflix cartoon? He literally delivered the line, "I want to fist him."
I'm sorry, Adam. I fisted as much as I could. Yeah,
I fisted as much as I could. Well. Look at her face. I'm sorry. Look.
That's gonna be as bad as when they do the toys, the Wicked toys, and Wicked.com. It's like
Wicked.com.
That
was the dumbest thing ever, wasn't it, William?
Yeah, I can't believe
that's a massive.
I have those boxes because I had already bought them for my daughter.
So
you just take a Sharpie and you just scratch out the.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, Joe. Joe, this has nothing to do with you or your daughter, but it is kind of comical because like we all know what it is, and it's
Yeah.
dear Lord, who makes that mistake?
Well, I mean, who made the Little Mermaid mistake? I just found out about that this week.
That's true. I bought her the video cassette.
1989.
Oh, the
VHS
wiener box?
release. Yeah,
Yeah.
the wiener box. And
It's a little like
had
dildo.
I just found out about that this week.
I bought it for her.
And I was like, how did this get past anyone? You know, like I want to know the story. Was not.
Like I said, don't
It's
Google,
the
don't
80s.
Google
What do you
Fisco when that
expect?
figure comes out.
Oh, I'm sorry, by the way. The question was asked earlier what I thought about Thunderbolts and everything. Look, Thunderbolts could be really cool. I like those characters in the movies that they're in. I'm not sure that I'm going to like those characters altogether, but I think it's going to be fun. I do think it's going to be fun. As long
That's
as
kind
they
of
don't
where
go
I'm at.
stupid with it, you know, I think it's going to be okay.
They
But
took the best elements out of some bad shows because
Right.
The best thing about Black Widow was the characters that you're going to see in
Yeah.
Thunderbolts. Wyatt Russell needs to play U.S. agent as long as they will allow him to. I love him in that role. This movie looks like a lot of fun. I mean, we haven't even seen that much of the Sentry yet. And it looks like they're going to go full on, Void Potential with him. So it's that movie and then Fantastic Four for me. Fantastic Four, if everything else sucks and I enjoy Fantastic Four like I think I'm going to, I don't even care what else comes out in 2025, to be honest with you.
Well, let's talk Fantastic Four. So
That trailer looks really good.
the
I'm
trailer
impressed.
looks really good. I've seen a lot of people making fun of the Thing, but the Thing looks amazing.
Looks exactly like Jack Kirby drew him.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, I think
like
it's
Jack
the
Kirby.
head. It's the head that people don't like. They
It
think
is
it's
because
too small.
it looks like it's compressed, but that's the way he drew it.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
I will still say this. That like bootleg, Harvey
Corman.
Roger Corman?
Right. The Thing in that, even though he's the suit, it reminds me a lot of the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie.
Ooh.
And what do you mean?
Hey, those are good movies, man. Come on, what are you doing?
William, I'm going to tell you right now, that is banning kind of talk right there, dude. This is one of the greatest movies that were ever fucking made.
Henson, man, Henson, my
Let me
boy.
go put my hands on my last Ronin to spare me from this cuddly. Stop it! Just
Teenage
you
Mutant
talking about
Ninja
Fantastic
Turtles,
Four.
the movie.
That's because the turtles are from.
Go ninja, go ninja, go. Go ninja,
And I
go.
will
Okay,
say
all
that
right.
was the
I'm going
problem
to
that I
throw
had
up
with
on
the
this
Thing.
tree.
No.
Okay, nobody's.
Eno's playing right
Hold
now.
on.
I can't hear
Say,
it. I can hear it.
Shayna, you say what you were going to say.
I had a problem with the Thing in the trailer because he looks too CGI, too like fake in comparison to his cast members. And
Who?
if they had just done practical effects for him, I think that
I
it
thought they
would've looked
did.
A lot better.
Some of it is.
For
Some of it
who?
is.
Yeah, they blend it. It's an overlay. He has a costume. He has a costume, and then they do CGI overlay. So when he's moving, it's a little bit easier.
But again, this right here is one of the greatest movies ever made.
Yes,
so shut
preach.
the heck up, dude. Like seriously, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I'm not talking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze. Go Ninja, Go Ninja, Go. That has its own merits, but it is not this movie. This
My-
movie
my,
right here changed the game.
The
This
original
movie
one's
right
a 90s
here-
classic.
This is a classic, dude. If you say you don't like this movie, you're just saying, I don't want people to think I have good taste in movies.
My
Like-
my
Oh,
straight
oh,
my
the
straight
serious-
man
okay.
crush is in that movie.
Hmm?
My straight man crush is in that movie.
Who's that?
Sam Rockwell.
Really?
Yeah.
I can quote, listen, it's so crazy. I can quote this movie like probably more than any movie because this was one of the first movies that I actually bought myself on VHS. So I watched this movie as a kid over and over and over again because I had spent my own money on it. That and Batman 89, so. it
Are
is
you
what it is.
concerned that Max hasn't returned?
Max
I'm a little
wrote in the
concerned.
chat that he's
Yeah,
like
Max, he said, I came to enjoy the course.
Are you still in the restroom?
Something I've learned is you don't rush a man who says he has to use the restroom. You just leave him alone.
He's
until-
pulling up a U-Haul. Is what he's doing.
I got the
Hey,
impression he's
Joe.
not coming back from the chat there.
Hey, Joe, what did you think of Captain
Judith
America 4?
Judith Hogue.
Oh,
is
I
April
really
hold on,
enjoyed it.
wait, just a second. Judith Hogue is April O'Neil. I've met that woman. I've hugged that woman. That woman has done a promo for the Poindexter Lounge.
Oh my God, that's great.
Judith Hogue is an amazing person. And I'll tell you what, she's like the twin. She's like the twin heart of what's her name from Back to the Future, Leah Thompson.
Oh, Leah Thompson is the sweetest celebrity I've ever met.
They are. Leah Thompson hugged me.
Yep.
When I met Leah Thompson, we got a picture and everything, and then I told her as she was walking back behind the thing, I said, "Hey, I said, thank you so much for being so sweet and nice." I said, my boys, they love Back to the Future. They had just discovered Howard the Duck. Like they watched
Howard
Jaws
the Duck,
3,
the masterpiece.
Right? Oh, I love Howard the Duck. Look, I got Howard the Duck like right here somewhere on VHS. But seriously, like I just said to her, and check this out. I gotta blow me up for this.
Yeah.
I said to her, hey, you know what? Just thank you, because my boys have watched your movies, and I said, and my boys talk about it all the time. They can't wait to share Back to the Future with their kids one day. They can't wait to share these movies with their kids one day.
And Howard the Duck.
And Howard the Duck. They liked Howard
She
the Duck.
wants you sharing Howard the Duck? She wants you sharing that?
Yes. She loves Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck was a fun movie.
It's an atrocity.
Remember the Howard the Duck song that she sings at the end of the movie?
Howard the Duck.
I asked her.
Don't feel it.
I asked her if she sings.
Straight into my heart.
I asked her if she sings that to her husband.
Ooh.
I asked her if she sings that to her husband because her husband is Howard Deutsch, the director. And I'm like, do you go home and like sing that song to your husband, like Howard the Deutsch? And she's like, no, but I'm going to start now that you suggested.
That's awesome. But I'll tell you what, man, I said that to her. Listen, I said that to her. I said, thank you, because my boys really love your movies and they can't wait to share them with their kids. And I said, just thank you for being so cool. And she just looked at me. She looked up at me and she went, aw, can I hug you? And I went, yeah. And she came in, and I remember her giving me this hug, and my whole family was looking at me while I'm hugging Leah Thompson.
That's so great.
And she's got her arms fully just like wrapped around me. And that was when I was a bigger guy, I was like 400 pounds, right? And she's just got her arms wrapped around me, and she's just like snuggled up into me. And all I can think the entire time is, oh my God, I'm hugging Marty's mom.
Yeah, I
and I just said to her, I said, thank you so much. And she said, yeah. And I was just like, that was fantastic. And then when I met Judith Hogue, it was like she had the same twin flame spirit, man. She was awesome.
Yeah, Leah Thompson, I met her when I was out of work. I had just been laid off from a job. Ooh. And I had a Back to the Future poster that I was trying to get the whole cast to sign, and I didn't have her signature on it yet. But James Tolkien was at this convention.
Ooh. And
James Tolkien is in his 90s. And I said, I got to go. I need James Tolkien to sign this. I need a few of them to sign it, but I need James Tolkien because you don't know how much longer he's going to be around. And Christine told me, you're out of work. You don't have a job. You can go to this convention and meet James Tolkien because of his advanced age. But if you get even a single other autograph, I am going to be really pissed because you don't have any money. So I go up to Leah Thompson. I told her, I said, oh, it's so great to meet you. I'd love to get an autograph, but I just lost my job. And she ran out from around the table. She's like, hugs are free. And she gave me a big
That's
hug.
awesome. That is so
It's funny that you mentioned How to Duck. We did a How to Duck live stream on Watch Along twice on the Sci-Fi Channel, and William absolutely doesn't like that movie at all. He hates it.
It's
But
a horrible movie, but hey, you know what? Everybody has their thing. All film is subjective, but that movie is offensively bad. But hey.
Come on, dude.
I will say this. It's one of the best episodes of the podcast, How Did This Get Made? They did
And the story behind it, what happened to those people who made it, is not pretty. It's not. You look at that movie, and those people pretty much got chased into obscurity. And they fought each other. The two people who they fought each other, who was going to take the blame for that movie?
I'm not kidding.
Physical fight, no joke.
I've got it. I love this movie. I remember seeing this movie for the first time when I was a kid, and I love this movie. Yeah. Duck boobs.
Oh my God, this is.
Leah
can't
Leah
fly.
Thompson. Listen, everybody could be like, "Oh, Leah Thompson's gonna have sex with a duck." She wasn't gonna have sex with a duck, but she was flirting with him. She was trying to make him feel uncomfortable. But she made all of us who were of a young age, who were like really attracted to Leah Thompson, feel very, very uncomfortable. If you know what I mean.
Bestiality will
so-
do that to you. Yeah.
You know, I have no problem admitting that I like How to Duck more than She-Hulk, and I'll watch that over that any day.
Oh, yeah, not I.
No, there's not bestiality in the movie. She doesn't do it. She's not gonna do it. She's
Hey.
she's trying to make Howard feel uncomfortable because Howard is trying to be smooth. He's trying to have like charisma, and he's trying to
Dude, she's
like
in her
flirt
underwear
with her.
doing
He's trying
foreplay
to
to a
flirt with
duck,
her
dude.
because he's a
It's-
player in his own world, and so he's trying to flirt with her,
Okay.
and
All
she's trying to make him think that like he's getting her, but she's playing it. She's just teasing him. She's just being silly because he's just a duck, and she knows he's just a duck. She's not trying to get with the duck.
Okay,
It's
that's
not
what you got
that.
from it?
No, you know what? If you want to make fun of it and mock it and like just try to act like that's the thing, that's not the
That was the
freaking
thing.
That is not
That
the
wasn't
freaking
the
thing. They
thing.
were not going to
She's
have
in her
sex.
drawers.
She was never
She's
going to have
curled
sex
up in
with
the
Howard the
bed
fucking duck.
in her
Stop
underwear.
that bullshit. No, that's what the fucking
underwear.
internet does, and you're better than that, William. So shut up with that bullshit.
Getting physical contact.
You're
with the
better
duck.
than that, William. You know better than that, and you know what the story is, and you know that that's
Come
not
on
the
now.
thing, William.
She was gonna fuck that duck, and we all
She
know
was
it.
never going to fuck that duck.
Getting down with that duck.
She was never getting down with the duck. The scene literally stops, dude, where she says,
She
"Oh,
was ready to ride
Ducky."
that duck like Jennifer Connelly rode that horse, and let me tell you something right now. She was ready.
I'll say this
I
though.
guess we all deal with it. The reality.
Screw
of
you,
what's about to
Austin.
happen
That's
in a
funny.
different way.
No matter, love it or hate Howard the Duck, it'll never be Leah Thompson's worst movie in a world where Jaws 3 exists.
That's true.
I like Jaws 3. I'm sorry. I actually
Worst
like Jaws
3D
3.
movie of all
Look,
time.
I like Jaws 3 too until that shark comes through that glass.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
you know,
that's my favorite part of the movie, but for all the wrong reasons.
I like that Space Camp got honorable mention though.
Space
Yeah,
Camp.
we-
Excellent movie.
Hey, look who's back.
Look who's back.
Wait, what? He's not
what?
black. Trust me, he's not that cool.
Oh.
He's not that cool.
Yeah, we did a watch along on the Sci-Fi channel a while back on Jaws 3D. It was actually pretty fun.
Without the 3D, which is pretty much the same way it aired in 1982. One of
Yeah,
the
it was-
absolute
we had a
worst
fun
3D
time
movies of
watching
all
it.
time.
Max, put the mask back on.
I told him, but he doesn't. have it.
That's
Enoch
what I
had-
asked earlier. Where's his mask?
Wait, hold on. What did
Yeah.
somebody say?
Everyone that asks why do you want it on so much?
They're asking for the Dr. Doom
William,
mask back.
your channel.
I'll tell you this: I need to start hanging out with Doomcock. You know why? Because I was there when not one but two of our YouTube community decided to finally reveal their face. I was in the first Max mask off video, and I was in the first Little Movie Perp video where he took off the dinosaur.
Did you talk to him?
Perp? Yeah, I was hanging out with him. We were in Disney World.
Oh my god.
I love how
Is he
Joe's
crazy?
just like, yeah, we were at Disney World. We were making out. What?
Yeah,
Is he
we
crazy?
went into the Kathleen Kennedy cave together.
Oh my god.
We were hanging out with the Force. It was female. We
Yeah.
verified it.
I said this is the power of YouTube. I said, Joe, we would not be friends in real life if it wasn't for YouTube because your takes make me cringe. And he said, and you're always full of crap. Oh, thanks, Austin.
You know, it's really great when you realize that two friends really understand each other.
Which
You should see some of my takes. I got some pretty good
Joe's
ones.
takes make us cringe, or my tapes are full of crap, or just
Listen, there's accuracy to both of those statements.
Every once in a while, I see a comment like on one of my videos, or I get a DM from somebody, and they're like, "That crazy Joe, is he for real?"
And I'm usually right too. That's the thing.
Hey,
What do you mean
Crazy
you're right,
Joe.
dude?
I have the best
Oh.
track record on YouTube of calling
Oh
things
dear
as they are.
Lord!
started, and I'm going to bed.
Oh dear, no, you
Joe-
got to stay in
Joe,
here.
explain
No,
everything
no,
you're
no,
right
no. You
about.
sit right down.
Explain
You sit right. This is your last night with us.
Whoa.
You shut up and you sit right down.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Pinch your butt.
I
right now.
even sent a super chat to Crazy Joe, and he explained why he loved Josh this week the best.
Why
Yeah,
he went
I
from
love that
what?
movie.
Shayna worked very hard.
And he was honest, man. I gotta respect him for that.
Laser Luke is like, Doomcock is still making videos?
He's not relevant anymore, but he's still trying.
Although, I mean, you should do just like a review.
I still have a YouTube channel. Look at me. Watch me. Hey, get back here. Get back here. This is your last night with us. You're going to shut up and be on the stream.
6 hours tomorrow.
You do? 6 hours. Ooh, like that's something.
Yeah, you hear that, Max? Shut up and take it.
I drive 6 hours in my sleep.
That's good to know. I'll remember that.
Could somebody else drive? I don't want to die today.
Can I just say it's been so cool to have Max. I know Rhea's not here right now, but to have Max and Rhea here has been really cool this week. And I look around this room. I haven't met you, Joe, yet, but I plan on getting down to that area sometime in the next,
Yeah, I thought you were going to be rooming with me at Dragon Con last year. Then I never heard from you again.
No, dude. Well, look, man. I'm sorry, and I apologize to you for that. Like, there was a second where it's how like something happens and you go, that would be cool, right?
Yeah.
So like, I need to put my name in for that, and then like it ends up being like one of those like pie in the sky, like, oh yeah, that's not happening. Okay, that's kind of what happened. So I apologize, but yeah.
Screw you, airport baggage department. Rhea, she's
Okay.
a trooper, man.
Oh yeah, man.
She's wow. We're still trying to track.
Rhea lost her luggage.
No, she didn't
man.
lose it. The airport did.
Well, the airport did, yeah.
And I got to say,
Here. She's the first day. Poor little Rhea's there with the little sweatpants. Someday I don't have my bag with my clothes.
Okay.
I got to say, Enosh, I told you this before, but this is, I think, the first time I've had a chance to tell this to William. You guys, Enosh and William, I get your trolls in my comments all the time.
Sorry.
You deserve all the trolls of the internet with your horrible hot takes.
Well, they're not disagreeing with me. They're disagreeing with Enosh and William.
Actually, I see the benefit of now of not having headphones on when I criticize. Like, I don't have to hear your response. I love you, Joe.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
He said he's.
You deserve them all, Joe.
He said the trolls are in his
Would
chat
you like a headphone?
disagreeing with you and Enosh.
Yes, Joe. Hold on.
He didn't hear you, Joe.
Yeah, the hell with him.
No, tell him what you said. Tell him what you said.
There's no point. What the heck? He's going to say something dumb back anyway.
He says he gets more comments about like me and William, about like our hot takes on stuff, like than anything else on his channel, or something like that.
Which is quite strange, but
It's the weirdest thing. They come and they complain about you guys. They're like, William and the pastor.
William, I mean, don't we think that it's kind of strange after all that like people call you racist because you like Dukes of Hazzard?
Yeah, we get once you get into this domain, you expect anything at this point. Some of the stuff I get in my little messages and the comments we get, I'm like, it's you spend time putting on a show, sitting there and talking into a camera, and the people who comment on your stuff, it's like they didn't even watch the show.
Right.
And I love those comments because the people that watch the show don't leave them. Why haven't people thumbs up the video and commented?
Well, that's just because you're not interesting enough for people to leave comments.
Max, I promise you, I thumbs down all your videos.
I'm just messing with you.
I
Sit
gotta
down.
get some rest.
No, you don't.
You're not precious.
No,
this
you
is
don't.
what always happened before.
You're gonna be here until
I
like
have
1
work in the
p.m.
morning.
tomorrow. You're gonna be here until like 1 p.m. tomorrow because she's gonna wait until she gets her stuff.
Is missing me,
I miss you.
Hey, what'd you think of Captain America, Joe?
I enjoyed it. I just saw it for the second time today.
Oh, that's nice.
Hey, look who is in the back room.
Did someone mention Tobey Maguire?
Who's that?
Sweet God.
This is old school. This is Andrew Casale.
Wow,
What's
dude,
up,
that's
Andrew?
going back.
No, you are staying.
You
This is the first time you've ever been on the freaking Poindexter Lounge, actually in the freaking lounge.
Come
You are
on.
staying.
Why? How did you do that? I have glasses on. No.
You will
coming
stay.
Back. I'm coming back.
Okay, you're coming back. Okay.
I'm gonna do a Friday night stream. We'll be up all night. Just War's coming.
By the way, who's in the blank space with no image?
I can't because I won't wake up.
We got 5 more here for you. We bought him a lot of Coors. You're gonna get ready for bed. I swear,
Who's the person with no icon? Who's that?
Max is such an old man. Max is such an old man. He's all like, "I'm getting ready for bed." I'm only 3 years old.
Is that Austin?
Bed.
No, Austin's a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Have you had the fun of
What?
trying to wake
Buffalo
Max
Wild
up in the
Wings?
morning?
What?
Your avatar reminds me of Buffalo Wild Wings.
I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna bring up something. You're gonna be happy about this.
No wiener pics.
Nope.
Been a long time since I've been here.
It's been a long time since a lot of us been here.
Right. It's been a long time since I've been here. What are you talking about?
Like the old days.
Yeah, exactly. How you been, Andrew?
I've been great.
Good, man. Good, man. So are you still like a big Tobey Maguire fan?
Yeah, I've been still, yeah.
That's awesome, bro. Excuse me. So, what did you think of No Way Home? I have not talked to you since No Way Home. So, what did you think?
That
of
is
No Way Home?
true. I enjoyed it.
That's awesome, bro. I'm glad. I really like that movie too. There was some weird stuff in that movie, but the only thing I don't like about movies these days is like all the villains are turned into like anti-heroes.
Oh, I told you this was coming.
You got a good
You guys
point,
remember
Greta.
that?
Except for
From
Green
like 20
Goblin.
minutes ago?
Did you really?
Yes, it was while you were out. You were gone. Yeah, because we were talking about Red Hulk. I know he wasn't like the villain, but he's still kind of one of them. And there wasn't anything like villainous about him, except that he turned into the Red Hulk. So, yeah, and I briefly mentioned your issue with villains not being villains anymore.
Well, that's the thing is like it's like we don't want villains to be villains anymore. We want to make everybody somehow redeemable.
We don't want that.
Well, yeah.
I think the trend of villains turning good started with Loki.
Yeah.
That was a complex road to get to that point. It's not, and that's not even Loki. It's the variant of Loki that does that, and that's what makes that special, though.
All right, I got it.
No,
guess what I have right here.
Oh, not that
William is
one.
right. William is right there. I mean, on that.
And not
I mean,
only
right?
that, I have the soundtrack on CD. This nice, corrected
Dude!
edition
Was that a
soundtrack right here. I no shame at all.
So you
no
like,
weakness, man.
there should
this
be
is a
plenty
hidden
of
gem
shame.
right
There's
here.
no
Wait, hold
shame
on.
where
Wait,
there
hold
should
on
be
just a
plenty.
second. Hold on a second. Keep that up there. I got to pull you up on the screen here. He's
right
got
here,
the
man.
Howard the Duck soundtrack on CD.
Why is there even a Howard the Duck soundtrack for him to buy? That's
No
the
idea.
It's for the collector's edition.
You can't even find the people who made that movie are in disguise somewhere to this day. They can't come out in public and get jobs in movies.
That
anymore
is not
because
true.
of that. Yes, they're right.
That
Go look
is
up those
not
people.
true.
Go look up the people who made the movie.
Oh, George Lucas?
You have. He's the only
Thank
one
you.
that does shade.
Yes, that was the
He's the
fucking
only
most
one that does
awesome
shade.
statement that anybody
No,
could
no,
freaking
no, no,
make
no, no,
to
no.
William
Go
right
look
there.
at the
You mean
actual
George Lucas?
individual.
Yeah, like that guy's total loser.
Yeah, he's the only one that was insulated. Those other guys, you have a more chance of finding Hoffa than you do of finding those two guys. They
Wasn't
fought each other in the
Wasn't Kathleen Kennedy also involved in that?
No, she was, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have
that
happened.
George
if she-
Lucas guy, total loser. He's not going anywhere.
Oh, I mean, he did make one of the most biggest franchises on earth.
Yeah, and
Hey, man,
that's
it's
why
a great soundtrack, man. I love listening to it. I love that one song. What's that one? There's this one song right here. It's called Let me look. It should be around here.
Why do you
Fourth
have that?
1000 says stop turning Suicide Squad members into family. It's dumb.
Yeah.
Family.
Oh, so Enosh, I gotta ask
Yeah.
if after that, I don't know what you call it, trailer that just got released. What do you think of that Superman suit, man? It just, oh my god, it looks so awful.
I like it. Talking about the
It's
TNT
fine. I
With
think
the
it's
one with
okay.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
I like that they brought back the trunks.
It gets uglier every time I see it, but that's not going to kill the movie. So, I mean, if the movie's
Well,
good,
I'm
then
still
the
seeing
costume-
it, despite what people say.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like shit. Though. Or, I'm sorry, stuff.
No, yeah. I mean, look, here's the thing for me. You all know I'm a Superman fan first and foremost.
Oh, we
right?
definitely know that.
So the thing is like I've taken a lot of flack from Snyderverse fans because I've said, look, I'm gonna go watch this movie day one. It's a Superman movie. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't I? You know, like I
Hey,
get
man,
it.
Superman's a great
I get it.
character.
I get it. It's really sarcastic, and everybody thinks they're saying something and actually doing something when they're like, "Ooh, real DC fans." I get all that.
I hate that term.
But here's the thing. I'm a Superman fan, so if there's a Superman movie, I'm gonna watch it. You know, I've been very vocal of the fact that I did not really enjoy Lois and Clark, or not Lois and Clark.
Superman and Lois?
and Lois.
Oh, the CW show?
Yeah,
Oh.
there's just things about it that I did not enjoy. I understand why people like it, but there was so much against it that I didn't like up front that it could never redeem itself with me. No matter how much it tried, nothing seemed to just do it. It never.
What did you think of the last season?
So,
With
started
Doomsday.
Okay, so I started the last season. I got freaking bored.
Bored?
I got bored.
I wonder why.
I thought that Doomsday looked fine, but
He looked more comic accurate by the end.
he did, and so I'm being honest, right? He did look comic accurate. He looked better, obviously, than Smallville. You know what I mean? He looked better than Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah, the menacing Lex
or
Luthor.
BVS. I'm sorry, BVS. He looked better even than that because I did not buy that 2-pack, the McFarlane toys. I didn't even buy the Doomsday 2-pack because I just don't care for that Doomsday. That being said, Tyler Hoechlin, it's not his fault, but the fact that the way that they introduced him via Supergirl,
Jobber Superman.
Oh, don't remind me of
ruined it
that.
for me. Immediately, I never saw him as Superman. I never saw him as being strong, as being like a leader, as any of that stuff, because they literally ripped his balls off right from the beginning.
At least
They made
fixed
Superman
it
the A
in the
character and him the
show.
B character. So, yeah, that was
Exactly, William. Exactly,
Probably.
William. They made him the B character. They even like went out of their way to say that Superman was weak and that he wasn't as powerful as Supergirl and that he wasn't as important
Don't remind me
as
of those
Supergirl.
days.
And so
And he
so
wasn't
I-
as
I-
powerful as Brandon Ruth.
I just
actually kinda like Supergirl.
Brandon. You are absolutely right, dude. Brandon Routh's Superman beat the crap out of Tyler Hoechlin's Superman. So I just look at that, and as much as I wanted to love the show, and as much as look, there's a lot to Superman and Lois that was good. Okay, I admit that. But I could never see that as being an actual Superman continuity. It just didn't feel right. Even though they showed stuff that I always wanted to see, like Steel and like, you know, Superman having sons, that part resonated with me.
Superman finally getting into a fist fight with Lex in the Lexo suit.
Right. But then they would do things like Lois would chop him down and just go after him, and not in the way just like calling him Smallville or like, you know, giving him a little, you know, of the business, you know. It was very much like insulting. And like when I'm watching Lois talk to Superman and I'm feeling hurt for Superman, you know, that's just a weird place to be. And so I didn't like that. I didn't care for that show, I should say. I liked a lot of the visuals. I hated the suit. As far as the new movie goes, I don't like the suit. The suit is just it's a place now of contention for me, because we were at the mall today and they were, you know, we were at like Hot Topic and they had, you know, the new Superman suit or new Superman shirt.
Yes.
I don't want that shirt. It looks cartoony. It looks cheesy to me. I don't.
It's the
like
Kingdom
yellow-
Come logo.
Yeah, I don't.
That
like
that's the main thing I have a problem with. That S belongs here.
I don't
Right here.
like. I don't like.
Yeah, it's not the right symbol for it.
I don't like the yellow outline around it. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way that every time it's pictured, it looks like it's like some cheesy cartoon.
It's okay to me.
It's and here's the thing. It's not the design. It's
Is it-
the
what
way
is
that
it?
it's presented. I love the Kingdom Come logo. I am fine
Right,
with
on
them-
Kingdom Come. On Kingdom Come.
Right.
That's the only
Okay,
place that
okay,
logo
I get what
belongs.
you're saying, William. I get what you're saying, but I'm even fine with this. If they wanted to say that this is the new Superman logo, okay. But the problem is every time I see it, it's made in a way that it doesn't look tangible. You know what I mean? It just
There's a
doesn't.
problem when Brandon Ralph's looks better on the CW, where it's the same symbol too.
Thank you.
Oh.
Brandon Routh's looks powerful.
Well, his
for
has the
some
black
reason.
background, the way it's supposed to look.
Right.
It's not.
What
trying
at the
to-
end he got the yellow too.
That's true. That is true.
But
And
that
it does
that-
look fine there.
Yeah, that logo. There's a meaning behind that logo, and Alex Ross and Mark Waid put it on him. It's not just some random Superman S. So unless you're telling a proper Kingdom Come story, and I mean not a Kingdom Come like story, Kingdom Come, then to me that S belongs in that story. But that's not a deal killer for me. The biggest worry that I have with Superman is that, and this is just going to be a philosophical difference, is he's taken the Keith Giffen era. That's his era that he's a fan of, and he's turned it into this movie. And for me, this is just personal preference. I love Keith Giffen. I think he's a legend. He created and has done some of the greatest things in comic history. But there's things that he's done that just are vomit worthy to me, and that's everything with Justice League International. Every time I saw the characters that he created coming around in the Justice League, I knew the book was about to get canceled, or it was time for me to cut my sub on it. It was on its way out, and that's no joke. Every time you saw Fire, Ice, Guy Gardner, or like, okay, they're throwing straws out there. They're desperate, and the book's about to get canceled. And 3 months later, the book will be canceled, and here we are with a new JLA, with the ground, with the Trinity and everybody else.
Right.
So when I see anything with Maxwell Lord in it, it's time to go. But like I said, he has proven to me that he can tell a story with Polka Dot Man. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there.
You know what?
So-
Listen, William, listen. I know I give you a hard time a lot of times, but you are absolutely right, because what you just said is true. At the same time, right? Like, we're seeing stuff that it concerns me. I don't even know what to think about it half the time. But
the only thing that concerns
that
me.
being said, at the same time, like William just said, like he made Polka Dot Man interesting, right? Like I'm watching Crypto. And when they first announced Crypto, there was a voice actor attached to it, right? And that really concerned me, because I don't want to watch Crypto talking to anybody. You know what I mean?
Almost like he's underdog.
Right. Please do not have Crypto say anything in this
Going
movie.
bark, bark, bark.
Can we be honest though? The marketing has sucked for this movie.
I swear to God, besides barking, Crypto better not say a freaking word. Because I just don't want to see it. Now, I feel like they may have just hired a voice actor to voice the
grunts and the growls.
The grunts and the growls, and I hope that that's the case, because that looks now.
That
what
could
it
be
appears to
Frank
be.
Willard.
Right. It appears that that's what it is. But look, if anybody's going to make the freaking dog talk, it's going to be James Gunn, right? I mean, he made the
he made a raccoon
he made
and
the
talking
tree
tree
talk. He
popular.
made everybody else talk, right? So I get that, and so I understand people's concerns. At the same time, like William said, James Gunn has made me actually care about a lot of characters that I did not care about before.
Like a raccoon, a talking tree.
A raccoon,
Guardians
a talking
Volume
tree.
3 really got me hard when they went to that like torture sequence. Man, that really got me hard when all his friends
But you have to-
died in front of him. Man, that like hit
It
me.
gave, it gave you a boner?
No.
I be honest with you, the DC brand is for the first time in a long
Austin,
time.
everything does not revolve around boners.
No, that was me. He said it got him hard.
Whoa,
He said
whoa.
watching the animals
Not
get
yet.
tortured got him hard.
Don't put that out there.
Hey, it hit
That's
me
not
hard
me,
in the
man.
heart, man. When all his
Easy.
friends died, man, I
Was that
felt
not you?
That
No,
was
that
not
was
me,
not-
all right? That was
Okay,
Joe.
I'm sorry. I thought it was you for a second. I'm sorry.
That was the.
I apologize.
I'm the out one here. There's only
but
one who's in the
Austin,
closet,
but Austin, seriously, everything doesn't revolve around boners.
Hey, listen, for you it doesn't, all right? But for me,
By the way, I got
it's
a
a whole different,
So on
it's a
that
whole different scenario there, buddy.
I have to
Well, you broke him. You broke him, Joe.
That was awesome. I broke him.
I'm gonna be like really like on the nose because you're gay.
Oh my god!
I was
All right,
I
Will, you
gotta-
say goodnight.
I gotta completely disagree with William though, because I am a firm believer that Keith Giffen's Justice League International run, which I have sitting here,
Ooh.
is the greatest run of any comic book in history.
That's
Whoa,
that's
this
opinion.
thing-
That's
Can
there's
you
no
zoom
wrong
in on
answer to
that?
though.
Can you zoom in on it?
There's no wrong answer to that. It's just a preference of mine. I love
I get it.
I love Pete Giffen, but he's created some shit that I just can't stand. And his run on JL Justice League, for me, is an opinion, it's absolute trash. And I consider the man, as far as comic book goes, he's a god. If there's a Mount Rushmore for me, Keith Giffen, those guys are on it. But the things that he brought to be in his Justice League run are literally quarter comic material from right off the rack.
You see, that's all the stuff I want in this movie. I want to see Lord Mangakon, and I want to see Mr. Nebula, the cosmic designer.
Yeah, let me
You
get
guys,
something.
you guys gotta admit the marketing for this movie has sucked pretty much.
I totally disagree. I
Don't get me
think,
started with the Puppy Bowl.
I love the Puppy Bowl. I think it's been excellent.
With Guy Gardner.
Look, the only
Here's
part
my
of the,
thing.
look, the only part of this that is sucked for me is two things. One, Ultraman. No.
Oh.
No. No, you either do Ultraman right or you call him Bizarro and you just do it the way that you want to do it. No, I do not
You
want
think
to
it's
see
Cavill under there?
No,
Yeah,
no, it's not.
it's
It's
not.
Corn Sweat under there. If they take that mask off, it's going to be Corn Sweat under there because it's a clone of Corn Sweat.
Yeah, that's what Ultraman was.
That's literally what Ultraman is. So, like, no. And I don't understand why you call him Ultraman. If James Gunn is the big fan that he is, why would you bring in an Ultraman and it's not even it doesn't
You know
even
why? You know why I think it is? Because in that suit, he literally looks like Doomsday's suit from the comics. So that means he's going to make him become Doomsday.
It's like Snake Eyes.
He
That's
looks like
why Snake
Snake Eyes
Eyes is
from
what I
G.I.
said.
Joe.
1982
Oh,
Snake
what?
Eyes before he got the grill visor. That's what it reminded me of.
exactly.
Well, I do know
You
the
know what-
name the name Ultraman belongs to the crime syndicate.
Or the Syndicate. You have that? I got it right here.
You know the
Here's the
But
thing.
that's what
other-
I'm saying. But
when
that's
it-
what I'm saying. Like to just have him as Ultraman, just to have some guy in black that looks like Snake Eyes. No, that's not Ultraman. So that's one thing that bothers me. The other thing that just kind of is just out there is Guy
And
Gardner.
Guy Gardner just looks like Simple Jack.
Like,
But he
what?
looks as silly as he does in the comics. Like,
No, he does
Not-
not.
Yes,
No.
he does.
William,
Yes,
William,
he
whoa.
does. Yes,
No,
he does.
No, he does
Yes.
not. No, I'm going to pause all of you right now because listen, today I was in a store looking at a Guy Gardner action figure, and yes, he has a freaking bowl cut, and yes, he looks silly, but he does not look like that.
Even when he looks cool, if that doesn't look
Is there any? If he
stupid
looks
as
cool, you're
fuck.
doing
Bring
him
you
wrong.
up. Hold on,
Like-
Austin. Bring that up again, Austin.
even when he looks cool, if that doesn't look stupid, like it's pretty
I'm
spot
not
on.
okay.
like,
Okay, but hold on.
he looks
I'm not saying he
dumb.
doesn't look stupid, but he looks worse in this movie.
I
think he looks
give you that. But
phenomenal.
is there a good answer to the Guy Gardner question? I mean, I know you'd say.
Probably not.
Here's my thing about this. My biggest worry about the advertising.
I'm all like on Austin, like no, that bowl cut sucks.
We're talking bowl cuts, but
the
Oh, yeah, let's
same
not forget-
bowl cut.
yeah.
I was going to say James Gunn's
Oh,
also
yeah.
been on the face of all this marketing for this movie more than Superman. That's another thing that's kind
Oh
of getting annoying.
yeah.
The
I
thing
think this
is my problem.
movie's made mostly so they can sell Warner Brothers.
No.
They're not selling
Um,
Warner Brothers.
Yeah, they're not selling. But first of all, you have to have a buyer for somebody who actually wants the company, and there's nobody. The biggest problem I have with this is the frequency. When we went to Comic-Con, all right, the day we went to Comic-Con, we were in Hall H. Fantastic Four hadn't even been filmed yet. They were leaving Fantastic Four, and I'm right. They were leaving that day.
Now-
You haven't even stated your point.
No,
now,
we-
now
No,
I
you're
need a
wrong.
now
That's what
I need a
love.
drink.
Hey,
Jesus
bottom
Christ.
drop.
Thank
Bottom
you,
drop.
Austin. See, we
All right,
know
hold on.
he's trying to just establish his dominance from the beginning, right? Like,
Well, no, because,
I mean,
I
know-
I
I
haven't
know
even
where this
stated
is
my
going.
opinion,
Yeah.
but I'm
I know
right.
exactly
I'm
where
right.
this is going,
He knows
and this
I'm
is
right.
utter bullshit.
It's not bullshit. It's
It
called
is.
when you run a business, you have to advertise or you die.
Is he gonna say that?
Oh yeah, because that's worked for DC for so long in the past, where
Okay,
they
so
put out trailers a year before and do all that.
We're gonna run shit like DC Pass. That won't turn out well.
That's exactly what they didn't do, and you're mad about it.
For when we were at Comic-Con in July of last year, Fantastic Four hadn't even began filming yet.
And yet they
had
still show footage.
And by the way, you were at Comic-Con, and I was in Vegas with Austin and Bradley.
Yeah, I know. I met you.
I
I
was
was
a
at
great
Comic-Con
time.
too.
They
We were having
also
a great
showed
time.
footage that wasn't finished.
Hold on.
Oh,
Here's
big
the thing,
fucking deal.
Here's the thing. You came to Comic-Con. They had something. They hadn't even been filming. They brought a concept thing. All right. Then they left and they got on the film. And now this is for a movie that's not done. Now and then they've had a full ad, not a teaser, a actual trailer. They had the week of the Super Bowl. Now you have one group. Whether you like them or not, whether you like the content of what MCU does, they know what they're doing. They know how to promote a movie. They're not in the B level. They're in the A level, and they're bringing that kind of heat for their film. Now you have this other group who is, whether you like it or not, they are perceived as the B level. They needed to be that aggressive. Marvel has 35 films and billions of dollars in the benefit of the doubt. DCU is just
Whoa, are there 35 films really?
35 films. This was the 35th film.
It's insane.
Listen, you know what? I really feel that the MCU just needs to end.
Oh, that's different. Okay, hey, I don't.
I was going to ask
Wait,
about
we gotta
that.
finish this Superman conversation before we get into
Okay.
that.
I was going to ask
Finish-
about that.
Finish the
You're
Superman
right.
conversation, but my
You're right.
I want to bring up something.
You're
I wanna
right.
bring up something.
My
You
God,
want to talk about
35
marketing?
movies. Can we admit? Look, I just watched Captain America. It doesn't even feel like the same series anymore.
It leans
felt like
more
a sequel
towards
to
Sony
Incredible
Marvel.
Hulk.
Wait, hold on, Austin. What'd you say?
It leans more towards Sony Marvel territory with some of the dialogue.
Whoa! I wouldn't go that
Yeah.
far.
Oh, I would.
Well, hold on, because I'll
And
be
some of that
honest
shitty choreography too.
You do suck. I love you, man. I miss you, bro. That's awesome. Enosh hates Fantastic Four confirmed.
Hey, I went to see Captain America because it felt like a semi-sequel to the Incredible
How do you
Hulk.
think the 616 is going to end?
You know what? So we never talked about Fantastic Four. So my take on that is, I like the trailer. I really like the way the Thing looks.
He looks more right.
I hope that the CGI looks better in the end product. But beyond that, my concern a little bit is Galactus.
Why, is it too early for him?
No. Not that it's too early for Galactus, but okay, so every movie that we've gotten that has had Galactus in it, and let's be honest.
Yeah, well, the last time that he was just a cloud.
Yeah, but in the last movie he was a cloud, but also in the bootleg movie, the Harvey Korman movie.
Oh, the 1994 one?
Right.
Roger Corman.
Roger Corman, sorry. He was a cloud in that, right? So
Wait, he was a cloud in that one?
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that.
I didn't know.
Was. Yep, he was. He was like a space storm or something like that. It was
Yeah,
weird.
Just like Darkseid was in Smallville.
Now,
I did
that
a
being
video
said-
about how he's actually a shadow in the Silver Surfer movie.
A
shadow
They
onto a
intended-
cloud, which is not much better.
Yeah, they intended to show him in a Silver Surfer movie spin-off, but they didn't have enough time.
Right.
And they
I mean,
obviously canceled.
It never happened, right? So here's the problem that I have with what they showed in the Fantastic Four movie. I like it. I don't know about Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic.
I've heard that for a while now.
It's I know, but it's still like, even seeing him in the role, he doesn't seem right for some reason to me. But I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'm okay.
Where's
I'm
the-
actually
where's the
torn.
white hair
I think
I'm
it works
actually
for the
torn.
era.
Okay, hold on. I'm actually torn. I don't like what I actually see about his performance in the trailer, but I like the way that he looks and the way that he's kind of acting with people, the way that he's acting off of other people. If that makes any sense at all, I don't know if
Yeah.
even that makes sense.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm just kind
That
of
makes
torn
sense.
because, like, I'm looking at it, it's like it doesn't look quite right, but it's not that it looks wrong. You know what I mean? It's just there, and so at the same time, I think that the Invisible Woman looks amazing. I think she looks great.
Well, Sue Storm's the anchor in
Right.
the
Right. So I think
family.
that's fine. I think that Johnny Storm is going to be fine. But the
I
problem
want to
that
see that duo with
so
Thing
when,
and
when you
Johnny.
see Galactus, first of all, the shadow against the city looks amazing, right?
Finally got the giant purple mask.
Oh, the Fortnite shot. Yeah.
Right. But then you see his actual head. You know, first you see the shadow. You see the city because you see the shadow of the
He looks
outline.
tiny.
No. I'm saying that first. I mean, do you guys realize you see his shadow first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, some people may have missed that. You see his shadow first, where his shadow is cast against the city, right? So he's meant to be big. The problem is it's meant to make him look big, but it actually makes him look small. Because Galactus is huge.
The size of a
Galactus
planet,
can
yeah.
eat the planet. Okay.
Okay.
So
Well, I believe in the
his
comics
head-
he's varied in size. He can.
I get that. But let's be honest. In an actual movie, it's going to be weird to see Galactus changing sizes and everything. Because the second Galactus is big enough to eat the freaking Earth, what do? Right?
Well, he doesn't maintain that size because he's always going to be roughly 28 to 40 feet when he's on Earth, because to get to the size where he's as big as a planet, because he doesn't need to be that size to consume the life of a planet. That's not the way that goes.
And you know what, William? Thank you. Tell me, please, because I'm not. Yeah. I don't know everything about. I don't know I'm sorry. I will get closer to the mic. I don't know everything about those characters. So please tell me about the size of Galactus.
He's an abstract, so he has no real form other than what we perceive him for. But when we perceive him, in order for him to come on Earth, he maintains a size of roughly 28 feet. He can get as big as he needs to be, but there's no reason for him to expend that energy. Everything Galactus does expends energy that he desperately is conservative about. Look what he has to do to build that energy resource. So he literally has to end the civilization to restock his power. Changing size and doing all that expends energy that he just does not rather use. So when he appears to humans, he only needs to appear as he appears in a comic. And when you look at him in the comic books, Coming of Galactus, anything like that, he's roughly 28 feet tall. He can vary his size, but he generally shrinks down to the form he needs to do two things with: communicate to whatever beings that he's about to wipe out or want something from, and to establish superiority. At 28 feet, he's still going to be a superior figure to anything he's standing up against. So when people say that his size is relative to what he needs to do, but he's going to pick the size that uses the least amount of cosmic energy to maintain. So that's what you usually see him.
And so hold on, wait. So I will just say this. I have always maintained about most things. If you've ever watched the Poindexter Lounge, I know a lot of people don't like my takes. I know a lot of people go off on rants. They make videos about my takes and everything else, and they go on nonsense stuff about me. But here's the thing. If it's comic accurate, you know what I bow to? That.
Yeah.
And I say, you know what? I may have had some bias against it. I may have thought it looked weird because, look, I've admitted all along, I'm a die-hard DC fan. I have never read a lot of Marvel except for during the period of time, actually during the Death of Superman era. Right? Because I collected Superman. My buddy Rusty collected Marvel. He collected Wolverine. He collected X-Men, all like various X-Men titles, right? So I was there when Wolverine lost his adamantium, you know, when it got ripped off of his skeleton.
X-Men 25, yep.
Right. I was there for all of that. I read that stuff, right? So it's like I know the characters. I get the stuff, but I'm not as deep into the lore as I know about DC because I've been about DC since I was a kid, you know, and then when I started collecting, I actually collected DC. So if you tell me that this is comic accurate, even though I've had a perception of Galactus as Galactus, and you tell me that, okay. And you know what? I trust that because obviously Marvel is making this movie, right? Marvel has one chance. This is the last chance that anybody has for Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four.
They tried it 3 times already.
If this does not work for any reason, then guess what?
What?
You might as well retire the movie version of Captain.
I think there's almost zero likelihood that this won't work because of those previous movies. The MCU crowd really doesn't refer to those movies. Hell, they don't even refer to as much to the Hulk movie that was just referred to in a movie I just watched because it's 17 years ago and not that many people saw it.
Thank you,
Jared. So I think some people saw it, but you got to realize when the MCU, what it was then and what it is now, a lot of people just don't refer to certain things. The Fox movies. They're not looking. This crowd is within 2008 and into here now. That's where the bulk of their audience is. So
I don't know why.
I think there are.
Is there only one Galactus?
Luke, he's a CGI character, bro. They can make him as big as they need to.
Yeah, they're gonna make him.
Yeah, not CGI to make the Hulk.
If I got a digital version of Galactus, I could make him as big as I wanted to on the screen. So they can make him as big as they want, bro. They got, it's Disney. They got plenty of money. It's not.
There is a factor into the Fantastic Four that, like, okay, first of all, this movie probably costs a lot of money to make, as most every Marvel movie does, and then B, there is no Fantastic Four movie that has made over $400 million.
How many of them took place under Marvel Studios?
None of them.
That matters a lot.
Matters a little bit, of course.
A lot.
Will this movie beat that $400 million? More than likely. Of course. You got star power with Pedro. You know, you got Galactus. You've got everything.
You got
so
credibility.
And to William's point, people know that this is the MCU version.
Right.
Exactly. Of these characters, right?
That's a lot.
Exactly.
You know what? Some movies that MCU has put out that have absolutely sucked get the benefit of the doubt of the majority of the ones that people have perceived positive.
Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel made a bill. But like I said, when you are rolling like that, people will give you the benefit of the doubt when you stumble. You still have their overall trust. So I think this movie is going to do fine. When it comes to Galactus, like I said, I see some covers and stuff, like some of the art we get where Galactus is holding the Earth in his hands, and that's pretty much symbolism. But like I said, he's pretty much average. That's what you saw. And like I said, when we saw at Comic-Con, we actually got to see his face because the trailer, the one that they showed us for the concept art, he actually fully turns around and you actually see how big he is. And I thought that was really cool. I mean, like I said, they were ready to go with that movie. And the next 10, 15 years of MCU is X-Men, are X-Men characters, not necessarily X-Men for another 5 or 6 years, but Spider-Man, the not neutered Tony Stark rap dog Spider-Man, and then Fantastic Four. If you look at those three characters, at one point, 63% of all comic book characters derived from those 3 IPs when the first 6 or 7 years of Marvel came around. Pretty much either the main characters or the villains or the supporting characters came from those IPs. And then you add Avengers, which they've already covered. So they have enough fuel just with those IPs to tell the next generation of stories.
You know,
Fantastic Four.
Is there only one Galactus, like Darkseid?
No. And here's the thing. I think that this Galactus that we're going to see in this movie is not the Galactus that we're eventually going to see in these sacred timelines.
Oh, there's 2 of them?
Well, one of them. So remember, the Silver Surfer in here is Shali Bala. It's not Norrin Rad. And then that reality, that particular person was Silver Surfer, it was Earth X, and that Galactus was Franklin Richards. Remember, the tagline is like, Galactus is coming to devour the Earth, and then it gets personal. And I think it's personal because I think that that's him. They're copying the Earth X version. Could be wrong, but why would you use that Silver Surfer if you weren't going to use that Galactus? But it's Franklin Richards.
But aren't they using both Silver Surfers?
I don't think they're going to use the Norrin Rad one until the Sacred Timeline after Secret Wars. After Secret Wars takes place, when Galactus comes back proper.
Could this movie be where we get Downey's Doctor Doom?
I think Downey's Doctor Doom is going to be the Doctor Doom, and I think it's he along with Galactus, he does something to Galactus or something to cause the collapse of that universe,
and give us the
and that's where they
incursion.
realize that the entire thing is collapsing, and that's where Reed Richards is
Right.
going to be a central part in Secret Wars and Doomsday.
What do you think of the theories that this Fantastic Four came from the main universe?
I don't buy those.
You don't?
I don't buy those. If you look at what they did at the end of Loki Part 2, I think there are certain realities that we don't know yet that are always existed separately, but they'd never crossed over, so we never questioned it. I think Fantastic Four is in its own universe and it's its own thing. But what's going to end up happening, and when you realize that Loki's sitting there holding all those strands of reality, I think Doom is going to try to corrupt him and take over for that. And what's going to happen is like Crisis. You're going to end up with all these alternate realities basically breaking up and lining up into one sacred timeline to where there was all over. There was always X-Men.
Basically creating Battle World.
Yeah, but much more like Crisis in Battle World, not a consolidation of that reality.
Right. So there was just always these characters.
Exactly.
Like, even though they weren't there at the beginning, we're going to be forced to basically accept them as having always been there.
So mutant kind will have always existed instead of a bunch of scattered Scarlet Witch and Picho. They will now have always existed, and then that'll bring in the Celestials. Because remember, the Celestials were judging mankind as pretty much a dead end species. But once if you realign the timeline where mutants are the evolution, they've always been there, then you bring them in a different light. So I think that's what they're doing is they're taking all these things that they've ever had and picking and choosing what they want to go forward with. And that's what's going to be the sacred timeline after Secret Wars.
I mean,
so this is the 35th movie.
I'll be honest with you. I'm just concerned that after Secret Wars, I just don't care anymore.
Well, I think they're going to reboot and give us a whole new timeline.
Well, that's it. There's not going to be a reboot. It's going to be a realignment. They're going to keep what they want to keep, but they're going to add to what they're going to have their cake and eat it. They're not going to reboot. They're just going to basically line up things to where there's always been a Fantastic Four. There's always been mutant kind. And instead of trying to have it explain it under a reboot, they're going to line it up. You'll still have everything you had prior, everything that they want to keep, but you're going to go forward with everything that's in each alternate universe as part of that one sacred timeline. And that goes.
You're already introducing the stuff that gave Wolverine his claws.
Yeah, but everything you're seeing now prior to Secret Wars will be consolidated into the prime timeline. So it doesn't matter what they do now. Once they put it where they want it in the timeline to be, that's where it will be. Wherever they want adamantium to be discovered, whether it's this, if they want to add the Timot Island, they want to add that. Once they combine the timeline, they can put that wherever they want to put that in. And that allows you to bring about adamantium, Wolverine, and everything else.
I think it's time to end the MCU.
Hey, listen.
I disagree with that.
What?
Enosh agrees with me.
What's that?
It's time to end the MCU. It's been like over 35 movies.
Okay. So
I could never agree with that.
So here's the thing about that, right? Here's the thing about that. I'm not saying necessarily that it's time to end the MCU. I'm just saying that we got to get back to what people loved about the MCU. Right now, like it's like they went off on this tangent, and I get it. It was a nerd tangent, right? It was all the things that they thought that the nerd community wanted to see in this stuff. But unfortunately, they muddied up the entire franchise.
They had no A-listers.
Nothing but nostalgia.
There's no A-listers.
I mean, honestly, and they opened themselves up, especially with doing TV shows.
Oh yeah.
These series killed some characters for me. Look, I was never a Hawkeye fan. I don't like Hawkeye. Okay.
And let me guess, this show made you like him?
I feel like Hawkeye is just such a character that doesn't make sense in that world. A guy who needs a bunch of arrows. The Saturday Night Live sketch with the Avengers, where he runs out of arrows. He runs out of arrows, and he's just like, "Well, I guess I'll go stand over here now." because that's all he can do.
Well, that's like
And
Green Arrow.
No, because Green Arrow has a bunch of other skill sets that they actually show
He's
in
rich.
Right.
I mean, the dude's a martial artist even when I was bow and arrow.
Right. The problem is I watched that series, that Marvel series, and I hate him now.
Oh shit!
Okay, like I went from not liking Hawkeye to absolutely loathing Hawkeye. I wish Hawkeye would fucking die.
Whoa!
And here's
whoa,
why.
whoa.
This man has gone on and on about how he loves his family. Screw that, because he's always hanging out with some hot redhead instead of his family.
Hey, they're just friends. Come on, man. Look what
Screw that. No. Look, I'm just
talking about
dating.
Natasha?
Look,
She's
no,
like a
look.
sister to me, Niosh. Come on.
Hold on. I get yeah, I know. But here's the thing. So I've been dating Shayna for what, like a year and a half now, right? If I told Shayna, hey, I'm hanging out with Scarlett Johansson, right? Or like somebody who looks like Scarlett Johansson, and she's just my friend, but she's my best friend. And I'm always with her, and I can never be with you or my family because I'm always with her. That's a red flag first. But then when you have the Hawkeye series and you have this man telling his family that he cannot go home for Christmas, but he can hang out with a 21-year-old hot girl and teach her how to flick, teach her how to flick a bottle cap or whatever. No, you do not tell your family I cannot come home to you, but I can hang out and get drunk with some 21-year-old who, you know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I do not like Hawkeye. I do not like Hawkeye at all. I wish he would go away. He is not a freaking like vital part of the Avengers at all.
None of those
He hasn't
characters
done
after
anything.
Endgame were. None of the problem with Marvel, and this is part of the whole Chapek and
That's
everything.
not how he is in the comics either.
And I gotta pee, so I'm gonna pause it and I'm gonna come back. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna say that he just called Haley Steinfeld hot.
Hey, there's a lot of people who think that way, but the biggest issue with the MCU is after Endgame, their A-listers were done. Marvel has existed on a diet of A-listers. Their A-listers support these B characters, and once you exhausted those and you told as much story as you can, they didn't have the other plan immediately ready for other A-listers.
I mean, here's the thing: like one of those A-listers, the Hulk has been down and dirtied.
Well, yeah, and the Hulk is you know, they really can't do anything with him singular anyway. But if you look at what they fed you from 2008 to 2019, it's all what they had developed into their A-listers now. Once that story was over with, this is one thing nobody's ever answered. When's the last time Marvel put an A-lister out there and it failed? And it was mediocre. It just doesn't. It hasn't happened really.
Well, here's the thing: like before the MCU,
Well, you
made,
consider
like, Iron Man.
Hulk was an A-list. I mean, not Thor. They made another Thor movie.
Thor made
that was a hit, though.
All those shitty movies made a lot of money. Even if I hate all of them,
Shitty movies,
they made
wow.
a lot of money. So
Here's the thing: like
they haven't
before the
failed with their
MCU, the top three Marvel heroes before the MCU were Spider-Man, the Hulk, and Wolverine.
Yeah, but that's like saying before we invented electricity. It's that big of a difference now. It's that big of a difference between 2008 may as well be for Marvel the beginning of time for the most part, because that's when
prior to the pandemic, the MCU made A-listers because going into the MCU, Iron Man wasn't an A-lister. He came out of A-lister.
That is true.
No, Iron Man. Listen, Iron Man, as far as being an A-lister goes, Iron Man, Thor, those guys were some of the first characters Jack Kirby and Stan Lee created. They are top tier characters.
Yeah, they were always A-listers in the comics.
But they weren't selling at that time.
No,
I mean, here's the thing: for years, people said that Iron Man wasn't a cool character until Robert Downey Jr. made popular.
I don't think
those people didn't read comics. That's why.
Prior to 2008, I don't think Johnny Average, who didn't understand what these characters were, even knew what an A-lister was until the MCU showed him what one was. So
to be honest,
whenever somebody tells me that Iron Man wasn't, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, who predates Marvel comic, that's an A-lister. So
to be honest, Robert Downey Jr. doesn't even really play the comic accurate Iron Man, Tony Stark. He just plays himself in most of those movies.
Plays
it's like
himself? What?
But
Yeah.
when you look at what they have coming off, though, you have an opportunity to basically take the A-listers that they didn't have access to, and run your universe through them. So I think they'll be fine. But I just don't think the audience is into the supporting characters as much as
It's
they are.
the same thing I could say about Chris Hemsworth as Thor. He doesn't play the
Let me
comic
guess. He
actor
just plays
Thor.
himself.
He just plays himself. Yeah.
Let me guess. Does Chris Evans play himself?
Actually, no. He's kind of like
I
the
think he
one
plays
that's
Captain
actually kind of most likely the most accurate.
Yeah.
I'd say Robert Downey Jr. did play a good Iron Man in the first one, but I think like by the time Iron Man 2 came out, it's just like he went back to being just
2010.
like
That
his
was
cocky self again.
Yeah, but it is Frozen. Yeah, Love and Thunder. Yeah, you guys can love them. And then, listen, it did well. But once again, those Avengers that they were using in those movies, those guys, that was the A-list crowd. I don't think that the audience had an appetite for Hawkeye without the Avengers, or some of these characters without the Avengers, or these side characters as these supporting characters. And I think that's all it really is. Once the A-listers start coming around, starting with Fantastic Four, and going on from there, I think they'll be fine. I think they're
Well,
going
here's
to
the thing. Like before the MCU, like one of the most popular Marvels that got like more attention in movies was Spider-Man.
Well, Spider-Man's a global icon with or without movies, so. Before 2002,
Yeah,
you could take certain characters. I could take a handful of characters out on the street, and none of those people would have ever had to pick up a comic book. They're going to know who Spider-Man is. They're going to know who the Hulk is. They're going to know who the Joker is. They're going to know who Batman is. There are certain icons that never needed movies to be what they are. The movies elevated them, but they were already. There are more people out there who know who Alfred, the butler is, than know a quarter of certain other characters in certain other companies. Those are different, though.
You're right on that because before 2002, like Spider-Man had like a hit cartoon series in the 90s.
Yeah, but he literally is the logo of Marvel Comics. So Spider-Man
Mickey
before
Mouse.
anything, Spider-Man before anything was already.
Yeah, look who's back.
Okay,
Batman,
this is
Wonder
the real
Woman.
world here. I'm exhausted. I was going to the restroom. Don't listen to what he's going to tell you. It
Oh,
didn't
come on,
happen.
Max.
I
You
thought
busted
no
in the
one was
restroom?
in there.
Oh, okay.
I was not trying to peek at nothing. I have to go to the restroom. Good night.
This guy was trying to look at my
I
junk.
have no glasses on. I thought that the door was
Okay, hell.
Hey, you don't need glasses.
Yeah, I
Yeah, you're not Clark Kent.
magnifying glass.
You
Did
don't
he
need
have
glasses to see what was going on there.
Did he have 3D glasses so the junk was like right in his face?
Okay, hey, time to go. Hey, Enoch, I got a bolt, but thanks, man. Thanks.
All right, bye, William.
See you, William.
again.
Love you,
All
bro. Love you, man.
Big
Good to see you.
3D wiener.
Okay.
Oh, stop, Joe. Oh,
Okay,
my
I will just
God.
say this. So this is what he tried to get in here and get ahead of. This is what he tried to get in here. I dismissed myself because look, I've had a couple of these, right? And look, you all know that I've had bariatric surgery, so these go right through me, right? And so like these affect me pretty quick. They are 8%, but it's
You
not
had
that much.
geriatric surgery at your age?
I had bariatric surgery.
Geriatric?
Not geriatric surgery. Bariatric.
I am geriatric. Good night.
Wait, no, you got to stay right here while I say this. I'm in there peeing. I'm in my restroom.
guess, did
peeing.
you open
the
the door?
is shut. The door is shut
Did
all
Max
the way.
open the door?
It's not locked, but it is shut because right now it is 1:24 in the morning, and I'm not expecting anybody to just like
I thought you were streaming.
burst into the bathroom.
I didn't think you were doing
He
that.
was streaming. That's the
I
point.
was streaming. I was streaming. I was streaming right into the toilet.
So small, couldn't even hear a tinkle. So that would have been a clue.
Because I was finishing up, and all of a sudden I look up, and Max is looking
Max.
at me in the mirror
No,
from the hallway.
Oh.
He's looking into the bathroom in
Wait
the
a
mirror
minute.
right
I
at
said,
me.
oh,
and
shit.
he's
Does
like,
Max have to
here.
go pee-pee tinkles? Max, do you have to go
pee-pee
pee-pee
Yes,
tinkles?
no. Oh God, Joe, I'm leaving. I can't,
Yeah.
I
Oh, good, Joe. You
Hey,
made
just
it.
go, Max.
grown man to say that again. Stop it, Joe. Stop it.
Pee-pee tinkles.
yes, CGH, you are absolutely right. Max is a perv confirmed. He tried to get a sneak peek at Enosh's junk.
Please, for the love of God, Joe, stop saying
He was
that.
standing in the doorway looking in the mirror. I'm just saying, he did not hold it for me. No fourth 1000. He did not hold it. But he stood there in the mirror and he went, oh, hey.
I never finished my video, by the way.
He's still there.
Oh, hey, so back to what we were talking about before you left. You said something about they need to go back to what made people love about the MCU, right? To get everything
Right.
back on track, right?
Yes.
That you could say the same thing about Star Wars. They need to get back to like what made people love Star Wars, and not like what they've been
Okay.
doing stuff now,
Well,
especially with like the TV shows.
okay. So I will just ask the question, and this is just a question. This is not me trying to be sarcastic or anything, but the question is well then what is that about Star Wars? And I get what you're saying about what we're talking about right now about the MCU, because the MCU has gotten like way far away from anything, and the MCU is a little bit different for me, man, because the MCU has a path that it could follow, right? But it has gone in weird places. Star Wars, on the other hand, has an open book. Like, they can do whatever they want for the most part. They can fill in anything that they want to fill in. And I will just say, Star Wars fans
are so crazy.
Star Wars fans are like Superman fans, and this is what
Oh.
pains me most, because
Yes, they are.
There are two IPs that are the most important things to me: Star Wars
And DC.
Superman.
Or that.
Superman, most importantly, even over DC. I would rather see Superman thrive, okay, than to be worried about everybody, because I love Superman. And yes, I'm a DC fan and I love all the DC characters. I'm not saying that I don't love DC characters. You know what I'm saying. The problem is, though, is that with Star Wars, everybody says that they want all these stories. They want the universe to expand. They want the Force to expand. And then, unfortunately, a couple of guys jump on every new thing that comes out and try to point out everything that they think is bad with it. And then
I
everybody
think I know
goes,
who those couple guys are.
Well, it's not even necessarily anymore that, Andrew. It used to be on YouTube. We used to see that, right? That there was like there were certain like channels. There were certain groups of people, right, that were literally just trying to just poison Star Wars. Nowadays, unfortunately, we're post that. We are post that. We are at a place right now where Star Wars fans, they don't even know what to think. They say that they want stuff that is outside of the Skywalker saga, but the second that we're given anything outside the Skywalker saga, it is bastardized. It is ridiculed. It is told that it's not real and we're not going to recognize it, even though we haven't even watched the entire thing.
I mean, Mandalorian was outside Skywalker.
It was, but here's the thing: look at the Acolyte.
Fantastic.
Oh yeah,
show.
woo, that was a train
Fantastic
wreck.
show.
I'm sorry, I am so sick of hearing people complain about the Acolyte.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they only complained about the Acolyte because it was part of the High Republic, and because most people didn't even read it. They didn't read any of those books. They didn't read any of those to even know who that green chick was in the Acolyte. They didn't know any of that stuff because they don't care about Star Wars.
They heard that the showrunner, Leslie Headland, was a lesbian, and suddenly it didn't matter what was on that screen. That
Well, that's what I'm
all
saying.
they
People
needed
like
hear.
to keep focusing more on the politics stuff that has nothing to do with the franchise.
Stop talking about the directors. Stop talking about the personal lives
Talk
of
about
the
the character.
producers.
How about the
For
show?
God's sake, shut up and stop talking about that stuff and just watch the thing. Okay? Because you know what? Everybody that I hear that goes, "Oh yeah, but she's a lesbian, so of course she's going to do that." Really? Because you know what? All of Hollywood is a bunch of liberal bullshit. Okay?
Say it with your chest, dude.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to fucking say it. It's a bunch of liberal bullshit. And they do try to push it down your throat a lot of times. But you know what? Everything is not that. Everything is not that. Sometimes people are just writing a story. And the acolyte is not some push down some agenda down your throat. If I freaking hear anybody say lesbian witches one more time, I'm going to freaking lose my mind, because
I'm gonna Hulk out.
there is nothing in the acolyte that pushes forward some kind of agenda. At one point, like, they show like I think they hold hands, or like the two women like act like they're just okay with each other. They may hug each other or something. There is nothing there that's like, oh my god, it's so important that they're lesbians. And the freaking problem is, we had Night Sisters. We have the Dathomir Light Night Sisters. How can you have that and then still look at these witches and go, oh yeah, that's not good. Like, that's bad. That's stupid. They're just trying to push an agenda. The Night Sisters literally are responsible for Darth Maul and for his brother.
The giant green guy.
Savage Press.
Savage Press. Thank you. Yes. So the Night Sisters are literally responsible for them, and everybody's bitching about the acolyte because, oh, there's witches who created life. No, they didn't. They did not create it the same way that they created it, that Anakin was created.
They literally show Darth Plagueis at the end of the acolyte too.
I know, it does not diminish. It does not diminish Anakin at all. It's literally leading up to Anakin. What part of this don't you realize? The same people that go, oh, we love the old books, we love Legends. So the last Legends book that ever came out was Darth Plagueis. Honestly, that book probably should have been canon, okay? But it was not. I love that book. That book made Episode 1 a better movie for me, because it showed that Darth Plagueis was alive during Episode 1, that he was helping Palpatine and
Yeah, but here's I love that book too, but even that book still got trashed by the original trilogy fanboys who didn't like the idea of midichlorians.
Right.
Oh.
It's like, what did you guys expect? They mention him in Episode 3 that he manipulated midichlorians to create life, and then you went in this book expecting it to not mention midichlorians at all. It's just like, it's like you guys are not Star Wars fans.
Right. Did I like midichlorians when they were explained in Episode 1? No. Okay? We all remember what it was like to think that, well, the Force was just this mystic thing. Here's the thing. How could anybody have listen, we live on Earth, right? Can I ask everybody on the panel, do you live on Earth?
Yeah.
Right? You live on Earth, right? Are there different religions on Earth?
Of course.
Right? There are absolutely different religions. Are there religions that are very, very similar that yet have very, minuscule differences?
Yeah. Some have scientific things to him as well.
Right. Okay. I'm just talking about religion here, okay? Because the Force is basically a religion. That's all it is.
Jesus.
Right. I'm just being honest here. And so the thing is you're going to tell me that on Earth we have so many different ways to explain religion and spirituality, and so many different concepts and thoughts on it, right? And look, you all know what I do. I'm not here to tell you that anybody is wrong or right. That's not what this point is about. This point is about the fact that on Earth we have so much that has happened because of religion over history. You're going to tell me that you don't believe that the Force could be called something different on another freaking planet? In a different part of the galaxy, that maybe they don't call it the Force? Here's what most Star Wars fans miss. The Sith and the Jedi are not the end-all be-all of what the Force is. They are just religions of the Force. They are not all that there is. The Jedi are not all there is about the Force. The Sith are not all there is about the dark side. It's literally just a religion.
Or just two sections.
Right, it's just two sections. So when you look at the Dathomir Dark Sisters, right? Of course, they're on some planet where they've evolved as having been very magical and mystical, right? And so, of course, they're going to have different ways of looking at it. And look at all the Force stuff that came out of the Clone Wars that had to do with Darth Maul and the resurgence of Darth Maul and the the Night Sisters and all that stuff. That was amazing.
That show
grew,
also expanded Anakin and Obi-Wan's friendship.
right. It grew the lore as a whole.
Yeah, but a lot of these haters think, oh, that's George Lucas just retconning things. It's like it's not. It's just adding stuff to it.
Exactly.
Based off it's like people just think the original trilogy, oh, that's all there is to it, but it's not.
Yeah, like it ended in
It's really not.
1983.
And I'm sorry, but the Acolyte, Chimere was amazing. Those fights were amazing in that in a TV show, folks.
And they gave us stuff Star Wars fans have been begging for years.
Exactly. I challenge anyone to tell me for real. Just please, let's just have a conversation. I'm not being a jerk. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I know more than you or whatever. Let's have a freaking conversation. Tell me why the Acolyte is so bad. It literally is setting up to the point.
Can I say what I?
Yeah, hold on just a second. If you read Darth Plagueis, right? Darth Plagueis sets up how Anakin came to be, how what Darth Plagueis was, and all that stuff, right? That Darth Plagueis kept killing Darth Venomous over and over again and bringing him back to life, trying to manipulate the midichlorians until the fact that the Force responded and said no and created Anakin. That's not the same as those lesbian witches, on the planet. It's not the same. They did it differently. That book, though, explains that the Sith and others were working towards trying to achieve immortality, that they were trying, because you know what? The Sith were trying to achieve what the Jedi had not achieved yet in the Force, in the way of becoming a Force ghost. Sith cannot become Force ghosts. They can't. Now, there's been different things of which, the spirit of a Sith has been able to, exist and continue on through like a holocron or something like that. But as far as being a Force ghost, no. That has been established. So I look at.
I think they can become Force ghosts, but not in the same way. They have their own different way of it.
It's got to be through some other
Like
focus,
Darth Bane, he came back as a Force ghost in a way, but
right, but it wasn't the same way as like the Jedi come back and talk to people and commune with people, right? So I get what you're saying for sure. So there's always that stuff, but when you look at the Acolyte, can't we see? I don't know, man. It just drives me up the wall because I feel like people are being disingenuous. I just feel like people are being so disingenuous. There is Darth Plagueis right there. And we've all read, for all of us who read the Darth Plagueis book, we know that Disney is basically bringing things back into canon, right? So even if they bring in Darth Plagueis, they weren't going to I don't believe for a second that they were going to change the history of Darth Plagueis some horrible way where it was we weren't even going to recognize it and it was going to be, some crazy thing. They might have added to it a little bit. They may have changed it a little bit.
They were going to change his name from being Higo Damask or to something else,
Right. Simple, stupid stuff may change, but the reality that he was a Sith that was trying to control things, that he was working with Palpatine, all that stuff, how do you change that, right? So I just look at it as I hear people griping and complaining. I'm like, they show Darth Plagueis that he is obviously the one working behind the scenes. What if Chimere is the new version of Darth Venomous, where literally he finds Palpatine finally, and so Chimere just becomes a throwaway? I could have totally seen that. And it makes Chimere feel a certain way, and it creates a rift, and it creates all this, issue. I don't understand Star Wars fans. We say we want one thing, and the second we get it, we say that sucks.
You know what I always say, Enosh?
What's that?
I say it over and over and over again, and I will keep repeating it until the world ends. Disney and Kathleen Kennedy have given us more good,
More better
high-quality
stuff than
Star
George
Wars
Lucas.
than
Hold on,
George
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Lucas
whoa, whoa.
ever did.
Let Joe finish his statement. Don't interrupt him. Let him finish his statement.
Disney and Kathleen Kennedy have given us more good, high-quality Star Wars than George Lucas ever did.
So you're saying the sequel trilogy is high quality?
Absolutely.
Even Last Jedi?
Especially Last Jedi. Maybe not Rise of Skywalker. Rise of Skywalker is the weakest of the three, but we got 4 excellent Star Wars movies out of Disney and one that was mediocre. Not a bad track record.
Here's the thing: even the people who say that they don't like Disney Star Wars, they love Andor, and they love Rogue One, right? So here's the thing: stop. Everything is not going to be the perfect thing for you. I'm sorry. I totally agree. I'm not sorry. I don't want Joe to think that I'm saying I'm sorry that I agree with him. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I agree with Joe. At the end of the day, the sequel trilogy one day is going to be looked at in a completely different way than it was looked at when it first came out. Okay? It's the same thing.
Just like the prequels.
Just like the prequels.
It's already
Just
starting.
like
It's already starting.
It is. It is. Because you know what? The story is starting to be filled out. They have 30 years to fill out. Do you guys realize that? They have 30 years of Star Wars history to fill that we don't even know what happened yet.
Ooh, I will admit, I like that they gave us a cool Star Wars character in Cal Kestis in the Jedi Fallen Order game.
And that's fine. I've never played that game. I think he's fine. I've got a couple of his action figures. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's fine, Andrew. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's fine for anybody to love any part of Star Wars that they love, right? But the reality is like, we have what we have. Excuse me. They are not going to undo the sequel trilogy.
Nope.
Ever. That's just, excuse me. I'm sorry, but if in 2025 you were still hoping...
They're going to make a Ray movie, for crying out loud.
Right. They're making a Ray movie. They're
By the way, Enosh, you mentioned the real world that we live in. You said, we live in this real world.
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell you one of my pet peeves? All these like anti-Star Wars people who like hate the prequels and want to go out on Rey, they get so upset that she took the name Skywalker at the end of Rise of Skywalker.
Right.
Let me tell you, we live in a world, a real world, where anyone can legally change their name. You can change it. I could become a Skywalker if I wanted to. I could go.
I call myself Peter Parker.
So a character does. We're accepting Wookiees and space wizards and lasers
Right.
and all this stuff. That's okay. But she changed her name? No, she can't do that. She's a Palpatine. The most real world thing in there is
She never even had a birth certificate.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
She didn't even know who she was, for God's sake. I mean, for all we know, that could have been like a false thing, and she really could be a Skywalker, for God's sake.
And from Han Solo, we know how easy it is to change your name in this universe. You just say you're alone and your last name becomes Solo. It's apparently super easy to change your name in that universe. So come on, get the hell out of here.
She could have been a Solo. That would have been funny. Like, she takes on Ben's last
Ray
name.
Solo.
Because, like, they keep saying that Ben's a Skywalker, but he's a Solo. I don't know. You know,
Definitely went out as a solo.
exactly. Here's the thing. You all know, I've never strayed away from the fact that I love The Last Jedi. I thoroughly enjoy The Force Awakens. I get the criticisms of The Force Awakens that there's some retreaded stuff here and there. But again, I still credit J.J. Abrams with reintroducing Star Wars to the world in a very positive way. And J.J. Abrams, if you have a problem with J.J. Abrams and his take on The Last Jedi, the worst thing about The Last Jedi is the fact that they gave The Rise of Skywalker back to J.J. Abrams.
I remember.
Isn't it technically George Lucas's notes? I know that he says they threw out the notes, but when you look at like the concept art and all that stuff,
it
looks very similar.
I will just say this: there is a lot there that they very much picked from. Okay, So everybody, you are absolutely right. Everybody who gripes and complains about the sequel trilogy, I just remind them.
In fact,
you realize George Lucas himself had written a treatment where there was a girl named Kira. She was not named Ray, but she was exactly Ray.
Yep.
She was a junker. She was somebody who lived on a desert planet. She was all by herself, and yes, she was related to somebody else. She was a person who could use the Force and all those things. George Lucas himself had Luke becoming a hermit. Okay, so all this
that reminds me of something. I remember during the
This is
discourse
George's
of the Last
fault.
Jedi that even Mark Hamill himself had a problem with how Luke was handled.
Well, okay, but you know what? Listen, if you actually watch that, I'm just saying, if you actually go back and you, I see that, Joe. That's great.
Oh
right.
wow!
Mark Hamill hasn't really been right in the head in the
Joe.
last few years.
But here's the thing: if you actually watch the stuff that Mark Hamill says, you know what fanboys don't understand? Mark Hamill is a troll.
What?
Mark Hamill is absolutely a troll. He's admitted it. During that time when he was doing the whole, that's not Luke Skywalker, that's Jake Skywalker. He literally has a smile on his face. He's saying it tongue in cheek. But here's the thing. The people who take this way too seriously and they wanted to hear something. They wanted to hear their hero.
Now they all hate him.
Right. And now they all hate him. And that's the funny thing, right? They hate him because of his personal politics, not even because of the freaking movie. But for the last few years, they've been saying Mark Hamill is on our side, and he hates this Luke Skywalker. He never hated that Luke Skywalker.
And they
He was just
always
saying
leave
it
out
was-
the second part.
Well, it's also mainly
was-
people hated that they never got to see the original trilogy cast come together. And
I get that.
It's so stupid.
That I agree with.
Look.
That does
I'm
make
glad we
sense.
didn't.
Look,
I'm glad we didn't.
Come on. Well, hold on. I'm not glad that we didn't. I'm okay. Listen, because I'm a normal person and I'm not trying to be stupid about stuff. I'm okay with it, right? Because it happened.
Let me
I can't
rephrase.
hold on. Wait. I
Oh,
can't
sorry.
change it, right? I can't change what the movies are, right? If I had done it, I would have had that original cast have a moment, right? At least a moment. But I will argue this. In different ways, they had that moment. They may have not all been aboard the Falcon again, and you know what I mean, and doing the normal stuff. And I don't even think that that's a good idea that would happen, because I'm sorry, fandom is such in a way where even if that happened, people wouldn't have liked it. Like, then it would have been something else that they would have attached to, that they would have said, this is bad. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it was a movie series that made sense, but fans had their own headcanon. And they couldn't get
And you
over
can
themselves.
have your own headcanon.
You can have your own headcanon. That's fine. But the reality is the movies are the movies, right? The thing is the thing. So you can have headcanon all day long.
Reality is reality. Imagination is imagination.
You're like the Watcher from Marvel.
Thank you. So you have to look at the sequels and go, it is what it is, and it makes sense. It makes sense that that's where it would naturally go. Luke Skywalker, everybody was like, Luke Skywalker wouldn't have tried to hurt his nephew. He wouldn't have tried to kill his nephew. Again, I literally just had this conversation when Max first got here.
Really?
The day that Max walked in, we had this conversation. For the first time ever in Star Wars, we were shown a flashback and a point of view from two different points of view. We are shown
And
that
people
flashback.
didn't understand that.
Exactly. We are shown the flashback of Luke, like and Ben twice. We are shown it once from Luke's perspective, where Luke is like, I didn't do anything wrong. I was there in a moment.
Well, I think they showed it 3 times, right?
Did they?
Yeah, it was
Luke's
pretty.
perspective, Ben's perspective, and the real perspective, or something like.
Kind of, but it wasn't even really. They never established what the real perspective was, and that's where people missed it because they literally look at the Kylo Ren version where Kylo is just innocent and he wakes up and he's just Luke's nephew and he wakes up and he sees this murderous Luke Skywalker.
He's got an evil look in his eye.
Who's got like sullen eyes and is sitting there with his lightsaber just getting ready to kill him, right? Do you believe that that's really what Luke did?
No.
Okay.
That's what people
Then
that don't
remember this.
understand movies.
Right. This is a flashback told from a certain perspective of a kid who was young at the time, who Luke, because then you look at Luke's perspective, right? When they do Luke's flashback, when Luke is telling the story,
He said like he saw darkness in him.
He's like, I saw darkness in him. So think about that moment, right? Here's where I always go back. If you have the Blu-ray to The Last Jedi for any reason, even if you hate the movie, go watch. It's a 2 Blu-ray set, and there is a accompaniment disc that is called like the Jedi and the director and the Jedi or whatever, and it tells a story of what's his name? Who directed the movie?
Ryan Johnson.
Ryan Johnson. Thank you. It tells the story of Ryan
And
Johnson.
people like to call him Ruin Johnson for some reason.
Whatever. But it literally.
I
tells
even
it,
think the Palpatine thing come back makes sense.
it does. But here's the thing. It tells
Yeah, they always
his
criticize
story.
the line, somehow Palpatine returned.
Right, but hold on. It tells his story. Like Ryan Johnson did something that nobody ever did. It tells the story from the moment that he found out he was going to do the new Star Wars movie until the time like the movie comes out and everything, right? It's a documentary that is just amazing. And here's the thing. This is what sold me on this for Ryan Johnson. Other directors, even J.J. Abrams especially, he will go on and on about like, well, I thought that Luke should be doing this, or I thought that at this point Han would be doing this, or Leia would be at this point in her life, whatever. Ryan Johnson says straight up, he goes, in Empire, in The Empire Strikes Back, my favorite movie, Luke does this, this, and this. That's why Luke does this in my movie.
Yep.
And then he goes on. In The Empire Strikes Back, Yoda says this and does this and does this. That's why Yoda says this and does this and does this in my movie.
The greatest failure teacher is.
He does not. Ryan never at any point goes, well, I just thought that like Yoda should say this or Yoda should do this and Luke should be this at this point. He literally references the original trilogy and says, this is what it is. And I have said from the very beginning, Luke, he has a vision in Empire about his friends dying. He freaks out. He wants to run there. Yoda and Obi-Wan tell him, no, do not go. And Luke says, well, what? Should I just sacrifice everything? You know, should I just let them die?
If I don't.
And Yoda, like a gangster, just says straight up, yes, let them die if you value what they fight for. Nobody wants to hear that because that means Luke and Leia and Han and C-3PO and R2-D2 and Chewbacca and everybody would just die, right? Because Luke should stay on Dagobah and become a Jedi. He's not ready to fight Vader. And honestly, if you look at this movie, if you look at Empire, which is heralded as probably the best of all the Star Wars movies, what does Luke do? He rejects his teachings.
Even in Return of the Jedi, when he tries to strike down Palpatine.
Okay, I'll get there in just a second. Yes, you are absolutely right. He rejects all the teachings and he says, no, I got to go. And Yoda says, don't. He says, the future is hard to see. You can't be sure of what you've seen in this vision about them dying and suffering. And what we find out is they all suffer because Luke chooses to go. The only reason Han Solo is ever frozen in carbonite is because Luke Skywalker goes to Bespin. They get the alert that an X-Wing is out there, that it's Luke, and what does Vader say? Prepare the freezing chamber. And then Lando says, wait a second, we don't know if anybody will live through that, right? And so he says, Okay, then we'll test it out on Captain Solo. Literally, Han Solo could have died because of Luke. Right?
Yeah.
Are
Oh,
we
that
willing to admit
makes
that?
total sense. Yeah.
Right. So the fact that Han Solo was frozen at all was only because Luke left Dagobah. If Luke doesn't show up at Bespin, Vader has no reason to test out the carbon freezing chamber on Han Solo to make sure that remember the Emperor's prized possession gets there safe, right? So they want to make sure that Luke doesn't die. So they test it out on Han. If Han had died, they wouldn't have even tried to freeze Luke. But they figured, hey, Han froze, so we'll freeze Luke. Because of Luke, Leia gets put into slavery with Jabba. Chewbacca is put in prison because Luke thought he could save everybody. And he couldn't. So you get 35 years down the road, 30 years down the road, any of us who have aged at all, we know. We just
Because
know.
Legends kept making him look like the hero, superhero.
It just made him look like he was perfect. And nobody is perfect. And I
It made him like Superman.
Right, and I get it where everybody says, well, Luke saw the good in his father. But literally, we had this conversation when Max first got here, because Max doesn't, I think, care for The Last Jedi. He's in the other room, but he is what he is. He has his own opinions. But it's like I told Max the other day. Luke goes to the dark side in Jedi. He succumbs to the
He
dark
chokes
side.
out Jabba.
Well, that's another thing where he chokes out like the Gamorrean guards and stuff. That's a very dark side thing to do. You don't see Jedis going around choking, force choking people, for God's sake. But Luke is there. He's wearing all black. It was done on purpose because
his white under shirt showed when he chose. Yeah.
Right. Because originally, Luke was going to turn to Palpatine and say, I have taken Vader's place. Luke was going to go to the dark side. Do you guys know that? That was part of the... That was
That's why it's called Revenge of the Jedi.
Exactly. Luke was originally going to go to the dark side and become his father. It was going to be a tragedy. Can you imagine if Return of the Jedi had instead ended with Luke going to the dark side and just becoming
That would have been
Vader?
a cliffhanger.
Well, even Luke and Leia thing, that there's a behind the scenes of them literally talking about whether or not Luke and Leia will end up together.
Right. So
Originally Leia wasn't actually supposed to be his sister.
Right. So all that fanboy stuff about George Lucas had a plan. No, he didn't. He had an outline, but he kept changing it. I mean, look, anybody can look at that and go, like, Luke and Leia kissing in Empire is such a red flag for that. That Lucas didn't have it all figured out, for God's sake. And he does.
Lucas said he originally had plans to do 9 films.
And then he said, oh, no, it was only 6. You know what I mean? Like, he kept
And then he said Legends was canon, and then he said it wasn't canon. So
he kept changing. He never liked Legends. He really never liked Legends. He didn't like the fact that those books came out, the Thrawn trilogy came out, Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command, and people loved it. He okayed it so that they could make books because he figured it would just be regular books, just like, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the difference. People can argue Star Wars versus Star Trek, and I love Star Trek, and people know I freaking played Captain Kirk, for God's sake, in a production.
isn't the Star Trek books like not canon or something?
You're the fourth best Captain Kirk of them all.
Thank you.
Well, technically, it wasn't G canon. There were just like different levels of canon in the expanded universe.
But here's the thing. With those Star Trek books, right? Nobody ever responded the way that they did with Legends of Star Wars, right? Those books were so well accepted. And you know why? Because we didn't get anything after Return of the Jedi. We didn't get anything.
You want to know why that is, though? You want to know why? It's because, what's her name? Lucas's original wife wanted to, start a family, and he couldn't he didn't have the time to make more films after that.
And you know the first book?
but we were in those dark times, right?
The first book he made, the studio, or no, he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to make Empire Strikes Back, so he made that first book.
Splinter of the Mind's Eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was the Splinter of the Mind's Eye, book. Yeah, I know. But you know, like I said, at the end of the day, the sequels, the way that people hate the sequels just blows my mind.
If I could just say real quick, you know, going back, we talked about the three never having, or the main characters never having a scene together. I said I'm glad we didn't get that. To clarify what I mean is, I'm glad that they didn't say, sit down with a blank sheet of paper and say, we have to write a story. What do we need? Well, we need all the characters together on the Falcon, at least in one scene. Let's construct a story around that.
Right.
They wrote a story, and that
didn't
didn't fit into the story. And I'm glad they didn't retrofit their story to fit a fan service moment, because Star Trek Picard season 3 did kind of do that, and everybody, you know, crapped their pants over it. And the fact is, it was kind of lame. Getting like all those characters back on the Enterprise that was destroyed like 15 years ago or 20 years ago. And oh, by the way, I rebuilt it. Never told you guys. Secretly, I had the Enterprise rebuilt. And then you get all the guys back on the bridge and everybody's like, oh, they're back on the bridge. That was dumb. I'm sorry, it was.
Yeah, it's just people want just fan service just for the sake of it. Even though it makes no story sense. They'll just...
Did we lose Enosh? Enosh is going pee-pee tinkles.
But yeah, it's just that's all they want. It's just fan service.
Right.
People don't actually want some story. They just they just want whatever their headcanon is to be the story.
Exactly.
And then just be satisfied with that. I don't know. It's just,
you know, pack of peanuts, Snickers really satisfies you.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Enosh just disappeared. So, do we keep this going? Do we need a new topic?
Yeah, let's just wait. You probably had to go take a shit.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, what do you think of the new Superman suit?
I like it. I have the same criticism of it that I've had of like the last 3 or 4 Superman suits.
Which is what?
Which is I'm tired of them being like, they keep adding like bumpy texture, like they did it with the Cavill suit, the Brandon Routh suit in the movie.
I think that's
Tyler
just lighting
Hoechlin's.
though.
See, I don't know. Everything's bumpy now. Like, why does every suit have to be bumpy? So I don't know. That's a gripe I know, but otherwise I like it.
Yeah, I just, you know, I love Star Wars, and I think that if people are ever going to enjoy something, you can't just pick apart every little thing about it. And
I love
unfortunately,
the Kenobi series.
That's what fandoms do. And see, what you just said right there should be the basis for all of us, right? That you just said, I love the Kenobi series, right? So if somebody says, the Kenobi series sucks, okay, so you didn't like the Kenobi series. That's fine. Most of us...
But tell us why you think it sucks.
Right, well, but most of us, right, we're just like, hey, I didn't like everything about the Kenobi series, maybe, but the Kenobi series was pretty decent. But the problem is that there are people out there who will make video after video and go on and on about how it just sucks. The Kenobi series is awful. It's the worst Star Wars thing that's ever happened in ever.
Well, I don't even think these people are real, like, actual fans of the property. Because look how easy they pivoted to like politics instead of the nerd culture.
Well, CJH, I agree. I just did a video called "Show Me on the Spock Bear," where Section 31 hurt you, and it's about all these people who were like, Section 31 has killed Star Trek. Star Trek is dead because of Section 31. And I'm like, my thing is, if your fandom is so like, and I'm not a gatekeeper, but if your fandom is so fragile that one movie you didn't like or one show you didn't like can topple the whole house of cards, one bad movie cannot kill a franchise. And if it can, you really didn't like that franchise as much as you claim you did. Because like I always talk about Star Trek Nemesis, movie I hated Star Trek Nemesis. I didn't walk out of Star Trek Nemesis and say, Star Trek is dead. I said, well, God, I hope they do better next time. And they did. And they did. And same thing with Star Trek Into Darkness. I didn't like that. I didn't walk out going, that's it. It's over. Burn it to the ground. I was like, I hope they do better. And I liked Beyond a lot better. Right. So it's like, if your fandom is like, I loved everything you did, and then you made this one movie, and I don't like that movie.
Right.
So I'm done with you forever. Then I'm like,
it's like a band that you love that puts out like an okay album, and you go, I'm never listening to that band again. Okay, you know what's funny about this? So, Max, he brought me a boombox, right, which is pretty cool, and so he also gave me a tape, and so everybody knows, like, we've talked about it on the show before. I love Van Halen, right? I'm a guitar player, obviously. I've been a musician. I've toured. I've done all that stuff. So, but I love Van Halen. Probably one of my favorite bands of all time. Not just because of Eddie Van Halen's musical ability, but because they write good songs, and that's what's most important to me as a musician, is writing good songs. So I say that because he brought me a copy of Van Halen's Balance on cassette tape. And that's funny because there's a lot of people who are very Balance is very controversial. As an album, there's a couple of good songs on it. There's some really good songs on it, but there's a lot of people who just they didn't care for that album. They didn't hit the way that they wanted it to. But I have to laugh because he literally brought me the cassette tape, and I have the cassette tape right here, right now, that he brought me. And then today we went to a shop that had like the reissued vinyl of Balance, and it was like $200 and something, right? And I had to laugh. I showed it to him, and we had to laugh because people put value on things. And it's so funny because that cassette that he brought me is the exact same music that's on that album, right? But if I buy that album, it's $250. Obviously, him buying that cassette tape was a lot less, We put so much emphasis on the things that we love. But the problem is that then when it doesn't do what we want it to do, we attack it and we tear it down. There are so many Star Wars movies now. You're not going to love every single one of them. Every single Star Wars movie or property or TV show or comic book or whatever is going to be for you. It's not for me. There's some stuff that I go, Now, somebody asked about Skeleton Crew. Jared did. What's up, Jared? What's up, by the way?
There's also a group mentality, too. Like, look at how many people hate Nickelback because other people hate it.
Right. And I've asked so many. It's so funny that you bring that up, man, because I have asked people for years, okay, so you don't like Nickelback. Why? Well, because Nickelback sucks. Okay, but why? Because Nickelback sucks. Okay, but why? Because Nickelback sucks. And then the most that I've, and I want you all to know, this is actually a topic that I have gone to point on about Nickelback. And I am not even some huge Nickelback fan. It's just that I hear people talking about how they suck. They don't suck any worse than anybody else. Like they've got a lot of really good songs, for God's sake. And I've heard people like just dismantle them. And then when I've asked people, they either can't give me a reason or they just tell me, well, they just sound generic. They just sound like everybody else. So you're pointing them out? That's the music industry, man. Like that's not Nickelback. Nickelback has some good songs. And for the time and era they were in, they were killing it. I know at one point, I don't know right now, so I'm not going to say definitively, but I absolutely know at one point they were the top selling foreign group ever in the United States of America. Do you realize what that means? That means that they sold more than the Beatles, because the Beatles were a foreign group. That means that they sold more than the Rolling Stones. Somebody was buying those albums, for God's sake. Maybe
Most
people
people
don't
know
want
the words of how you remind me.
I honestly don't know how I feel about Nickelback because I couldn't name a single Nickelback song. Now, if you played me one, I probably have heard it through being out and about. I probably go,
Right.
oh, that, but like I'm not Nickelback became popular in that point in time when I wasn't really learning new music, because once I got out of college and I wasn't in college radio,
Right.
I don't know who any of the new bands are after I got out of college radio.
I get that, Joe.
Yeah.
I get that.
So it's like if you played it and I heard it, I'd probably go, oh yeah, I heard that in the supermarket or something, or or in a movie.
Right.
But
Right.
I couldn't even tell you a single song by Nickelback.
Look, I will just tell you, and this is
Never
not,
made it as a wise man.
Oh, I've
look,
heard that.
Look,
Okay.
this is not to make this about Nickelback, because that's not my real point. But Nickelback has been a point of mine, even not as a huge Nickelback fan. My favorite music video of all time is "Saving Me" by Nickelback. If you've ever seen that video is so powerful. It starts off with a guy.
Is that the accident one?
What's that?
The car accident one?
Yeah, it's the one where like everybody ends up with like a countdown over their head that is supposed to be the countdown of how long they're supposed to live. So the main guy in the video, at the beginning of the video, he is saved by somebody. And as soon as he is saved by that person, everybody that he looks at, he sees like this digital countdown over their head. And that digital countdown, he ends up realizing, is how long they have to live. And so it's all like in the video, the concept is somebody saved him, so now he has to save somebody else. Right? And so it's really interesting because in the song, it's almost, you all know what I do, it's almost very spiritual in nature, because Chad is singing in the song, listen, show me what it's like to be the last one standing. Show me what it's like to fight for what's right. Say it if it's worth saving me. That is such a powerful statement. In a world that we live in, that people don't like to be told that they're wrong, or even insinuated that they may not understand something, or they may not be completely 100% right about something, for a song to say, hey, say it. Say the thing if it's worth saving me. If you feel like you have something that can mean something to me, say it to me, right? And in the video, the guy goes around and he's looking at this countdown over each and every person's head until he finally finds somebody that he saves. And then, of course, the video ends with that guy saving some chick from it's literally like some falling window or thing that falls on a car that she was about to get into. And he ends up pulling her away from the car, and so she doesn't get killed. And so then she sees the countdown over everybody's head. So now it's her time to save somebody else. So like the concept is, hey, we each go from one person to another, helping each other, saving each other, right? It's such a powerful song, and it's such a powerful video. So when I hear people go, Nickelback sucks. Have you ever heard that song? I mean, you know what I mean? Have you ever watched that video? Like,
I mean, Spider-Man. The first Spider-Man.
Right. You may not
Hero.
Right. You may not like, look at this photograph, right? I get it. You may not even like the other song.
Oh, that's Nickelback too?
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought that was Kid Rock.
No, look at this phone.
I don't know.
That's right.
I don't know new music.
Right, but here's the
20-year-old new music.
Well, here's the thing, and like I said, this is not about Nickelback. This is just about in general. There's so many people that hate things for no good reason, just that they're pushed in that direction. As soon as somebody started saying Nickelback sucks, it became easier for somebody else to say Nickelback sucks if they just didn't like the new song that came out. You know what I mean?
They made a documentary about this too.
Did they?
I think we're all guilty of that, especially growing up in school, just trying to fit in. But as an adult now, I kind of just be more honest. Like, hey, I can't honestly say if this person or that song is good or if it's bad if I haven't even heard it. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's like
here's another
it's like
example. So you know how everyone as a collective said they enjoyed Deadpool and Wolverine when it first came out. Now everyone suddenly hates it for some.
What's up with that?
I don't hate it, but I've said from day one that it's my least favorite Deadpool movie.
But it's the same thing with No Way Home. Everyone loved it when it came out, and now everyone hates it for some reason.
I haven't heard anyone say they hate it.
I've
Any
heard
of those.
Usually it's the Twitter.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of negative posts about it, and I feel like we live in a world where people feel like that like if they're not negative about something, that they're not taken seriously about their critique of it.
Well, I've seen it
Like
with,
they have something to prove.
Right.
I've seen it with Spider-Man Far From Home, where suddenly like people are acting like that's a bad movie. And I'm like, when did this happen? We all liked this movie. Everybody liked this movie. Everybody loved this movie. And now suddenly we're pretending this isn't good. Like I think it's the best of the three Tom Holland Spider-Man movies myself.
I mean, look, I think it's the best of the three Tom movies. The only problem that I have with No Way Home is the whole these aren't real villains anymore. We're going to redeem these villains. They're anti-heroes, or they're just misunderstood, and they just need a way out.
I think I lost track. Were you saying No Way Home or Far From Home is your favorite of the Tom Holland movies?
You said Far From Home is your favorite.
Yeah, Far From Home's my favorite.
Oh, okay. Far From Home.
I love No Way Home because I made a video about this. There's a whole bunch of reasons, but I think Green Goblin definitely steals the show of that whole movie, as well as Tom Holland and his reaction from the Green Goblin.
Well, yeah, because it's Willem Dafoe.
I would disagree with you, CGH, because you know who I feel steals the entire movie of No Way Home?
What?
Happy Hogan.
Garfield. Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, he was.
He's
quite
the only
good.
Spider-Man that the emotion that Andrew Garfield reacts in that movie from the minute that he shows up. If you remember, I know we all know now when he shows up, right?
See, I loved his two. Well, I loved the second movie. I know Joe hates it, but
I despise that second.
Yeah,
I would actually say Spider-Man No Way Home shows what Andrew Garfield is capable of as Spider-Man when directed by a competent director.
Thank you. Because I'm telling you right now, think about all the things that Andrew Garfield does in that movie. From the moment that he shows up, right? When Zendaya and what's his name are in the house or whatever, and that
You don't like Mark Webb?
Hold on. The portal opens up, right?
Right.
And then all of a sudden, there's Andrew Garfield. The theater that I was in erupted.
Mm-hmm.
The second that Andrew Garfield showed up, they erupted. And then the entire sequence there where he's trying to prove to them that he's actually Spider-Man, and he's holding onto the ceiling and he's doing the whole thing, and they had the whole conversation and everything. It's so great. And then the fact that he has the redemption arc where he saves Mary Jane because he couldn't save.
Got to correct you, MJ, not Aunt Mary Jane.
Well,
Michelle Jones.
Okay. Okay. You know what I mean.
Because they couldn't save Gwen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? I agree with you. Look, I have that problem with the MCU, but it is what it is.
My only issue with No Way Home is the beginning of the movie feels like completely different than the rest of the movie.
I'm just saying Andrew Garfield stills that whole movie. Even,
Oh, yeah.
even when all three Spider-Mans are trying to work together, like Andrew Garfield has the most he makes the most sense. You know what I mean? Like you would hope that Toby would make the most sense because he's been around the longest, and I would get that. But Andrew Garfield, man, he literally comes in at an amazing moment when the portal opens and he's out there in that hallway or in the
kitchen.
He's in the alley first, right? Because they see the world that he's in, and he
Right.
just jumps in, and then all of a sudden he's in the kitchen and he's hanging from the ceiling and he's doing the thing. He's trying to prove that he is also Peter Parker and Spider-Man, right? And then the conversations that he has, with Andrew or Tobey Maguire, right? About what it means to be Spider-Man, about like what his experience is as Spider-Man compared to what
And
other
that
people's.
ending of the movie where he's finally Spider-Man.
Right.
Like,
And I mean, he saves MJ, right? Like as Crazy Joe just said, right? He saves MJ, which was a moment that, I mean, come on. If you saw him save Zendaya, I don't even like Zendaya as an actress. I'm sorry. I can't stand her as an actress.
Yeah, I don't
I
either.
don't like her. There's just something about her that I don't like. That being said, my God, when he saves her, it's like this moment that's like, wow, he couldn't save
Gwen.
but he saves this MJ for a different Spider-Man. That is so powerful.
He walked into that movie with because he was the Spider-Man who had something to prove when he came in that movie. And
That's
he
a
did.
great way to put that. That is a great way to put that. Because
well, I mean, remember that scene where Toby kind of reassures Andrew that he is amazing. He is the amazing Spider-Man.
which again, I after No Way Home, I wanted to see more of Toby. Or not I mean I wanted to see more of Toby too, but I really wanted to see
Andrew.
more of Andrew. Because I feel that Andrew's Spider-Man movies.
I'm not a fan of the first one, but I do like the second one. I
like the first one better.
Yeah, I listened to the commentary, the director's commentary, and there's a lot missing from those two movies. Sony did mess with those movies. Yeah.
I just feel like Andrew Garfield was he didn't get the full opportunity that he should. Even though he got 2 movies, he didn't get the full opportunity that he should have gotten. I don't even know what that means sometimes. You know what I mean? And maybe you don't. I really liked Andrew Garfield's portrayal of the character. And then when he's in a movie with 2 other Spider-Men and he like excels.
Who do you think would
he
be
was the
more
hero,
interesting?
for God's sake.
Who do you think would be more interesting to have the symbiote suit? Because personally, I think it's Tom Holland after all the stuff that happened in No Way Home.
So I feel like I don't feel like it would be more interesting to give it to Tom Holland because I still look at Tom Holland almost as a little boy.
Even
You know what I
after
mean?
the ending?
Even after that, because I still feel like he's still trying to figure out who he is as an adult. Even at the end of the last movie, he's coming into his own. He's making his own Spider-Man suit. He's not relying on Tony, whatever. But that means he's just starting. That doesn't mean he's at the end of his story or at the end of his, potential. He's literally just starting. I look at still Andrew Garfield. I look at Tobey Maguire as the total package. Over the movies that he was in, He was just Spider-Man. He
Toby's had the more experience.
Right. He's just Spider-Man, right? That's why he can be the older guy going, my back hurts, right? And it's funny. You know, we all get. Oh, go ahead.
And I was going to say, what's funny is I think Toby and Andrew together, if you could somehow mush them together, they're the perfect Spider-Man. Because here's the problem with Andrew Garfield. He's a little too good looking. Peter is supposed to be dorkier. He's supposed to be a nerd. So Toby's excels there. But Toby's Spider-Man never had the wisecrack and the quips. Andrew did. And I'm like,
yes.
I feel like it's like the perfect Spider-Man is somehow a combo of the two.
Well, I just recently rewatched the first Raimi Spider-Man, and it's funny that every time, like, you could tell there's a little bit of cringe when it comes to the romantic dialogue, but like, I think that was on purpose.
So all I will say about Spider-Man is this: I have already done this. We have already done a deep dive into Spider-Man. If you go back to the channel and you simply do a YouTube search for Poindexter Lounge Spider-Man Watch Party, we watch every Spider-Man movie made. Okay?
Even the Spider-Man Strikes Back?
Well, I don't know what that is. You know what I mean.
I know.
I get what you're saying, dude. No, but you know what I mean? Like, we watched all the Spider-Man movies, okay? And I put it out to everybody. Anybody could come in and watch the movie with us. We did it via Twitch, you know, and we did it on here on YouTube. So you can't watch the movie on YouTube, but we watched it on Twitch.
Watch it backstage.
Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is, though, is what I found really interesting is at the end of all of that, we watched all the movies. We watched Tobey Maguire, we watched Andrew Garfield, and we watched young kid.
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland, thank you. We watched them all. And then I kind of put out to everybody, because I knew my opinion, right? And I kind of put out to everybody, what do you guys all think? And everybody said the same thing. They all even agreed with what I was thinking. And I was not trying to push an agenda or a thought. And I was convinced that at the end of the day, Toby would be my favorite Spider-Man. Andrew didn't have the best movies, but he was the best Spider-Man. I really feel like he had the most heart. And even in No Way Home, when you have 3 Spider-Man, like, he's the one, he's like the glue that is like the bonding between the Toby, who is the older, more experienced Spider-Man, who, like, really they should be turning to for more advice, right? But then the Tom Holland Spider-Man is the MCU Spider-Man, so he has to look strong. And so he's given all this advice and, you know, like, what he thinks they should do. But at the end of the day, do you ever notice that, like Andrew's Spider-Man is the one who's more grounded? And he's just like,
Well,
hey,
somebody explain this to me, where, you know how Andrew's Peter Parker is a skater, right? A skateboarder.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, that's why he swings the way he does.
Well, you mean like with married couples?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining, like, Peter Parker, like being in these, like, chat rooms and stuff like that with like all these, like, seedy, like, underground, like people showed up at like Peter Parker's apartment, and he's got like a upside down pineapple or something in the window or something. Like, thank you, Joe. Thank you for that. Now I see Peter Parker as somebody who, like, joins an extracurricular
Oh, can I
activities
ask you?
with couples.
Can I ask you, who do you think was the best Aunt May?
When he web swings.
Oh, that's a hard one.
Marissa
It's got to
Tomei.
be the Rosemary.
Marissa Tomei. I mean, look, she is younger, right? But I feel like she's a better Aunt May to Tom Holland. I feel like the other lady in like Toby's movie.
Rosemary Harris.
Yeah. So I love her.
I think she knew Peter was Spider-Man for a long time.
Oh, absolutely. Right?
Can I
She's not stupid.
Can I say something really controversial?
Yeah.
This is not going to be popular.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
Well, it is you saying it, so let's be honest. Like, nobody's expecting you to say something that everybody agrees with.
I've never cared for Sally Field.
Really?
I've never cared for Sally Field. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about her, but Sally Field's just one of those actresses that when I see her, I just go, oh, Sally Field.
I don't hate her. She's not my favorite, though. Like, I like the little old lady in, I don't even know her name in, I know you just said it, but I don't even know her name in the Tobey Maguire one. It was too long ago. And I'll be honest with you, I like Marissa Tomei. Sally Field, I agree with you, Joe. She never quite owns it.
I don't even just mean as Aunt May. I mean, I just don't like Sally Field.
If you ever get a chance, if you ever get
Wasn't
a
a
chance,
Gidget fan, wasn't a Flying Nun fan, Smokey and the Bandit.
rewatch
Well,
The Amazing Spider-Man.
now I'm a little concerned. Goodbye, Joe. No, I'm just
whoa.
No, I don't know what that means. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, you don't you don't like Sally? Do you like do you like Smokey and the Bandit?
Nah, not particularly. There's just something. I don't know what it is. It's like
Wait, hold on a second. Wait. You are breaking something for me right now, Crazy Joe.
What?
Because I'll be honest with you, everything about your personality, and maybe this is just me being like me, right? But everything about your personality tells me that you should like Smokey and the Bandit.
No, not really.
No. Okay, so now I'm at like a totally different
I like
place,
it better
right?
than Smokey and the Bandit 2. Nobody likes that.
Well, I would say more people like
If you ever
Smokey and the
get
Bandit 2
a
than probably
chance,
like Smokey
though.
and the Bandit 3.
Well, I will say this though, my aversion to Sally Field. I say aversion. That's not the right word. I'm not going to turn the TV off if she's on. But my like thing with Sally Field is like my friend Dave, my best friend Dave. He's got a thing against. He doesn't like Mary Tyler Moore. So I think it's kind of similar. It's like he doesn't like Mary Tyler Moore. I don't like.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not like necessarily like a big, huge fan of Mary Tyler Moore. But how do you not like Mary Tyler Moore? She didn't do anything to you.
Well, neither did
She's Mary
Sally
Tyler
Field.
Moore. For God's
Sally
sake.
Field didn't do anything to me either.
You're gonna make it after all. I mean, come on. I mean, she didn't do anything wrong.
Neither did Sally Field.
No, she.
If you
yeah.
I was gonna say if you ever get the chance, watch The Amazing Spider-Man 2 with the director's commentary.
Really?
It really changed your perspective on that movie.
Interesting. Did you see that I think it's McFarlane or like some other group? Well, it's probably just whatever makes whoever makes MCU figures and everything. They're making a Spider-Man 78 figure.
I saw that, and it's going to be a
think there's a
Walmart
new
exclusive,
series?
which means you're not going to be able to get your hands on it.
Exactly.
Are they continuing
Wow.
the series?
Thank you, Joe. I was like so excited about that
Nope.
because you don't know how long I've been just saying I just want a regular Spider-Man figure. I don't want a Spider-Man figure that like I don't understand like where any decent Spider-Man figure that's been created from any of the movies, from any of the guys that we just talked about, from all three of the guys, they're so freaking expensive. Any of the decent ones are like so like on the aftermarket are so expensive. So I'm hoping I get a hold of one of these
I'm
Spider-Man.
gonna be so happy if they continue that series.
Let me ask you
90s
something. You know,
Spider-Man series.
What was the question?
let me ask you. Do you think they're gonna make the Batman too?
Yeah.
Okay, so a year ago, I would have argued you into the ground that, of course, they're making the Batman 2. I would still tell you, yeah.
Even after Penguin?
Look, I will still tell you, they're making the Batman 2. The Penguin was better than the Batman. I don't apologize for that statement.
I think Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze is the only one that makes sense because you're ending the Batman with the flood. It's going to be Christmas time because Halloween was also the ending. So it makes the most sense to have Mr. Freeze there.
It does, but the Batman was not a. I understand why there's people who like the Batman. I really
didn't like that movie.
I did not like that movie.
I didn't really like it either.
I have tried over and over and over again to like that movie, and I've even watched The Penguin and really loved The Penguin.
What?
Right.
Even the opening where it's like the bat signal and all that, where it's like
I loved every part of The Penguin. Okay, I loved that series. I don't like.
No, I meant the Batman, where he's like, he's like, I am the shadows and all that. You know what I mean?
Well,
well, how's this going to make sense? They say the sequel's supposed to take place right after the first movie, but yet this movie's supposed to come out like what 5 years after, if not more, 5 years after the first.
I mean, they do that all the time, but
so this is the problem that I have with the Batman. Batman sucks in that movie. Nobody wants to admit that. I don't get it. All these people
I
who
mean,
are like
he is pretty bad at the riddles.
or like he's such a great detective. Is he?
He couldn't figure out the riddles.
Exactly. He didn't figure out any of the riddles. When he does figure it out at the end, it's already happened and it's too late. Like the seawalls still get blown up. Batman doesn't stop one damn thing. He literally finds out in real time when the rest of us find out and realize, oh crap, that's what was going on. Right?
I mean, it is year one Batman, but
I just thought it was a boring.
It's year two.
Year two.
I just thought it was
So
a
he
really
should
boring
still
movie.
know.
I liked Robert Pattinson in the role. Really good casting, but
He wasn't a good Bruce Wayne, but he was a really good Batman. But then again, he hasn't figured out the mask yet, which is Bruce
I thought
Wayne.
he was a decent Batman, but again, his Bruce Wayne sucked. The movie, it kept taking me out of it. And Shifty Gizm,
there's a
I know you
moment-
know what you're doing, Shifty Gizm. I don't even know if you think this way. It's been so long since we've had this conversation. I don't know if Shifty Gizm feels the same way that I do about it, or he's just like priming me to do my rant about the car chase. But the car chase I'm sorry, the car chase in the Batman is absolutely asinine and ridiculous.
Compared to Batman Begins.
You mean where
Yes,
Batman is driving the Batmobile on rooftops?
Yeah.
That's stupid too. But when you have the Batman chasing the Penguin, a guy who he knows where he works, he knows where his base of operations is, and he still chases him in a Buick the opposite direction on the expressway in the middle of a rainstorm, and people die. Look, I don't like. Listen, you all know that I love the Snyderverse, right? I mean, we've talked. We used to. I mean, every stream
Batman's
about the
one
Snyderverse,
kill
for God's sake, right?
doesn't really work.
Right, like I love the Snyderverse, and I wish the Snyderverse would have continued. Even
yeah, you were the leader of the Snyder group.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for reminding me. Right, and yes, but the reality is like the Batman totally takes this idea of, Batman doesn't kill. Now Batman is killing civilians. He's not killing.
Well, to be fair, they had it coming.
You know,
He's not killing villains in that scene. When that semi truck blows up, it's not the Joker or the Penguin or a henchman that's driving that vehicle. It is literally just a regular guy who's a truck driver. And it blows up, and Batman thinks he's super cool by flying the Batmobile through the flames. And look, it looks super cool, right? We saw it all in the trailer. We saw it all in the movie. It looks super cool. But when you really break down what happens there, there's at least one truck driver who dies
but
because the Batman has to drive 100 miles per hour
Enosh,
against traffic.
You're not
in
giving
the
all the.
rain.
You're not taking everything into account, though. Batman is the world's greatest detective, so clearly he had traced that guy's license plate and found that he was cheating on his wife. That was not a good guy.
He deserved to die.
But also, there's a moment
You
in
know
that
what?
movie.
I will just say, if you are cheating, you deserve to die.
Batman will not take a life unless you're cheating on your wife.
No, you know what?
That's his
Sometimes it's
code.
the fucking wife who cheats on the husband, and Batman needs to go after her. Just saying.
Yes, that happens. By the way, I
There's
put
a
the
moment-
picture down there for you.
There's a moment in
Oh,
that
yeah,
movie though when Riddler is
That's
taunting.
awesome.
When Riddler is taunting, and there's a look that like Batman is giving, almost like he thinks that Riddler knows that he's Bruce Wayne. And the second he finds out that he doesn't know, his whole attitude changes.
I still say Riddler isn't in the movie. That character they called the Riddler, that wasn't the Riddler.
That was an alternate.
Definitely
take
wasn't.
on it.
What's his name?
That was Hush. They gave us Hush and called him the Riddler.
They said that they want to put Hush in the next movie too.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, but you put him in the first movie. You just changed his name to the Riddler.
I will say this about Ben Affleck. If they could come out and say that Robin that died was Jason Todd, then I'd be okay with Ben Affleck as Batman. The fact that they were hinting that it's Dick Grayson, that's where I'm like, I don't really care about Ben Affleck. But I think that's all they gotta do is just say, it was Jason
Well, here's
Todd
the thing.
died.
Here's what I theorize. Even if it was Dick Grayson, do you think he's actually dead though?
I mean, there were stories that Joker was in Suicide Squad. That was Robin.
Well, no, but I'm saying, regardless if it's Jason Todd or Dick Grayson, do you think he's actually dead in that universe?
Well, I mean,
mean-
if you go by the comics, Jason Todd wasn't dead.
Well, he was dead until Superboy punched a wall.
Oh, well, I don't know about the other stuff, but I guess in the comics, yeah.
Yeah, in the comics, no. Robin was dead. Jason Todd was dead. But somewhere in the multiverse, Superboy Prime was being held captive, and he kept punching the wall to get out. And because he punched a wall, it was sending vibrations through the multiverse that were changing history. And then he ended up bringing Jason Todd back to life.
Yeah.
It's one of the most convoluted resurrections in comic book history.
So I think Ben Affleck is the best if the Robin thing was figured out.
But what do you say he was Joker?
His Joker is awful, but
With Jared Leto?
yeah, I don't like that. But I think they should recast if anything. But I think I could
Come on, though.
see Ben Affleck's. I can see Ben Affleck's Batman going up against Killer Croc.
Can you?
and,
Is he
like,
going to be really worse than
Clayface.
what River Pattinson's Joker is going to be? That guy.
I mean, he didn't really look like Joker.
Come on. But here's the thing, though. Jared Leto, it's been well established by David Ayer and others that, you know what? Warner Brothers just fucking ruin that movie.
Like he still had the same laugh though.
But that laugh,
The dying
was awesome.
cat.
I'm sorry, Jared Leto. I don't have a problem with the theatrical Suicide Squad movie.
Me neither.
I don't have any problem with that movie. So anything that David Ayer ever shows me, if I ever see anything from David Ayer as far as like, you know, going forward for the Suicide Squad, it's only got to add to it and be better, because I love that movie and I don't have a problem with anything that's in that movie, to be honest with
The
you.
thing is, Jared Leto's Joker is actually more comic accurate than any
He is.
Joker.
I feel like people saw the grills and they saw that initial picture where he's like, right?
Yeah.
And it looked like Bat Boy from like the old Weekly World News or whatever that used to be, you know, in the grocery store or whatever. And so it became a meme, it became a joke, and then it became that like people started judging him. And like you said, he's probably one of the most comic accurate Jokers we've ever gotten.
I
Jack
think
Nicholson.
they tweak a few things.
I've never been a fan of Jared Leto, the actor. However, his portrayal of the Joker, I don't really like it because it's Jared Leto, and I just don't like Jared Leto. But I like his version of the Joker more than I like Heath Ledger's. Heath Ledger gave a great performance.
Yep.
He was terrific, but he was not the comic book Joker.
Yeah, he was more like Anarchy.
Yeah, and I kind of always felt like you don't.
Well, that
need,
trilogy was never supposed to be.
Well, I always felt
No.
you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You know the old saying, "If it's not broke, don't fix it." Joker wasn't broke. When Batman, when Gordon at the end of Batman Begins goes, he left us a calling card and pulls out the Joker card.
Mhm.
The audience applauded in the
Yep.
theater because they knew who the Joker was. They knew what that meant, and the audience wasn't like, "Yes, now reinvent him because we hate him the way he is." No, that's not what they were saying. So when we got the Heath Ledger version of the Joker, everyone lost their shit over it.
Yep.
And I saw that movie and I'm like, this is good. It's a good movie, no question. It's a good performance. Yes, he deserved an Oscar. He was quite good, but that's not my Joker. And I always put it like,
But either way,
know-
like people, when that first image of Heath Ledger showed up,
hated it.
people hated it.
I hated it. Yeah.
Here's the thing. What really took me out of that, a lot of Heath Ledger's, wasn't so much his performance as the Joker. It's like, I did not like that his paint just kept coming off. And I'm like, that's not supposed to be Joker. Like, his skin is supposed to be white. It's not
Right.
supposed to be paint.
Well, that goes back to Nolan. That goes back to Nolan being like, we need to ground this in complete reality. And I always
Yeah, I just
say-
didn't like that.
Yeah, I didn't like it either. And I will always say Nolan gave us the best version of a grounded reality-based Batman that you could ask for. And that's great. But it's like I went into a restaurant and said, I want a pizza. And they gave me a burger and said, that's the best burger you're ever going to have in your life. And I took a bite out of it and said, this is a damn good burger. I ordered a pizza, though.
Exactly.
So I will say this. I love you, Joe, but I completely disagree with you. Here's the thing. Up to that point, the last Batman movie we had was Batman and Robin.
Which, in retrospect, I will defend that movie.
Okay, listen. I will defend Superman 4, so fuck you. I love you. Okay, but I'm just saying, I say that because of this. We can defend anything retrospectively because it's nostalgic. Okay? I love Superman 4. You can never convince me that Superman 4 is just a horrible movie. Do I know it's a horrible movie? Yeah. But do I love it? Yes. I literally just this last week with a guy at work, I was joking with him about the scene in Superman 4 where Superman, has the rebuilding of the Great Wall of China vision.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I was explaining it to him, and he didn't believe me because he had never seen the scene. So he did not believe me. Like, he was not taking me at face value that I said, like, Christopher Reeve just looks at the demolished Wall of China and just, like, goes, and it just fills it in with bricks, right? And he pulled it up at work, like right there in real time, and he was laughing his butt off. So I will just say, before Batman Begins happened, the last movie we had was Batman and Robin. I can look back at Batman and Robin, and there's parts of that movie I absolutely love. Okay. I will not joke with you about it.
What killed the dinosaurs?
Right. I mean, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? It's got these big celebrities in it, yet it's horribly written and it's horribly
But it doesn't
acted.
apologize for being that way.
Right. It's cheesy, and it's almost like yeah, we're cheesy. You gonna say something? You know what I mean? It almost like it challenges you. It gets right in your face, and it's just like Batman and Robin is just like, screw you. We're gonna be as cheesy and over the top and bat nipplage as possible. Even more so than the last one. So we got that, and I mean, honestly, it put a bad taste in everybody's mouth for Batman. You know, everybody saw that and they were like, at the time, we can always look back at something later and go, okay, I see the redeemable places in it and I see what it is. But at the time, everybody hated Batman and Robin. Everybody was burnout. Everybody was like, what did this franchise become? It started off with Michael Keaton and Tim Burton and being super serious and weird and kind of quirky and creepy. And then it turned into like bat credit cards and you know what I mean? And like weird stuff.
I was trying to be like Adam West. Seriously.
Right. And so it didn't know what it wanted to be. I say that only because when Batman Begins came out, first of all, Batman Begins is the only movie in the history of any movie in my life where I didn't know that movie was even coming out. I found out the week that the movie came out that Batman Begins was coming out. I had no concept of what it was. I didn't know that they were changing. All I heard was there was a new Batman movie, and at first I went, there's a new Batman movie? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is that going to be?
You see, I think that's how a lot of people felt about Man of Steel because of Superman Returns put a lot of a bad taste in people's mouths, and then when Man of Steel came out, they're just like, ugh, another Superman movie.
See, I was the opposite. I loved Superman Returns so much that I was angry they were rebooting.
That they were.
I didn't want a reboot I wanted a sequel to Man of Steel. I wanted Brandon Routh back. I was very upset that they weren't.
You mean Superman Returns? You said.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was angry about Man of Steel. I didn't want.
Yeah, but you just said you were angry that you didn't get a sequel to Man of Steel.
Oh, you know
that's why we were trying to figure
Yeah.
out. We were trying to make sure that we were listening to your actual statement.
It's
people
3 a.m. I'm getting tired.
But people also forgot the hype behind Batman and Robin too, like all the toys and merch.
But when Batman Begins came out, I'll be honest with you, I went and saw Batman Begins, and I was like, "Holy crap! This is the best Batman movie that's ever been made." I loved it. I loved the concept that it was a real world. Like, what if some guy wanted to be Batman?
Yeah,
Oh, can I
because
say
even
something?
Ra's al Ghul isn't comic accurate.
Can I say something? I remember when Batman Begins came out, I thought that was supposed to be a prequel to Batman '89.
A lot of people did.
Remember? Yeah, because I remember you saying about that a while back, Joe, saying that you heard people in the theater, they thought Joe Chill was going to be a Joker.
Yeah, it was the couple in front of me when Joe Chill was they're having the court case with Joe Chill. The boyfriend whispered to the girlfriend, "That's the Joker."
That's the Joker.
But it's understandable. It's understandable because at that time, rebooting a franchise and wiping out the continuity of the previous films less than a decade after the last film, that wasn't something we really did. Batman Begins was the movie that kind of opened those floodgates.
Yeah, I just remember a lot of people like in my age group, we just thought that was a prequel to Batman '89.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of how much, if it's a different actor, because it's like, they always changed actors and the looks and all that, but just because it was titled Batman Begins. We thought, oh, this is the prequel to Batman, the Tim Burton movie, but clearly it wasn't.
Do you remember when everybody online was convinced that the sequel was going to be called Batman Continues? That was so bad.
And originally, okay, I do want to say I'm not going to send out the link again. It's actually in the chat still, but I'm not bringing any more in at this time. We're at 4 hours and 28 minutes. This is like an old school Poindexter Lounge stream at this point, and it's 2:56 in the morning. I'm really exhausted. Max went to sleep, for God's sake. Everybody in the house went to sleep except for me.
Well,
I
was
love
going to
you
ask you.
all.
I was going to ask you one more thing about. Did you see the He-Man photos?
Yes, I did. We'll get to that in just a second. Don't forget that. That'll be the
Okay.
thing that we close on.
Okay.
Wasn't that the thing we opened on too?
It might have been. I just want to say, like, with Batman Begins, Batman Begins hit me in such a way that I went, wow, this is serious. Like, Batman is being taken seriously, right? And that's what I loved about Man of Steel, was it had that same kind of feel. It wasn't exactly the same for me. It was just like, hey, Superman is being taken seriously for the first time. You know what I mean? It's not being treated like a cartoon or a cheesy kid thing. It's being treated like a real adult movie.
But didn't you feel that way about the '89 film? Because I remember when that came out, people were outraged over the fact that it was PG-13, and people were saying, "Don't take the kids to see Batman; it's too mature," and it was controversial.
Yes. Some of the, and Joe,
Batman Returns.
Joe, you bring
McDonald's.
You want to know what I found this weekend, and I didn't buy. But when I took Max and Rhea to like various stores and stuff, I found it was wrapped in a rubber band. It was a pack that was like this thick. Think about this thick of McDonald's large fry cartons. Okay.
With the Batman logo?
With Batman, because it was all Batman Forever. So it was Batman and Robin, and then they also had Two-Face. They did not have the Riddler. But they had those three, and there were several of them, and I actually took pictures of them. But the only reason I didn't buy them, it was like a stack of that for like $10, right? And part of me almost wishes that I still had bought it. But there were like several Batmans, there were a couple of Robins, and there were a couple of Two-Face. They just didn't have the whole set. I just say that because, yeah, I get it, right? I understand. Batman '89 was super serious, right? And for the time, right? As far as 1989 went, we were much more
worried.
We were much more naive as a species, right? I mean, I feel we hadn't seen some of the things that we see now from that aspect of it. But even so, yes, Batman '89 was awesome. Batman Returns got weird.
Tim Burton.
Right. Even as a kid, I was like, oh, this is kind of strange. But I still liked it. It was dark, but I liked it. But by the time Batman Forever came out, totally different tone, totally different look, obviously different actors and things going on in there. I didn't know what to think of Batman Forever. By the time Batman and Robin came out, and now we switched Batman after just one movie, right? So it wasn't like we were establishing a new Batman even. It was like we had just established a new Batman, and we all really, really liked what's his name?
Kilmer?
Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer did a great job as Batman. But he didn't get to go anywhere after there.
I think George Clooney was a good Bruce Wayne.
He would have been, except for he was phoning it in. They didn't give him anything.
He didn't have anything to work with.
He didn't have.
I get upset when people say, "Oh, Clooney was an awful Batman," because I'm like, Clooney never had a chance. The card was stacked. The deck was stacked against him.
Yes,
from the beginning.
Me and Max were just talking about this today. George Clooney showing up in The Flash, that's great. Because George Clooney as Batman, as Bruce Wayne, was fine. He would have been fine.
It's like closure for him too.
Right. It's just that they made Batman and Robin this weird, over the top
Toy commercial thing.
Thank you. The whole like, oh, I got my Bat credit card. You know what I mean? Like,
Chicks dig the car.
I'll be right back. I got to show you something.
Okay. It's just like Bat credit card? Really? And
Do you think Arnold had fun? Like Arnold had fun out of all the actors?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know. It's really hard to tell what like the feeling was on that set. You know what I mean? Because like even what's his name? Arnold Schwarzenegger seems out of his element in that movie. He's trying. They got him saying all kinds of stupid puns, you know, ice puns and everything. And I sit here before you saying all of this, but at the same time, I like Batman and Robin.
I can rewatch it.
Right. Everything doesn't have to be like super serious. It's like even I've told people with the Snyderverse. Did I want the Snyderverse to continue? For God's sake, yes. I love those. I love those characters. I love those actors in those roles. I love the way that Zach portrayed them. But the reality was they were getting away from that. I literally just watched Black Adam this last week, and I just went, whoa. Holy crap. From the way that the DCEU was first portrayed to the way that it fizzled out, it's just so sad.
I also didn't want Snyder's plan either, where Batman Jr. and all that.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, thank you. No, look. Every time somebody calls me like some blind Snyder follower, I'm like, listen, no. Just because I liked a lot of what
Lois
he did
and Batman
doesn't mean that I liked everything that he said or did. And no, I hate the idea of Lois and Batman together. If the only way that I ever see it is the way that they did it in the animated series, where Lois knew Bruce first. And so because she was in the position of power that she was, and he was in the position of power that he was, they were attracted to each other. I can understand that part of it. And so maybe they went on a couple dates before Clark came to Metropolis. But once Clark was in Metropolis and they established that either Clark or Superman has a relationship with Lois, no, Bruce is not a part of that.
And all they gotta do is make that Jason Todd, like I was mentioning earlier.
The dead,
like,
do you mean the dead Robin? Yeah,
I
that was another thing. I did not like the idea of Dick Grayson being the dead Robin. So people can say all along, like, because I've had people, detractors say, like, oh, you're just a Snyder follower, blah, blah, blah. No. Look, do I like Zack Snyder? Yes. Have I talked to Zack Snyder? Yes. Have I heard his vision on what he wanted for it? Yes. Do I agree with most of his vision? Yes. Do I think that Lois Lane should have ended up with Batman and had a kid, and then Superman raised that kid and that kid become Batman? Hell no. Hell no. Now, could I have seen it and it might have worked for me? I don't know. Right? Because I'm a legitimate person, right? Like I will look at things sometimes and just go, it may not be what I want, but it works for this story. Does that make sense? Right? It works for the story.
We were talking about with Star Wars earlier, you just gotta let the storyteller tell their story.
Right.
See how it is.
Go ahead.
No, I got something to show you here. Because you mentioned the French fry thing. Right,
yeah.
Look what I got here. The 1979 Star Trek: The Motion Picture Happy Meal box.
Whoa!
That's pretty sick. And it's
Dude,
like
that's cool.
And I have there's a couple variants of it. I got that one's got
No
the Enterprise.
way.
I got 2 of them.
Dude, that is sick.
Yeah, a friend picked this up for me at a convention once. He's like, "Do you want these?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want those." So some kid tried to do the crossword puzzle. The crossword puzzle's completed. I don't know if you can see it.
That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, they did the maze. Kid did the maze.
Wow.
So, but it's in pretty good shape, I think.
That is freaking awesome, Joe. That's amazing. I love stuff like that. I mean, I dig stuff like that, right? You know, like excuse me. At the end of the day, I hope this new Superman movie is good. I really want this new Superman movie to be good because I'm a Superman fan. And if it's not good, we're not going to get a Superman movie for a long time. If this is so bad that like it just like kills the whole franchise and like, you know,
I can already tell you don't like the whole goofy Clark Kent thing angle again. It's the bumbling, trembling Clark Kent. It's stupid.
Okay.
With that weird haircut too.
Right. So I see Clark Kent. By the way, it's 3 a.m. I got to go to bed. Anyways, I see Clark Kent in this trailer for Superman. And part of me goes, okay, he's just modern, right? I look at my kids. I look at the kids. You know, I mean, everybody knows that I worked in the school system for about 3 years. You know, I look at kids in the school system, you know, like, okay, yeah, that's about where people are right now, right? People his age. There's a lot of people who have that nerdy kind of look to them where they're kind of, you know, goofy or whatever. You all know, if you've been around the Poindexter Lounge for even a couple of minutes, I don't like bumbling Clark. Obviously, when I was a kid and all I knew was the Christopher Reeve movies, I felt like that was Clark Kent, right? But as I started to read comics, I started seeing that Clark Kent was the real person. Superman was the facade. Clark Kent was not some doofus that didn't, you know, they didn't have a chance, couldn't even get a girlfriend. No.
Or doesn't know where doors are.
Right. I just...
I think it works for the time. I think
works for the Christopher
yeah.
Reeve movies. It
Yeah,
absolutely works for the Christopher Reeve movies, and it shows Christopher Reeve's acting ability. Go ahead, Joe.
No, that's all I was going to say. I think it works for the time, but it's and also that was fairly comic accurate for the time, because you say Superman or Clark was the real person. Yes, but that was kind of introduced by John Byrne in Man of Steel. Before that, like when Bill in Kill Bill gives that big speech about how Clark Kent is Superman's commentary on humanity. They're weak and they're
okay.
There's an element of truth to that pre-crisis.
So I will just tell you this about that speech. That speech is absolute fucking bullshit.
Oh, I agree.
It just is. It's so over the place. And that speech did not take place before John Byrne.
No.
Right?
The speech didn't take place, but it's semi-accurate. I'm not going to say fully accurate because I disagree with it.
Right.
But it's semi-accurate of pre-crisis Superman.
It is, except for the fact that, like, even in pre-crisis Superman, like, Clark is never really seen as, like, this doofus. You know what I mean? That, like, he's, like, stumbling over everything.
Well,
He's just a normal guy who's living in disguise, right?
They basically say mild-mannered. I mean, he's shy, he's quiet, he keeps a low profile.
He's just chill.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that he's fumbling over everything and that he's just like this dork. Now, I will say this. Christopher Reeve did a really good job of establishing two different personas. I mean, my God, in Superman 2, when he's standing there at the hotel at Niagara Falls and he gets found out that he's Superman because he falls into the fire. Yes, the theatrical version, not the Donner cut. He falls in the fire, he gets found out, and he changes. He goes from like being like hunched over to all of a sudden and he's Superman. He's not in the Superman costume, but he is Superman. They went really out of their way to establish the fact that Superman was the real character in the Christopher Reeve movies. Clark was the disguise. Clark was the way to just get around. Superman was the real person. That's not how even the comics portrayed him. Even back then. Yeah, Clark was there. Yeah, Clark was not as prominent as Superman. Yes, Superman was the very confident person, and we saw Superman most. But even when we saw Clark Kent was very strong. He was a strong character. He was not a bumbling doofus who was just trying to fumble his way through life. He was a very serious character. Look at George Reeves' portrayal of Clark. Mm-hmm. George Reeves' portrayal of Clark, my God, he goes off on Lois so many times. It's unreal. And so, you know, yeah, I just look at it that way. It's like it's very unfortunate. There's a whole, I wouldn't even say just a generation, multiple generations now, that simply because of the Christopher Reeve movies think that is Clark Kent.
I know this is going to pain you when I say this. You're going to disagree with me, but I think Tyler Hoechlin's the best Clark Kent we've ever had. His Clark feels like so Clark to me.
So I will tell you this, Joe. You're actually right. I don't like that show as a whole, but his Clark is absolutely the closest that we've got.
What about Dean Cain?
Dean Cain was also in that same vibe because Clark was the real person. They never tried to make Clark to be this idiot. Clark was allowed to be a normal human being, right? He gave Lois a hard time. He flirted with Lois and made Lois fall in love with him. You know, so like he had that charm. He had all those things that he needed. And so does Tyler Hoechlin. The only issues that I had with the Tyler Hoechlin series with Superman versus Lois was simply just stuff like
Superman versus Lois.
Well, yeah, Superman versus Lois, because Lois hated him in that whole thing, and then also like there was just weird stuff that happened. I mean, first of all, the costume was horrible. The suit made no sense whatsoever. It was so over padded. It was.
Wait, Lois hated Superman?
Yeah.
On the show?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the same show?
Joe,
are you talking about Lois and Clark or Superman and Lois?
Joe, before she got cancer, have you ever listened to the dialogue that Lois has with Clark on a weekly basis on that show? She literally puts him down at every chance that she gets. From the moment that they are introduced on Supergirl, and I will give you this, technically, the Lois and Clark on the Supergirl show is different than the Lois and Clark that is actually on the Lois and Clark show.
And that's a major pet peeve of mine, but you're right.
Right. I get that. But still,
it's supposed to be a different universe, though.
And that makes me angry. But
right. But look, we all agree, right, that Lois should always give Clark a hard time, right? She should always rib him. She should call him Smallville. She should, make him, like joke that he's backwoodsy, or that he's, raised in Kansas, or that he's, too goody two shoe. But like she loves him for that reason, right? She actually so in that version, like she gives him a hard time. But it's because she loves Clark. I remember watching Crisis on Infinite Earths, and I will never forget this moment. When Lois and Clark are on the farm with Supergirl, and Lois and Clark are talking about going to Argo City because Lois is pregnant, and she can only have the baby there so it doesn't kill her, basically, because there's no superpowers on Argo City, where Supergirl is from. And Clark pushes back a little bit and goes, well, wait a second. Like if I leave the Earth, I'm Superman. Like basically like who's going to take care of things? And Lois doesn't even act like she likes Clark. She doesn't act like Clark is a decent human being at all. She looks at Clark and straight up says, the world doesn't need you as long as it has Supergirl. And Clark goes,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, you're probably right. Clark literally just gives in to everything, is like defeated. And they keep making that point in Supergirl when they say that Superman is not does not succumb to the Kryptonian mind control that Non and others have done. That this was before they cast Tyler Hoechlin. That they show Superman was off-world the entire time. And remember, Supergirl was in the city. It's the season finale of the first season of Supergirl. The first season of Supergirl is amazing. But in the season finale, they say that the Kryptonians have taken over. The evil Kryptonians have taken over, and that they're putting out this signal that is causing all humans to be mind controlled and to just like blindly follow this signal that takes them out into the middle of nowhere just outside the city. Superman this entire time has been off-world, which is fine. They can, that's how they should explain that kind of thing. If Supergirl has just started and Superman has been in play for 10 years and he's not saving the day, obviously Supergirl is the only one available. The only reason I say that is because we remember, right, that Superman had the strength not to kneel before Zod, right? Mm-hmm. We've all seen that how many times played out. Some people are sick of seeing it, for God's sake. Remember who Non is?
Oh, yeah.
If you don't remember who Non is, watch Superman 2. He's the guy with the beard who can't talk. He's mindless. He's almost been lobotomized, really, because of his crimes. And that's who Non is. But in Supergirl, they portray Non as being this super together Kryptonian who has masterminded this whole thing outside of Zod, and that Non literally says to Supergirl, to Kara, your cousin knelt before me. Screw that. If Superman is not kneeling before Zod, Superman is not kneeling before Non. Okay.
Well, Supergirl had some really bad writing.
They did. But that was the thing. It's like it all hit in the season finale of season 1, bro. Because they say that Superman knelt before Non. And then they have absolutely the stupidest line I've ever heard written into anything, ever. And I mean this. This is dumb. This is just stupid. So, remember what I told you? That in that show, if you haven't seen the show, all the humans are being mind controlled by the Kryptonians. There is a signal that is going out that is controlling all of the humans, and all the humans are walking to this. They're all walking in unison. It shows them all walking in a line to this point out just outside the city because they're going to be used by the Kryptonians. Superman comes back. They don't show who he is because he hadn't been cast yet. So they show this little CGI Superman flying straight towards the camera, and he gets about right here, and then he starts to just go straight down. And the camera follows him down until he lands, and then he just starts walking with the rest of the humans to the place where they're mind controlled to go. Non says to Supergirl, to Kara, up because they're up in this big building, and they watch Superman, and they were thinking that Superman was going to come save them, but then Superman doesn't, and he's just mind controlled just like the rest of them. Here's the problem. In that show, they established that none of the Kryptonians can be mind controlled because the signal that is going out can only control humans. Then they say, they literally make the statement that Superman is susceptible to this mind control because he watched too much Sesame Street as a kid.
Did they really?
Yes!
I don't remember.
Wow.
That. I believe you, but I don't remember that. Wow.
And I remember seeing that and going, what? So Superman is susceptible to Kryptonian mind control simply because he was raised on Earth. And they literally go against what they established because his physiology is not changed by the fact that he watched Sesame Street. How does that change anything?
Well,
they
to be fair,
established the fact that if you're Kryptonian,
yeah, but you can't trust Gordon. Gordon from Sesame Street, man, that guy.
Or Elmo.
Is it Gordon or is it Louise?
Oh, Luis was no good.
Right.
He was,
but you know what I'm saying? Like they literally say this about Superman, and I remember watching that going, wait, what? It's the only time. Okay, y'all know I was married to Tiffany. I almost threw a shoe at my TV. She looked at me and was just laughing at me because I was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. He's still Kryptonian. If the mind control doesn't work on Kryptonians, it won't work on him. It doesn't work on him just because he watched Sesame Street as a kid. Like, that is the dumbest statement ever. And then literally, to free everybody, they just show the S shield. And that breaks the spell over everybody because they show the S shield. Nobody knows that means hope except for Kryptonians.
the moment Supergirl broke me, the moment where I was like, I can't watch this show anymore, was the episode where Martian Manhunter decided, I don't remember what they called his organization, but that military organization
the
he was
DEO?
running, the DEO, when he decided the DEO wasn't going to use guns anymore.
That was my second pot. Dude, Joe, I sat there watching that episode going, this can't be happening. This just can't be happening. They cannot be making a gun control episode of Supergirl and being this dumb about it.
You could do a gun control episode of Supergirl, but to have a military organization decide that they're going to ban guns was so insanely stupid. It's like, what?
You are a military organization fighting alien invasion, and you're going to tell me that you're going to ban all possible lethal uses of force. And the fact that they had the guy, they had a gun that look, let's just be absolutely honest. They were trying to make a point about AR-15s at the time. They made a weapon that looked like it, that looked so scary and evil and everything because it was AR-15s were bad and bad and bad. And so what did they literally say? They said that the government organization that supplied the DEO with their guns made a civilian version of the military version. So it was not the full military version that could do all the things, but it's a gun. Every time I hear somebody talk about gun control and they're like, we need to stop this, blah, blah, blah. Guns shoot. And if you point them at people, they're going to hurt somebody. All the gun control in the world is not going to stop that if a bad guy gets a hold of a gun. They say that this guy in the show, he literally goes to Martian Manhunter and what's his name? Jimmy Olsen. And he says, I need this gun. This gun gives me power to feel strong. Look, now I know there might be some mentally disturbed people who feel that way out in the world. Most gun owners, and I say this as somebody who knows this firsthand, most gun owners are responsible people. People aren't out here like bloodthirsty for guns. Even the most staunch red-wing Republican people who are like, you can take this gun out of my cold dead hand. They're really just about the fact that they want the right to be able to have it. They're not sitting there going, oh my God, yes, I have this gun and I'm able to, it's so dumb. And so this guy just goes, I need this gun. It gives me power. And so Martian Manhunter and Jimmy Olsen look at him and they're like, no, man, you don't need that gun to give you power. And then they show this whole thing where the guy who has the gun like shoots the gun in public, and they just they show bullets falling from the gun, right? As he's just spraying bullets across this whole thing of like people. Here's the problem with that. They established that it's not an automatic weapon. And yet, people don't even know anymore what the difference between an automatic weapon and a semi-automatic weapon. A semi-automatic weapon, you have to pull the trigger each time. Okay? An automatic weapon, you pull the trigger and it auto-fires. It can auto-fire. And get that like classic 80s Uzi look, right? Where everybody in the 80s had an Uzi. Like, I used to play with guns, man. Like, I had toy guns, and I always wanted a freaking Uzi because you could sit there and go, and none of your friends could go, you can't do that. They're sitting there with a handgun going, bang, 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 bang. And you're sitting there with an Uzi toy going, spraying bullets at them. The Supergirl show shows the guy spraying bullets at people. And then they show the bullets falling to the ground. Full bullets. Not the casings of the bullets. Look, for any of you who don't know, and I'm not making fun of you. If you don't know, you just don't know. And it's fine.
Definitely Hollywood doesn't know.
Right. Definitely Hollywood doesn't know. But if you don't know, it's fine. I'm not making fun of you. Please understand that, okay? But when you shoot a bullet has two parts to it. It has the bullet that's up at front, and then it has the casing. In the casing is the gunpowder and all those things, and at the back of the casing is that little button. So when you pull the trigger, the hammer like falls down and hits that little circle, and that causes a chain reaction with the gunpowder in the bullet, and then it pushes the actual bullet part, that little pointy part. If you ever look at a bullet, that pointy part at the end, that's the bullet part. That's the actual part that comes out of the gun. That's the part you got to worry about. The part that falls to the ground is the casing. It's what the bullet is in. In Supergirl, they show full bullets falling from the gun, which means it's dumb. Because that doesn't happen. If you're shooting a gun like that, the bullets are going out of the gun and the casings are coming out of the gun and falling to the ground. But yet they're showing like bullets just falling to the ground, full bullets. It just shows that they don't even know what's going on. So, Crazy Joe, you are absolutely right. That has been a source of freaking contention for me from day freaking one. Like they just made a point to just make stupid points on Supergirl.
Oh, yeah.
And they ruined Superman for the Superman and Lois show, because by the time the Superman and Lois started, Superman was already like cut off at the knees.
Well, you see, I can't agree with that. I think that, you got to take each thing as it comes. So it's like no matter what happened on Supergirl, I think you got to take the Superman show as its own thing and go by the stories they're telling there. I personally was very angry when they, in season 3, revealed that this is an alternate universe. This isn't the same universe as Supergirl, because they really did sell it as a Supergirl spinoff. That was like, you liked Superman on Supergirl? Right, He's getting his own show. And guess what? Look, Diggle's guest starring. Here's Diggle from the Arrowverse. And people don't remember this.
Green Lantern.
And people don't remember this, but Grant Gustin was supposed to be in season 1 as the Flash, and only because of COVID was that stopped.
Same with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. So, Grant Gustin was supposed to show up. That got called off because of COVID. So this was very much Arrowverse. This was very much the same Superman as the Supergirl show. But then they got to season 3 and they're like, you know what? Let's cast somebody new as Lex Luthor. So what's wrong with John Cryer? Yeah, we changed our mind. This is an alternate universe.
Although this Lex Luthor was much better, I gotta say.
So I watched. Okay. I started I have watched every season of Lois and or Superman and Lois.
I'm not done season 4 yet.
Okay.
But it's been ruined for me, thanks to Ladia.
Well, I started
bitter.
season 4. I did start season 4. I got into episode 3, and I was just like, I can't do this. This show is so freaking boring. I'm just done.
See,
right? I got into episode 3 of the last season, and I was just like, man, I have watched all of this show, and I don't feel rewarded for any of it. I don't feel like I got anything out of it. I feel like I could have watched this show or not watched this show, and I would have been in the exact same place. And so, you know what I did? I went to the series finale. I went straight.
No more spoilers than Taladia gave me.
Okay,
please.
no, I won't spoil it. But I went straight to the season finale or series finale. Right? It's okay. It is what it is. But I remember I saw all these things online like, oh, they've got this great ending to it. It's a definitive ending, and Clark like narrates the whole thing at the end, and and like how he dies and all this stuff. Okay, that's
so
cool.
spoilers.
Right, well, I mean, it's just talking about the future and like what ends up happening, right? Because it has a definitive ending, and it's written that way. And I actually like the fact that Lois and Clark is written to have a definitive ending, right? Because there's so many. How many shows have we watched, or movies like, or series, or whatever that we've watched that don't have definitive endings?
I'm
right?
still bitter about Legends of Tomorrow.
Right. So
Or that what's that puppet one that's on Netflix? The Dark Crystal.
Oh.
Well, the Dark Crystal, I don't mind as much because we know where that's leading. It's leading into the Dark Crystal.
Right.
So.
Right. So all I will say about this is just that like I watched that season finale or series finale, and I went, okay, that's cool. I could have not watched Superman and Lois at all and been just fine. There is no new ground treaded there, except for the fact that they show Superman having 2 sons that have superpowers. That's very cool. Do I love the fact that they put steel in it? Absolutely. You know why? Because what is one of my favorite Superman stories? This right here, right? Death of Superman.
This is where
Superman.
this is where you and I separate because I hate that story so much.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's one of the greatest stories, and so
that's the story that got you into Superman, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not. It's
Oh,
not the story
well,
that got me into Superman. It's
but
just
the comics.
It got me into reading comics regularly.
Okay.
Because it was the first time I realized, because I was 16 years old when that came out, and I realized, oh my God, comics have evolved, and they're not just cheesy kiddie things anymore. Because when I was a kid, I read Superman comics, and they were just cheesy things, right? And now I'm reading Superman comics, and like these are serious, like well-written things, like they're adult written, right? And so I get it. Not everybody loves the Death of Superman storyline, and honestly, if I'm being honest, they have tried to kill that storyline to death. I mean, they've tried to retell it so many times, and they never tell it right.
Pet peeve of mine was that I thought season 3 of Superman and Lois was great with the cancer story and Mannheim, the Bruno Mannheim story. Thought that was all terrific. Then we get to the last couple episodes, and suddenly they brought in Doomsday, and I'm like, that's where I wanted to throw my shoe. I'm like, not Doomsday again. I hate Doomsday. I'm so tired of
Where's
Doomsday.
Metello and
well, yeah, exactly.
Other guys.
And then like this Doomsday is based on Bizarro.
Do you know what the only version of Doomsday I liked was? Smallville's. Because Smallville turned him basically into a Hulk-like character.
They did.
Yeah, and I thought, okay, because I've always felt Doomsday wasn't a character; he was a plot device. We need something to just come out of the earth and beat Superman to death. And I'm a big Sam. I like Sam Witwer, and I'm like, okay, you know what? This is not comics accurate, but I like what they're doing here. It's making this character more interesting than I think he ever has been before. We chased Enosh away.
Yeah. You want some nostalgia?
Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, that's from McDonald's.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if the states had this, but each part was separate, and you had to get all the parts to build it. Yeah,
Is that from when the Matthew Broderick movie was out?
yeah, yeah. That's
I've still
that's
never seen that
exactly who
movie.
it is.
I used to watch the old cartoon, but I've never seen that movie.
So yeah, I grew. I think you would love that movie actually.
I think
I
it's on Disney
I grew
Plus,
up
right?
with it. Yeah, it's the right amount of cheesy. You know what I mean?
If I'm not mistaken, that movie cast Dabney Coleman as the chief. And I got to say, that's absolutely spot on perfect casting.
Yeah. I know the sequel's a little bit more closer to the cartoon, but I love that first one.
Star. No, it doesn't say.
But yeah, I don't know if this was a Canadian thing or worldwide. You know what I mean? This whole
Inspector
just
Gadget
see if
2.
Enosh recognizes it.
We chased him away. Oh, I actually do have to get going soon because it is late.
Is Enosh still there?
Coming back.
He disappeared.
I heard a sound though. I think it's coming back.
Are you guys wondering if I'm coming back?
Yeah. I was just showing Joe and the others this.
Were you
Inspector Gadget?
Ooh.
Yeah, from the McDonald's.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I remember that.
Where you buy all the parts.
So which one did you like better, the original or the sequel?
I like the first one. I know the second one is more closer to the cartoon, but yeah.
I was saying I've never seen the movie.
You gotta remember, I was only young, right? I was born in '95, so
right.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
What did you
Holy
say about
crap.
He-Man on Earth?
Oh yeah. Okay. Right. Let's finish. We're at 5 hours and 10 minutes. How did we get there? Holy cow.
This is why you don't stream anymore.
Exactly. Because I can't shut up.
See, I wouldn't still be here were it not for the fact that I'm working the night shift till 7:30 in the morning. So,
well, there you go. Okay, so to finish this off about He-Man.
He-Man.
Yeah, we said. That
Oh,
yeah. We said that Lois and Clark and all that stuff. It is what it is, right? I mean, like we got this new Superman movie coming out. I hope that it's good. Really, I can't say anything about it till I see it. The suit is worrisome for me in that. Somebody asked me earlier about a couple of movies. I can't remember which movies somebody asked me about.
Just don't do Doomsday again.
yeah,
Right,
please.
like
Let's
just-
never do Doomsday again.
Well, that's
I'm
what I
not
was
saying-
saying
I'm not
earlier. I was
saying-
worried he might do Ultraman might become Doomsday. Because he's wearing that suit.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying don't ever do Doomsday again. I'm just saying like we don't need to do it right now.
Yeah,
we're so
it's too
good
much.
right now. Like we don't need to do Doomsday.
Maybe in a decade.
Right.
I mean, Doomsday has been done to death. No pun intended. You know.
Exactly.
The death of Superman has been done to death.
Do you know what character I would be interested to see?
Love and Thunder is worse than Batman and Robin.
Oh, no
I can watch
way.
Batman and Robin and love it. Love and Thunder, I cannot stand.
Oh wow, exact opposite. Batman and Robin is one of my least favorite movies of all time, and Thor: Love and Thunder is one of my top 5 favorite MCU movies.
With the yelling goats.
Yes, in fact, I have the T-shirt with the goats on it.
I also don't get this revisionist history of people not liking Mark Ruffalo's Hulk in the Avengers.
I've never heard anybody say they didn't like his Hulk.
Okay, let me be the first thing to tell you, I don't like his Hulk.
Wow. That you're literally the first person I've ever
He's
heard
a
say that.
wuss. He doesn't want to do anything. He
Yeah,
doesn't want to
but
solve the
that's
problem
Bruce
at the
Banner.
beginning. No. Bruce Banner has always wanted to solve the problem of the Hulk. Here's the problem with the MCU. They did not have the rights to be able to tell all the stories they wanted to be able to tell on screen. So they said things happened off screen, which made it awkward and which makes Ruffalo look like an idiot, because now you got him just turning into Professor Hulk without any reason. We went from him being Gladiator Hulk to Professor Hulk and never saw why.
But it was
And now they're
it happened
trying to
5
use,
years later, though.
and now
We
they're trying to
haven't
use
even been
Captain
told
America
why.
movies.
Time doesn't
fix
mean
it.
anything. You're talking the difference between Hulk raging and fighting Iron Man and going off and becoming a gladiator on another planet, on a war planet, to him becoming Professor Hulk with no explanation.
That's why we need. That's why we need a
on
TV
screen.
show.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We need something to fill in that gap. That's why I do not like Ruffalo. Because Ruffalo, everything that his Hulk has done has just been like, I don't like being the Hulk. I don't want to be the Hulk. I'm trying to avoid being the Hulk. I don't want to be the Hulk. And I get that. Like that, yes, that's part of who Bruce Banner is. I said David Banner. Boy, that's a weird thing to
That's a
kick
deep
in there.
dive.
Right? That's a weird thing to kick in, right? But like, no, I get it. Bruce Banner is trying to figure out how to solve the Hulk problem. But they completely cut the Hulk's balls off in the MCU.
When?
Every time they can. They make
They're
him out to be
also-
strong, and then they say that no, he's freaking weak, and that people can beat him, and that he really doesn't want to fight, and he really doesn't want to be this, and he really doesn't want. The Hulk is a bowl of rage, and we never saw why he became Professor Hulk. We never saw why it meant so much to Bruce Banner that he worked so hard to get over the rage. We never saw any of that in the MCU, and anybody who tells you that, or if you believe that, you're going off your own headcanon instead of what was actually on screen. And I love you still, and I get it's all nerd stuff and it's subjective, but that's the reality. We never saw any reason why for anything the Hulk does on screen.
Do you think part of it is they're too
it's
afraid to? Do you think part of it is they're too afraid to dive into like Bruce Banner's past, like how the Hulk movie?
I don't think that they have the full rights to do it.
Well, they have the full rights now.
Do they?
Disney has full rights to the Hulk now.
Is that? But
Universal's
why
not.
did
Sorry,
they
I got cut off.
Why did they do the Captain America that way then? Why not just make a Hulk movie?
I don't know.
So you have the rights.
Do they have full rights, or is there?
No, they have full rights now.
They don't have full rights. No, they don't.
No, that's part of why you can stream the Incredible Hulk on Disney Plus now. They got the full rights to everything. The time limit on that contract Universal had for distribution rights has sunsetted.
Was it because they weren't making anything? Like Universal?
Well, there was contracts have end dates.
Yeah, because I know that's how they lost, or Fox lost Daredevil, and then Sony lost Ghost Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to the latest that I'm looking up right now, just doing a Google search, according to Ruffalo, Marvel is not the sole owner of the Hulk's movie rights. In fact, they still share them with Universal Studios.
About a year ago, it was being reported everywhere that that the rights had reverted back to Disney. In fact, I think Degrassi had been telling us that as well.
It says Universal Studios, who helps distribute the Incredible Hulk, and are contracted to do so for every Hulk movie from here on out.
They still make money regardless.
Well, yeah, I see. That's the thing. Even Sony, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know all the particulars. I'm not going to act like I'm some.
I don't think they were too keen on Ghost Rider. I think that's why they gave up Ghost Rider right after the sequel.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Sony.
I don't know, man. It's just so weird because this Captain America movie was a Hulk sequel.
Yeah, it could have easily been a Hulk movie.
Right. It wasn't. You could have slapped the name Hulk on it, and nobody would have ever batted an eye. Captain America was just a character in it. Captain America was not the focus of this movie. Captain America, it wasn't a Captain America movie.
Oh yeah, but one of Perp's complaints when Perp and I were talking about it was he said that he didn't like Captain America's story arc in it, and I said, well, you're kind of right, but the story arc in this movie was Ross's. Ross was, yeah.
Here's the thing: do you think this was their way of being like, "F you, Universal, we're making a Hulk movie, whether you like it or not"?
Well, they've been doing that for years. They did that with Thor Ragnarok when they were like, "Well, we can't do Planet Hulk, so we'll put Planet Hulk in a Thor movie."
Yeah. The problem is that they keep doing it where it appears like it's half-ass, right? It doesn't. It's not fully what it's supposed to be, and so it doesn't even come across as being strong. That's the problem that I have with this movie. It's okay. There's Red Hulk. That's cool. But it's almost like just like lip service and just kind of like going through the motions. Nobody really gets hurt. The new Falcon guy, he gets like messed up or whatever. And he's fine.
Would they?
And oddly enough, I gotta say, the president of the United States turning into the Hulk and tearing up Washington D.C. still did less damage than the president we have now.
I would disagree with that.
Did
that's okay. That's okay. And I don't even say that as somebody who supports the current regime, but it just as an American who
is what is
everything is not as black and white as people want to make it out to be. That like this is evil. Everybody's if I got anything out of this Captain America movie, I gained a greater respect for my grandfather. Not my grandfather by birth, but the guy who ended up marrying my grandmother in the end. That guy had a rough life. He was known for being a really rough guy, an alcoholic, a drug addict, even in his younger years. He was the party guy, man. Like he worked for GM, so he worked in the shop. He was a shop rat. He was all those things. And then when he was 46 years old, he had a massive heart attack, had quadruple bypass surgery, and it changed his whole entire life. He changed who he was as a person because it was the right thing to do. This movie, it really, and I'll be honest with you, for the first 24 hours, I didn't even connect with that. I was just like, the movie this and that. You go to see the movie and the regular things. But yesterday, driving with Rhea and Max and talking about the movie, I started talking about my grandfather. And I thought to myself, my grandfather got to a point with his heart where he realized he wanted to do right by his family. He wanted to do right by his family, right? And there were people who didn't want to accept that for him. Max, I know, really didn't like the story with Thunderbolt Ross. He did not like the idea of Thunderbolt Ross changing, right? That like Thunderbolt Ross has a certain persona, whatever, and that's how he should be. I'm okay with people changing, but at the same time, like, just write a good story.
I also notice, I don't know what it is about the Hulk. It doesn't. People don't like the Hulk as much as, we would like them to do. You know what I mean?
Well, because he's kind of a mindless character, right? He's just screaming all the time, and he's and so I get the appeal of Professor Hulk because you have a Hulk that gets to talk and communicate and be smart, right?
I still think that smart Hulk will evolve into Maestro.
So, are you saying, Enosh, that you didn't feel this Captain America movie had a good story? So I thought it had a really good story. I thought it had a strong story.
No, I felt it had a really good story. It just wasn't a Captain America story.
Oh, no, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This was a Hulk sequel.
Yeah, I'm okay with that though, because
So
I
was
feel
Captain
like,
America even in the movie?
oh yeah,
Look, Joe, I'm right there with you, man. I'm totally cool with that, right? I'm totally cool with a Hulk sequel. The only thing that bothers me is that they tightly packaged this as if it was a Captain America movie, and they kind of hinged everything about Anthony Mackie on this is his first movie, right? And they didn't even make the movie about him. That's the weird stuff about this movie. Plus, if you watch the movie, if you've seen the movie, sorry, spoiler again, spoiler warnings. This is like what, the third or fourth thing that we've seen him in as Captain America, right?
second, I think,
Right.
after Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, but then this is like the third thing because he was already given the shield.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and then there was talk about it throughout the series and stuff, and then we got the Winter Soldier and Captain America, and so they established that he's Captain America for sure. But in everything that we've seen him in, why is it he keeps going back to I shouldn't have gotten the shield. He shouldn't have given me the shield. Steve shouldn't have given me the shield. I'm not worthy, and I should have taken the serum. And like he's constantly going back and forth. And I can understand that for a couple of times. This time, I wanted to just slap him in the face and say, "Snap the fuck out of it."
I would be shocked. I mean, anything's possible, but I would be shocked if we see that again. I think this was the last of it.
I hope so, because that's what I said. This is the last time that I can listen to that character say those kind of things.
I think one of the problems is I think you were getting a lot of rehash of the TV show Falcon and Winter Soldier for the benefit of the people who didn't watch that TV show. Which
we shouldn't have to do that, though.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, if they're going to make a TV show, Joe, for those of us who watch the TV show, we should be rewarded, not punished. As the movie going public, I should not have to rehash things.
I agree with you.
You think that people didn't watch your Disney Plus series?
I agree with you, but it is a juggling act. You need to make it accessible to people who haven't watched it, but you also can't bog it down. I don't know. It's probably a little harder than
right.
To do,
look, it is above our pay grade, right? Like I get it. I'm trying to be reasonable about this, and I did like Captain America.
Do you think Kevin Feige needs to go in retirement?
Oh, absolutely not.
No, I don't think Captain. I don't. I almost called him Captain America. I don't think that he needs to go in retirement or anything like that. I don't think it's I don't think it's some big deal like that. I just feel like they just need to get back to the roots of like what made the MCU so great to begin with.
Well, what was it like last week that Rob Liefeld said he doesn't want to work with Kevin Feige and Marvel again because they felt like he's been disrespected by them.
Do you know what I say to that?
Well, look who's
yay!
Right. I mean, look, there are certain
Learn to draw feet.
Look, there are certain circumstances, right, where you have to look at the situation, okay, and you have to make a judgment call based on the situation. Liefeld is problematic in many ways.
By the way, I think the other way Hulk can become savage again is if they kill off Betty Ross. Because that would revert him back.
Yes. If they bring Betty Ross back into his life, if they bring Liv Tyler back, they could do something.
I would hate to see him revert back, though.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Because
it would
remember,
be so glorious, man.
Hulk's personality, like he has multiple personality in the comics.
Okay, here's the thing that we forget about the Hulk. The Hulk is a story of tragedy. It is not a happy story. The Hulk
his father, his mother,
the
his
Hulk,
aunt,
right? The entire
the
Hulk story.
babysitter.
The Hulk is not.
Well, what happened to his family? I don't know much about the Hulk comic.
I don't know about that, but
in the comics, his father killed his.
I got to get going, but if I could just before I go tell you one of the dumbest things I ever heard in a comic book store. My the owner of my old comic book store that I used to go to every week. This was back probably 20 years ago, 2006, 2007, around that range. And Rob Liefeld was doing work for DC Comics at the time. And he was basically working as a fill-in artist. Like he didn't have his own series, but he would do an issue here and there.
Right.
And I was buying Titans, and he did an issue of Titans. And and I was in the comic book store, and I complained, "Oh my God, I can't believe they got Rob Liefeld doing an issue of Titans." And the owner of the store says, I hear all you guys complain about Rob Liefeld doing Titans, but I'll tell you what, not a single one of you said to me, "Don't pull that issue for me." And I looked at her and said, "Yeah, what? We're going to have a hole in our collection? We're going to have a one-issue hole in our collection?" I'm like, who's going to say that? Yeah, don't pull that issue for me. If you collect Titans and you read it every month, who would say such a thing?
You're right. Wow. Well, that being said, we are at the 5 hour, 29 minute, and 37 seconds.
What are you gonna say about He-Man?
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna go because
this is definitely like an old school stream. It is now 3:57 in the morning. I am ready to go to bed. I hope that you guys all had a fun time tonight. I had a good time tonight.
What about He-Man?
Okay, real quick, I'm just gonna bust through He-Man. I'm just gonna give my.
I gotta
thoughts on
go
it.
though. I
Okay.
gotta.
Love you,
I'll
bro.
see you.
See
Thanks
you,
for
Joe.
having me. It was good doing this
Absolutely, Joe.
again. It's been
Every
too
time.
long.
Every time, anytime, bro.
He's on Earth again.
He-Man, real quick. He's on Earth again. I will say, I am glad. Like it does show that the people who are making this film, they are aware of the popular culture stuff with He-Man right now. Like they even they're
Are they bringing Kevin Smith?
well, no, they're I'm talking about like they've only released a couple pictures, right, so far of Prince Adam. And he's supposedly been on Earth. He doesn't know that he's He-Man, and the sword finds him out. So the picture came out of two police officers arresting Prince Adam, and the sword is there. So obviously the sword finds him or something like that, right? What I thought was really, really funny was we all know the meme of Prince Adam laughing.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Do you all know that meme?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't. Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So
I had the picture in my mind.
Right. There's this old YouTube video of like Prince Adam, and they've got him like laughing and like and it's funny, and it's become a meme over the years. So what I thought was cool was even though they show that Prince Adam is on Earth, his outfit resembles Prince Adam. He's wearing a pink shirt. Right. You know what I mean? Like, and it doesn't look stupid.
I'm looking at these set photos, and this reminds me too much of like Thor, the first Thor movie.
You know why? I think it's set on Earth too. What toy movie came out a couple years that was set on Earth? That made $1 billion.
Oh, Barbie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, they're trying to imitate that.
So yes, Jared, this is an absolute reboot. It is live action. Jared, have you not seen any of the pictures? Apparently, it's a Netflix production. That's my only concern.
Is it Netflix or is it theater? Is it coming to theaters?
Can we share the photos or
yeah.
copyright?
I don't have them like okay, yeah, okay. Here, if you got them, here we go. So this is Prince Adam being arrested, and the sword looks amazing. By the way, do you guys know that I have an actual power sword?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys see over here, right? You see that sword right there? Hold on a second. Okay, so let me show you this real quick. You see that sword right there? That right
Yeah.
there is foam. Okay? It's a very, very cool looking sword. I'll be honest with you. As far as power swords go. And I apologize that that my actual power sword is upstairs. This is foam, but this looks awesome. Okay? This is fantastic. It looks like the cartoon. I mean, the way that the handle is and everything is fantastic. That being said, I have a metal power sword. Okay? An actual metal power sword. That power sword in let me show this again. That looks awesome. Thank God they did that, because I've seen too many power swords that look really, really horrible. So I'm really glad that this is this. But I also think it's very cool that they got him in like blue jeans and that pink shirt, because he looks like Prince Adam, even his hair. And you know what I love? He reminds me of my son Landon.
I know.
Right? It's kind of cracking me up because Landon has that like
But
longer
why is he getting
hair.
arrested?
Right. Well, I think the sword finds him out and probably like causes some issue for him, right? You know, that's one thing that we didn't bring up about Captain America. But can I just say?
But here's the thing: why is he on Earth too?
Well, okay, so they've already given the story. I would just say my last thing about Captain America. Can that dude throw that shield around anymore and have it act like it's sentient?
Because you can't say.
How does that shield hit everybody that Captain America throws at? He is not a super soldier. He does not have the super serum, and he throws the shield and it's bouncing off everything. There's
I
no
mean,
way
when
that,
we think about that, how come Batman doesn't break his neck when he jumps off the buildings?
well, there's that, but you know what? Like, it's funny that you bring up Batman, because I even brought up like Batman Returns, where like Batman throws a batarang, but like he's got a computer thing where the batarang like flies around and it's programmed to hit, right, different people. The shield, I swear, he's bouncing it off of
Wouldn't
like.
it be a magnet though, like the toys?
I'm sorry, what?
So when they have the toys of the magnet, they have like a wristband that's magnetic.
For the shield, you mean?
Yeah, that attaches to the shield, don't they?
I don't know that it's magnetic. I'm just talking about in the movie itself. I mean, it's made out of vibranium in the movie.
Yeah.
And when when this new look, the first Captain America, I could like dispel my disbelief, right? Because he is a super soldier. He has this power where like if he throws that shield's going to take you out, right?
Yeah.
It's weird watching Anthony Mackie's version of Captain America, because you know that he doesn't have the super serum, and yet he's throwing that shield and it's bouncing off of everything and like taking out like multiple people at a time, like multiple bad guys at a time, right? How does it know where to go? How does the shield know how to hit somebody in the head as opposed to the arm?
I mean, that's possible. I mean, doesn't he have Red Wing, which is AI as well?
But Red
Maybe.
Wing is not there most of the time when he throws the shield. Like, Red Wing has been destroyed a couple times in the movie by the time he throws the shield. And he throws the shield and it like bounces off of trees and buildings and this and that, and like then just like hits somebody in the head and knocks them out. I don't know. It's
one of those movie things, I guess.
right. You know what I mean? Like it's is that a superpower? Like to know angles?
It looks cool. It kind of like how in the Flash, Batman he goes through a pillar in the road. You remember that? So when he's attached to the car, is it the car that he's attached to with the string? He just glides right through the pillar as if the pillar isn't there.
Really?
Like a green screen mistake.
Oh, I'll have to go back and watch that.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. I'll have to go back and watch it because I will definitely talk about stuff like that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the Captain America shield thing has just gotten weird because like both Captain Americas now and even Agent what's his name? Who's in Thunderbolts? Is it U.S. Agent or?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about, right? Like the guy who was supposed to be the new Captain America.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, in the show. So
He went crazy. Yeah.
U.S. Agent. I'm sorry. Yes, U.S. Agent. Thank you. So even him, he's throwing around that shield, man, and like just like knocking it off of people's heads left and right, like 8 people at a time. It's just weird because like a normal person wouldn't just be able to throw a shield like that and just like take everybody out. I don't know. And just have it come back to them like it's a boomerang. Again, it's a comic book thing. I'm not really like frustrated by it. It's just different. It's just kind of weird. That's all nerd stuff, folks. All the stuff we love is just weird sometimes. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But hey,
Yeah, why is He-Man on Earth?
Well, He-Man is on Earth because
I know his mom is from there.
in the description it says his mom is from Earth, which was always the case. In the cartoon, his mom was from Earth. She was an astronaut who crash landed on Eternia. But this says that basically when he was a baby, that Skeletor had a rise to power, and that basically they hid Prince Adam on Earth because the sorceress like foretold, like prophesied or whatever, that he was going to be He-Man, the champion, one day. And so, he was obviously not safe as a baby on Eternia. So they hid him on Earth for this whole time. And then apparently Skeletor comes to the fruition.
By the way,
I always thought
this down.
Oh,
I always thought they.
Yeah.
Is this the Batman scene you were talking about?
Yeah. So notice how he goes through all these cars.
Yeah.
With the string. And then we get to the pillar. He just goes through it, like when clearly the string is on the other side. But how does he get the string through the pillar?
Well, wouldn't it be on the right side though? If the car is driving on the right side of the bridge? Like we might assume that it's on the left side because he's on the left side of the bridge right now. Because the cars are coming towards him.
But he's also going like back and forth.
Well, not right now. Right now he is going in a position where the cars are coming toward. Now he swings over. And obviously the vehicle that's pulling him is going away from him. So he may have been on the other side, but it probably wasn't because those cars were coming towards him. He was just on the other side of the expressway. I didn't see him go through anything. Did you guys see him go through anything?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Mary Wilcox said something earlier. I'm trying to find her statement because I wanted to finish off on that. That is weird. It feels like it's just a kind of a crossover across the thing.
Yeah.
I don't have to look at that.
It's kind of like how in The Dark Knight, when he's jumping on the van, they did. It's weird where it's like he's jumping one way, but then he lands on another way. It's like it's a mistake that they did.
Yeah. Hey, Mary, this is a great statement. She goes, as stated in the animated series, I'd go crazy if I had to be Superman all the time. The secret identity isn't a ruse. It's to keep him from going crazy. Thank you. She said something. Mary said something earlier that I wanted to answer. Dang, but it was quite a while ago. I'm trying to find it, Mary. You said something that was really, really, gosh, that was really good. You got a few things, but dang it.
Do you think they'd be able to do a Hulk versus Wolverine, or is that like too much for the Universal thing?
No, I think they'll do it. I think it's going to happen. I honestly think it's going to happen.
That might be their way of making a Hulk movie.
Right. I honestly don't know.
So we already know Wolverine's story.
Well, I mean, we don't really know what the MCU's version.
Although, so there was a moment in the Incredible Hulk in that whole intro sequence. I guess the Hulk has been in Canada when he was on the run, because doesn't he have the cabin in the woods or something?
Oh yeah,
that was seen in the
he's
Agents
got a
of Shield.
Yeah, he's got a cabin. Yeah.
So that would be a great way to introduce Wolverine in that.
That's a good point.
Mm.
Mary, man, the late Mr. Kent. Oh, really? So, Mary, you said something earlier. I wish I could find your comment. I don't even remember what it was, but I remembered I wanted to say something about it, and I'm really ticked off at myself that I missed it. But she says here, anytime Enosh, I literally watched the late Mr. Kent tonight, and that statement from Clark to his parents just struck me. It does. I mean, y'all know that I'm a Superman fan, obviously, diehard.
Yeah.
But it just drives me nuts that like people, they want to hate on Clark, like Clark is the facade. Superman isn't real.
How do you feel about Lex Luthor being the first villain out of the gate for the movie?
Well, I think it's classic. I think that everything that they're going to do in this movie, they want to do safely.
But I mean, they've done this over and over again.
Yes, they have.
Lex Luthor,
Yes, they have. And that's the problem. Is that I don't think that anybody's learning from anything with Superman. And that's the problem. Look, this new Superman, I hope is really, really good. But right now, you know what kind of vibes it's giving me? Superman Returns.
Yep.
Where we've seen this being there.
Have you seen Have you seen the packaging for the one toy that came out that is crypto? That he's like a little helicopter, like RC toy.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay. That packaging looks exactly like Superman Returns.
It does.
It's the same color pattern. It's the same way of showing Superman. Yeah, it may be a different actor, but it's the exact same thing that we've already seen.
Same pose.
Same pose, same look. Same everything. So,
same angles and
right.
I'm just saying, a Brainiac would definitely. That would be different. That would be something different.
It absolutely would be.
But they probably don't have the money for that. I don't know, but they have all these other characters showing up too. So
I did hear a rumor that Alan, what's his last name? The guy that's in everything now.
Tudyk?
In DC. Yeah. He's supposed to be Brainiac, and he's supposed to be DCU's big bad, like big Thanos level thing.
Look, I would be cool with that. I've wanted Brainiac as a Superman fan. I've wanted Brainiac forever. I get so frustrated as a Superman fan when I hear everybody talking about Superman doesn't have a good rogue gallery. Yeah, he does.
I'm looking at the rogues gallery right now.
Yes, he does.
They could have gone with Parasite.
there are
Lobo.
so many. There are so many.
Well, he's going to appear
I
in
do
the
think
Supergirl movie.
it's a mistake not to have Superman and Supergirl back to back as
Yeah.
movies.
Well, they are.
Well, they are, yeah.
What I mean is back to back, kind of like how Iron Man and the Hulk came out
Well, they
almost like months apart.
You mean time frame? I mean, they're about a year apart, but they are the back-to-back movies.
Yeah.
I mean, but like, stay right where you are
Mongol,
here. So,
you know.
Superman villains. Listen to this: Bizarro, Brainiac, General Zod. Now, I know we've seen General Zod a million times, but also there are different versions of General Zod that we have not seen. Right?
Toyman.
Right. Darkseid. Obviously, people want to. I've seen people try to argue that Darkseid is not a Superman villain. Yes, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Doomsday. Obviously, they created Doomsday just out of nowhere to kill Superman, right? But Doomsday later was written to be a rounded villain where he wasn't just the typical stereotypical villain who would just keep coming back again and again and again. But if Doomsday showed up, you better be on your best, like, attention, because it's Doomsday, right? Look at Lex Luthor, Mr. Mxyzptlk. You could do amazing things with Mxyzptlk. You know,
I can't even say that.
Mxyzptlk.
Mxyzptlk.
So the funny thing is growing up, I always said it was Mxyzptlk. That's what they used to say on Super Friends, is they called him.
Gone with Mongol.
They called him Mxyzptlk. And then, like, in the 90s, I think,
Metallo.
sometime in the 90s or early 2000s, they started calling him Mxyzptlk. And so, hey, I'm a Superman fan, so I'm in with the lingo. Metallo, obviously. Mongol. Hank Henshaw.
Parasite.
Hank Henshaw, who is Cyborg Superman, would be amazing. Parasite. Superboy Prime. If you don't know Superboy Prime, you are missing out on one of DC's most amazing characters ever. Superboy Prime breaks the fourth wall. He knows he's in a comic book, and he hates the DC writers. He hates the DC writers, and he literally talks to them in the comic books that he's been in, and he's told them that he hates them because they are literally out to get him. It's amazing. Toyman, Livewire, Anti-Monitor, Lobo, Manchester Black, Atomic Skull, Bloodsport. Oh, I know Bloodsport. Oh my God, they can't. Bloodsport. They said that he shot Superman with a kryptonite bullet and he went to the hospital. Yep, because it was in the comics. It was literally in the comics that Bloodsport shot Superman with a kryptonite bullet. And you know what? Just because Henry Cavill is super cool in real life and he looks really cool and he's good looking and he's built like he is, doesn't mean that his Superman would not get shot by a fucking kryptonite bullet by Bloodsport. That's what Bloodsport does. So all of you complaining, say, like, trying to act like it's a thing that Bloodsport shoots Superman, puts him in the hospital, read a freaking comic book. Sorry, not sorry. Brainiac, obviously. Brainiac is amazing. The DCA, it was a DCA. Oh, the animated version. Then there's Doomsday. Then there's Silver Banshee, which is amazing. Ultraman. They're messing up Ultraman with this thing, because that's not Ultraman. It's not Ultraman. Ultraman is literally the Superman of a different world, of a different universe where the Justice League
Can you
are
imagine
evil.
how pissed off people would be if it is Cavill?
I just don't see that. That doesn't make any sense to me because he's supposed to be a clone. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see them doing that. I don't see a positive anything for that happening where Cavill like reveals that it's him. It's going to be the reveal that it's Superman in general. But Magog, if you don't know who Magog is a great character. Can you scroll down?
Anti-Monitor.
What's that? The Monitor.
Anti-Monitor.
Yep, the Anti-Monitor. Can you scroll down a little bit?
I
Are
think
there any
that's
more?
as much as it is. Yeah.
Oh, is that it? Okay, but
That's
here's
it, yeah.
here's the thing though. There are also multiple other Superman villains that aren't even there. There are villains that other
Yeah.
that other
The Elite.
right, the Elite, that's a group, right? That's a group.
That's
So
supposed to be the
Yeah.
James Gunn's.
Imperial.
No, the Elite. That's supposed to be the James Gunn's doing the movie on them. What do they call him? The
Massacre.
No, the
Superman Zero.
the comic, the Superman versus the Elite. It's the Superman versus, what do they call him, Enosh? That group? It's like the boys are based off them.
Oh man,
forget.
what? Imagine them doing
He says
Overman.
he's supposed to be doing a movie on him.
are you talking about the Authority?
Yeah, the Authority. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's different than the Elite. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying, right? Like it's. I am excited about the Superman movie. I just really hope that it's good. With Crypto,
I don't think they'd ever be able to do Overman.
Look, with Crypto, Ultraman, Lex Luthor.
Do you think it'll be as good as Man of Steel?
Guy Gardner. I hope that it's good. I will just tell you this: Man of Steel for me, and this is not because of Snyder. This is not because of anything other than the fact that was the movie that, as a Superman fan, I always wanted to see. When I saw Man of Steel, I can't tell you, I didn't know who Zack Snyder was when I saw Man of Steel. Okay? So my love of Man of Steel has nothing to do with just like some fanboy obsession with Zack Snyder. I saw Man of Steel and I went, oh my gosh, here's a Superman that is relatable. Here is a Superman that's just trying to do the right thing. Here is a Superman that's actually Clark Kent. And he's a good guy who was raised by his parents, and they raised him right. And oh my gosh, like I loved it. And like his first day on the job as Superman, he saves the world. I'll be honest with you. All through 2013 and 14, I was confused. I didn't even know how to respond. Everybody had said that they hated Superman Returns because of what it was, and they had said what they wanted, and everything that they said that they wanted was in Man of Steel. And then they rejected that. So I don't know if people are ever going to be happy with Superman. I don't know if Superman's ever going to be able to be a viable thing again, because everybody who loves Superman loves something different about Superman. You have people who are absolutely obsessed with the Christopher Reeve era, and they won't let it go, and they won't move away from it, and they won't turn away from it. That's the only Superman that works for them.
Jody's Corner.
They make it known, right? And then the same thing is on the Snyderverse side, where people now like go on about Cavill, about how nobody else can ever replace Cavill. Nobody else can ever be as good as Superman as Cavill. Bullshit. Other people are going to play Superman, and they're going to do just fine. Let them be. I get it. We wanted Henry Cavill to be Superman. It's a job. The people that I see having all this emotional attachment to it, and acting like it's like something other than what it is. For them, it's a job. Yes, they get emotionally attached. Of course, anybody playing the character of Superman, I absolutely believe Henry Cavill is like, hey, I want to do this, whatever. But it didn't work out. That doesn't mean that we should never watch another Superman movie again because it has somebody else, or that we should mock James Gunn's Superman movie because we got to find every little tiny detail or thing wrong that we could possibly find wrong with it and mock it and put laughing emojis and everything else because it's going to suck. It's going to flop. Well, good luck with that. I don't think it's going to flop. I think it's going to do just fine. And I hope it does. You know why? Because I'm a Superman fan. And that's it.
I think people might be more interested in Fantastic Four and Jurassic World, but
Okay, so it's interesting you bring it up, and this will be my final kind of thought on that. It's interesting because I'm seeing a lot more hype actually, and I don't say this just because I'm a Superman fan or anything else. It's just been weird for me because I've actually seen a lot more hype around Superman than I have around Fantastic Four. I don't know. I don't know if it's just because this is fresh. Because look, there are a lot of people acting like this is the second coming of Jesus simply because they trust James Gunn. And they didn't like what Snyderverse did, right? They didn't like Zack Snyder's take. Okay. Well, I guess we got to see what happens then, you know? I just hope it's good. That's all. Any final statements, CJH and Film Goblin?
I'm saying we all hope that Superman Returns was good, but
Right.
that's what it's starting to look like. It's
I
another
was going to
Superman
ask
Returns.
about whether or not you watched Original Sin.
I have not.
I was going to ask if you watched Dexter Original Sin.
No, I was not a Dexter fan. I didn't have HBO back in the day when Dexter was on.
Even Point
and,
Dexter.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. It's a
So
funny
is
joke.
He-Man coming out on Netflix?
I believe
Or is
so.
it theaters?
Somebody said Amazon. I don't believe it's coming out in theaters though.
Really? I didn't know that.
Somebody can
You're
correct me
right
if I'm
about
wrong.
Superman, though.
I do believe it is Amazon.
So-
I thought it was Netflix, but yeah, I don't believe it's coming out in theaters at all. But I could be wrong. I'm just saying
So-
I don't think it is.
You can see Voltron.
So I'm looking at the.
I'm looking forward to Voltron. Come on, Henry Cavill's going to be Voltron. I have a feeling like he's going to be Lotor. And oh my god, that would be amazing.
I'm looking at the trailer for Fantastic Four and Superman. Superman has more views. Though I know.
Yeah, but that doesn't really mean anything.
Fantastic Four has a lot of AI fake trailers, though. But the official one has 26 million views, and then Superman has 55 million views.
Whoa. Yeah. That's about right. Jared Jar Jar's
And
Faja.
then was it Jurassic World?
I loved Skeleton Crew. I thought Skeleton Crew was super cool. The story that they told, I loved it. Like for the first few episodes of Skeleton Crew, I didn't even know what timeline it was in. You know, like I had no clue. You had to figure it out. It was all a mystery. And I'll be really interested to see where the Star Wars universe goes from here because now they've found this secret planet. Where do they go from there? Right? So it'll be interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
Jurassic World is 34 million views. So out of the three, Superman won.
There you go. There's something about this Superman that I'll be honest with you just seems to connect with people. I don't know what it is. I have seen so many people like speak positively about the suit.
Well, it's hope. People need hope
The
right now.
suit?
It's kind of like how Spider-Man. Well, it's kind of like how Spider-Man came out the time after 9/11, and
Yeah,
people were like,
I
they were
guess.
depressed and.
Yeah. No, I get all that. I just I don't know. We'll have to wait for the movie. The suit looks very very complicated to me. It just looks frumpy.
It's weird
It
because
looks-
I've seen set photos with the suit. It looks amazing, and then other set photos that it looks terrible. So
yeah. And then I've seen fan art where the suit looks amazing. but they make
Yeah.
it much more skin tight. You know what I mean? They make it you know what I mean? They make it look much
Yeah.
more in a certain way. So I don't know. We'll have to see. But you know what? It is 4:30 in the morning. I got to go to bed. I love you
It does
all.
look frumpy.
I do. I love you all. We started this night off with me and Max has gone to bed a long time ago. Everybody else went to bed on me.
Yeah, I'm going to bed too.
It's like the
one
old
more
days.
thing though.
Yes.
I will show like this set photo. This is
Oh,
Superman.
absolutely. Absolutely. Dude, look, I don't like that outfit at all, but that S on the back of the cape, the way that the cape looks from behind.
And that pose, like
No, William, you're wrong. Because the suit does not look like trash from every angle. It looks like
yeah,
trash.
not this one.
I would even say it looks like trash from most angles, but not from every angle. Because this angle looks good, and the angles where he's standing there and it shows it from behind, he looks very regal. There's a couple of times where he's standing up straight, where he seems to fill out the suit better, and it's not frumpy. He looks fine.
When he looks like he's about to fly, yeah.
Yeah, when he's standing there or he's crouched down and everything's all bunched up, it looks weird as heck. And I don't know how to fix that. You know what I mean? We'll have to wait and see what's up, you know. But William, you can't hate that picture that they just sent, that we just showed. You can't hate that picture that we just showed. It's simply him from behind, dude. He's holding up something. He looks amazing right there. So, anyways, hey, CJH, thanks for joining me tonight. Thanks to everybody who joined me tonight. You guys are all awesome. It's so good to see you all and to chat with y'all and talk about nerd stuff once again. And we'll have to do this some more. All I got to say is I'm going to bed. I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I hope you have a wonderful week. Keep me in your thoughts and prayers always. I appreciate it. I'm having a little bit of a procedure done this week. A lot of you know from the past that I have had a couple of instances over the last few years with AFib, being my heart was just beating at a regular beat. And so they're going to do a procedure this week that hopefully will fix that. And so, yeah, just keep me in your thoughts this week on Friday. I would appreciate it. And I love you all. And remember, well, hey, CGH, you're the last one here. So where can they find you?
They can find me on the CJH Entertainment Plus.
There you
where I talk all things movies, TV shows, and everything in between.
Awesome. 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 All right. I should take a camera in and go like look at what Max is doing, like probably sleeping on my couch right now.
Okay. That would be funny.
That would be. Anyways, love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and we will see you all again soon. Remember, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter, or try to ridicule them because just of what they like or don't like. But seek to have good conversations and be honest, right? And have good conversations. Treat everybody with respect. And if you do that, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time, stay nerdy. Thank you, CJH. Thank you to everybody who was on with me tonight. Y'all rock. We'll see you next time.